Okay, the board is now adjourned, and we will start with a salute to the flag. Oh, the board is in session. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. We're going to start today with a report of the superintendent.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, board members. Opening the schools a few months back, but it was again with greatly increased optimism, a lot more smiles, and a lot fewer pink slips. Many positive things are underway, as you know, and I appreciate the board's liaison representatives working on a number of the key policy areas that we're forging forward with. The exciting changes include 484, include all the work on the funding formula, which you'll be taking on firsthand today. I just want to report that around the state, as I've had the pleasure to visit small schools, medium schools, large schools, there is truly an excitement and a sense of hope and optimism in our teacher workforce, our administrators, from Taft and Delano and Bakersfield on up to Eureka, Arcata, Reno, in Reading, not Reno. I didn't go that far, but I went to Reading and Chico and Oroville, and teachers are really excited and engaging on learning the new 21st century skill, new Common Core standards, and sharing professionally with each other. So I wanted to report that that's a lot of great news going on right there. The other good news is, and it's always inspiring to do this, is look over the candidates for Teachers of the Year. And we have 5 that we selected and nominated, and one of them is right here in Sacramento, a math teacher. He is also nominated by me and by our process for National Teacher of the Year. So it's always inspiring to see these teachers who engage students and teach their hearts out and work so dedicated to having every student reach their potential. We also had the Linked Learning Tour, so some of our board members here participated in that. The $7.5 million grant program that's funding the pilot projects is funded by our department, by the community college system, and by the James Irvine Foundation. And we're really finding that this works in providing relevancy and giving students a context, a sense of direction, goals, workplace internships, workplace learning. So that project is often going, and our department is also preparing the Career Pathways Trust grants process, which will begin in January. There'll be requests for applications for the grants for the $250 million to look at this new approach to, again, linking students to career pathways, to believing a certain direction in their life is the way to go, and centering their academic efforts around that. So those are the main things to report. Finally, I'll mention our keen interest, this board and around the state in the STEM fields, and what can we do to address the great shortage of STEM-trained and STEM-eligible graduates from our high schools and colleges. Big challenge there. We are setting up a symposium November 18th and 19th. We expect a couple thousand people to join us here in Sacramento to look at some of the best practices and how STEM is taught and how we can engage students in that process. There's really good work going on with the STEM task force that I created several months back. Their report is soon to be out, but we're already getting previews of their work, and we think it'll help create a renaissance in STEM education in California. So with that, Mr. President, good morning again, and look forward to a great board meeting with you.
Thank you. Okay, first I'd like to have some announcements. I'm pleased to announce that Eliza Wynn joined the State Board of Education staff as the Local Control Funding Formula Project Manager in September 2013. Prior to this, she worked on education budget and policy issues, including the Local Control Funding Formula, as a principal program analyst at the Department of Finance. So if Eliza's here, she's upstairs, okay. Elisa, okay. There is one public hearing on our agenda, the Mathematics Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12, 213 revision. So we will have that later as a public hearing. The following items have addendum. 214 State Board of Education student member, the recommendation of 3 finalists for submission to the governor. Item 2 has an agenda report, an addendum, I should say. And the addendum for item 2 is reports from the 213 Student Advisory Board on Education. And item 9 has an addendum, the amendment to the Educational Testing Service contract to implement the California Measurement of Academic Performance and Progress. I want to announce that the consent calendar items are listed as proposed regular consent items. There's a handout on the table in the lobby concerning these, and these are items 18 through 23 calendared for our agenda tomorrow. Proposed waiver consent items include W1 through W10 and W12 through W14. Any members wishing to remove an item from the proposed consent calendar should advise the executive director by tomorrow morning. Other announcements, letters from the public on matters before the board were aggregated and filed in your electronic folder sent to you earlier. The SBE meeting, as usual, can be accessed via a fully electronic agenda. There is a one print copy, as we typically do, in the lobby. For the audience, speakers should sign up in the table just outside the room. Binders are on the table for each item. Please sign up on the page that identifies the item number on which you wish to speak. There is also item 17, which is a general comment, public comment period, and that is solely for items not specifically listed on the board's agenda. If anyone has information for board members, please give it to Beth Rice, who is at the front table there with the item number that your information pertains to clearly indicated. All speakers, please identify yourselves and who you represent prior to speaking. As usual, brevity will be greatly appreciated, and if you agree with the previous speaker, you can note that, and that'll enhance the brevity. There's additional seating space with TV monitors in the media room around the corner. We'll probably need that tomorrow. And board members, turn on your microphones, and if you need to recuse yourself, do so before any discussion begins. Okay, we're now ready for item 1, and that is the State Board of Education student member.
So they're not here yet. They're coming upstairs. They're on the way down.
Okay, so can we take up another item?
Sure.
Let's go. Let's move to 3. Okay, well, we'll move to item 3. Updates on the activities of the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education regarding implementation of Common Core state standard systems. Barbara Murchison will present, and then we will have some questions. Thank you.
So good morning, President Kirsch, Superintendent Torlakson, board members. My name is Barbara Murchison. I'm representing the department's Common Core Integrated Action Team. This is the 15th in a series of regular updates to inform you of Common Core-related implementation activities. We recommend that you take action as necessary and appropriate, but recommend no specific action at this time. I'm going to spend a few minutes reviewing the material in Attachment 1, and then Nancy Brownell will present the information in Attachment 2. We've also provided Attachment 3, a short paper that describes some of the elements of implementing curriculum per President Kirsch's request at the September meeting. The document outlines the curriculum-related activities of the State Board, describes other implementation activities that are happening around the state, and highlights the curriculum-related work taking place in 3 California counties. So on to Attachment 1. Attachment 1 references 4 other items that you'll be hearing today. Information from California's County Offices of Education regarding the release of the new Common Core Leadership Planning Guide and the results of the Common Core Implementation Survey administered by the County Offices of Education will be presented in item 4. Information regarding the adoption of the 2013 revision of the mathematics framework will be provided in item 5. An update regarding the transition to the English language proficiency assessments will be provided in item 7. And an update regarding the transition to the California measurement of academic performance and progress will be provided in item 8. The attachment references 2 new implementation resources. We have another new professional learning module, Common Core State Standards and Content Literacy for Science. That's now available on the Brokers for Expertise website. That brings us up to 9 professional learning modules in that series. This module was developed collaboratively with the K-12 Alliance at West Ed, the California Science Project, Orange County Department of Education, San Diego County Office of Education, and the Riverside County Office of Education. So lots of folks working on making that a great module. We are also very pleased to announce the availability of Common Core Search, the CDE's new searchable database for Common Core resources. So users can employ filters and keyword search to find high-quality resources they need to support their own local implementation efforts. The database currently contains nearly 300 CDE-reviewed resources, and we plan to add more resources as they become available. The item includes updates on both the math instructional materials adoption and the progress of the ELA-ELD framework. It's expected that the Instructional Quality Commission will take action regarding the recommended mathematics programs and also prepare the ELA-ELD framework for its first 60-day public review during its meeting later this month. Attachment 1 also references several pieces of Common Core-related legislation that were signed into law in October, including Assembly Bill 484, which will be reviewed in detail in item 8, Senate Bill 201, which authorizes the kindergarten through grade 8 English language arts, English language development instructional materials adoption, and also authorizes the CDE to begin work on the initial assessment for initial identification of English learners. Assembly Bill 899 establishes a process to link the California ELD standards to the Common Core and Next Generation Science standards. And Senate Bill 300 authorizes the development of a new science framework and also extends by 2 months the deadline for adoption of the new ELA-ELD framework. Also in Attachment 1, we reference 2 collaborative projects. First, California has received a grant from the National Governors Association to continue the work of better defining the role of California's higher education systems in Common Core implementation. This grant will be collaboratively implemented by the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee, the State Board, and the Department. And also a California team comprised of representatives from the LA Chamber of Commerce, Children Now, and the Department met with 32 other state teams to learn more about effective communications as we transition to the new system of Common Core standards and assessment. A couple of key takeaways were we had some market research shared with us that showed that parents are overwhelmingly supportive of the Common Core once we explain to them in clear, jargon-free language what it is. So they emphasized the importance of just talking clearly with parents and pointed out to us how likely we are to be talking in policy language as opposed to parent language. And we also spent a lot of time talking about how we could work more closely with our various implementation partners, including professional associations, various advocacy groups, and the business community to help promote positive messages about the transition. And just a key point was that while all of us don't always agree on everything, the vast majority of us do agree that the Common Core is a great way to better prepare our kids for success after they graduate from high school. So finally, I'd like to point out the web-based outreach data on page 5 of Attachment 1. These numbers represent the activity on the department's Common Core pages. You'll note that in July we had approximately 265,000 hits to our web pages, And in August, that jumped to more than 421,000. So even with, taking into account summer vacations and back to school flurry of activity, that's a pretty big jump. So I think that's an indicator that folks around the state are really very interested in the Common Core and starting to realize that our web pages are a good resource for more information. So before I ask Nancy to come up, I'd like to add a few more web hits to the November count by showing you Common Core search, how to get there, and sort of what it can do. Just a little bit of time. See if I can get there. So from our main page, we'll go to our Common Core state standards page, and we have rearranged that. Now, this resources database contains all of the resources available on our tabs. So you can find everything in there by name, keyword, but for folks who would rather just find things by these audience-specific tabs, those will remain. And if we go, there it is. So up at the top, say we've got a framework item coming up today, so I might want to see what else Jason Zimba has done. So I could search by, the name of someone. You can see we have about nearly 300 in here right now. We plan to continue to add them as they become available. Again, they're all reviewed by CDE staff. That narrows it down to 7 resources that were authored by Jason Zimba. So you can also search for things by grade span, by topic. See, if I'm looking for items regarding assessment, I can search that way and come up with quite a number of them. If I want to refine that search and say maybe I just want to look at videos about assessment, that brings us down to 4. So we're pretty excited that we have this new tool for folks to find more exactly what they're looking for without checking in a lot of places. So with that, I will ask Nancy to come up and share her piece.
Good morning, Nancy Brownell, Senior Fellow for Common Core Implementation. Good to see you all this morning. I'll talk briefly about Attachment 2. As the superintendent mentioned, there's been a lot of activity on behalf of department staff, board staff, district representatives, and the month of October, I think, was a very, very busy month, as you can see from the chart. I'll highlight a couple of things. There's been a lot of opportunity to talk with school board members and with parent groups as districts have become, I think, more confident in their plans and moving forward. The opportunities really to provide both the big picture of what's going on at the department and the state level, and then the implications at the local level. There have been great opportunities to be talking with board members across the northern part of the state as well as down the Central Valley. I know you'll hear more about it also later on the agenda, but the North-South assessment conferences were widely attended, 800 to 900 people. Deb will probably know the exact numbers. With all of the updates happening related to assessment, that's also been the topic of interest, I think, across the state related to Common Core implementation and what about the assessment conversations. Lastly, I think the opportunity to really help parents understand the implications for their children sort of from this point forward has been an ongoing conversation. I know that a lot of us have been having the elementary parents, if they have children in K-5, seem to be a little more relaxed given that this is a long-term rollout. Everywhere I've been talking to parents, I get a quick read on if they have middle or high school students, and if they do, the questions are all about mathematics. What's happening? What will be the consequences? What are the implications? So knowing the guidance that's provided in the framework will be very timely, in addition to the appendix where it provides districts with a context for talking about the mathematics implications and the opportunities for them to really determine what's the best course of action in their K-8 districts and in their K-12 districts. Has been quite a busy conversation, I think, in trying to map what that needs to be. The other piece of confusion that's out there, particularly with some of the groups that are opposed to Common Core, relate to this confusion about what are standards, what are curriculum, who's getting to decide, and the helpfulness that we have in terms of local control is we sort of let the air out of that balloon rather quickly because the issues really are around the determinations at the local district level. But Barb's going to highlight attachment 3, which I think the timeliness of this attachment sort of helps answer some of those questions. And then after the students, we also have the item from the counties on the work that they've been doing that we'll be sharing. So thank you very much.
Okay, I wanted to mention that the grant from the National Governors Association to more have conversations and policies to link higher education more, including the private higher education, more with K-12 around Common Core. It's called the Improving Student Learning at Scale Collaborative Policy Project. It's not clear what that is a very important grant, and our former staff member, Camille Esch, will reappear as the person running that program. She will be employed by the Intersegmental Coordinating Commission, which includes the 3 public systems and private post-secondary education, and of course the K-12 system. And so I think we can look forward to hearing about that and the effort. I wanted to ask Barbara about whether you have any information on districts' use of the professional learning models. Or to the extent teachers have accessed them. You know, we got something on the other parts of search, but do we have any impact analysis of these?
We actually, we have a lot of anecdotal evidence, and I don't know if those were set up to capture how many folks were using it. I think there is a way to capture how many web hits there are, and we can provide that as part of our item in January to give you an update on that. I'll get that information from the folks who are managing that.
Do you know how long they stay on it, or well, they hit, so they may download it. Do you know? Can you track downloads?
I'll see what I can find out and report it in January.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have hits, but who's downloading and using? If there's any way you could do that, that would give us a better sense.
I'll see what we can find.
Okay. Other board member comments on item 3? Board Member Strauss.
So last Friday, first of all, thank you so much, Barbara and Nancy. The resources, I would say, from the conference I'm going to share about the math implementation, people are really sharing different electronic resources and use the California Department of Ed website as one example. So I was facilitating the Leadership Day at the California Math Conference South in Palm Springs last Friday, along with some people from CDE. So Jessica Valdez was there presenting on Smarter Balance and Assessment, and Tom Adams and Deborah Franklin and Kristen Cruz Allen were presenting on the math framework. But the math implementation was the focus of that day. And so I just wanted to share some highlights of, it was a great day, but we actually had Sacramento City, Long Beach Unified, and Vista Unified share about their implementation plans and their strategies. And there were some very clear messages with, yes, you need a lot of professional development for math for teachers, but you need a lot of professional development for math for leaders, because leaders are leading the work, implementing at the site, working with teachers and in classrooms. And so all those districts showed about how many hours over a year they're actually spending with administrators. And I think that's a piece that maybe people were so worried about training teachers on Common Core that was a real good point. And also those districts shared a lot of their systemic approach to the math implementation in Common Core was incredibly impressive and lots of great energy. And to credit about where we are in the math implementation, 3,300 people were at that conference. I mean, people were really talking. And Phil Darrow, who's one of the authors of the Common Core Standard, said, it's a little chaotic, but there's a lot of energy and we got to get moving. And basically the message is there's not a debate as to whether math is a good thing. It's how we're going to get implemented and how we're going to move ahead. So it was really, really thoughtful. I just had a couple other comments that I thought that they were sharing a lot about the content training. And so there's a lot of sharing around electronic resources. And actually the group brainstormed where they're finding all their resources. So thanks to the Department of Ed for continuing to update the website. But lots of districts are looking for lots of modules, and they're beyond the Engage New York, because I think we used a lot of those last last year, and now districts are sharing. And what's so nice is that the districts are being very generous about what they've shared, what their training materials are, and what their implementation was. So they talked a lot about aligning the systems for implementation. So you may have some experiences with that as you've talked to counties and districts, especially little small districts, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, who over the years of the budget cut don't have as many ed services people to support the training now. So they really do depend on the electronic resources and the training they get from the county offices. And let's say also Joe Bowler from Stanford was there and was the luncheon speaker and talked a lot about the democratization of mathematics and believing that all students can achieve, and really a lot of the research about not tracking so much and giving kids access and believing they can be successful in math. So it's a lot of philosophy changing around the new Common Core in math, and I thought that would be really helpful. So anyway, really exciting, lots of energy, and I think because, and we'll hear a little bit more about the math adoption, I think we see a lot of people realizing where the shifts are on it and really pushing on it. And so an exciting time, and I think we're seeing lots and lots of training. Thank you.
Other board member comments on item 3? Bruce.
I think it's great that we're starting to understand the language that we should use with parents that help them understand the realities and not their fears of it. I also think that it's interesting to me, though, that recently I've gotten a number of questions from students about Common Core, and we don't really have a whole sort of communication approach for students in particular at this point. Is that correct?
We have just a good place to start, and we try to gather some information, but we also have had requests from the field about what might be useful for students to be talking about this. So
Sure. And I do think that students are increasingly interested, and tailoring a communication media vehicle or whatever for students I think could be very helpful.
Okay. No other comments on item 3. We'll move back to item 1. I'm going to have to ask, we want to have the students seated in the room, otherwise they will have to exit. We're over capacity. So I'd like to ask people who are not students for items 1 and 2 to move to the overflow room so the students can sit down, and then we'll resume from there. So if we could free up some spaces for them, it would be much appreciated. Okay, we're ready then for item number 1, the recommendation of the 3 finalists for submission to the governor for the State Board of Education student member. Board Member Burr, who is our liaison, will be handling this item, and she will proceed.
Thank you, President Kirst. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to, before I say a few kind of preliminary comments about the process, I wanted to first acknowledge Board Member Holliday, who was kind enough to visit with the students. They've been here for a couple of days working very hard, and we're going to hear about the fruits of their labor here in the next item. But Member Holliday had the opportunity to speak with them, and he was a huge hit. So I wanted to turn over to him for just a few minutes to talk a little bit about his experience. And I think I'm going to move to the podium to do the item because I'm going to be calling students up for certificates after that. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to spend some time with you all on Monday. I really enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed your questions. I enjoyed the separate conversations we had after our chat. These are really some of the brightest and most interesting students in California sitting in this room right now. And what impresses me so much about these young people is how engaged they are, seriously engaged in the ideas of education and the challenges that we all face. They've taken a lot of time. I think, Member Burr said a couple of days. They've taken, I think, a lot more time than that, working on their reports and providing us with their insights about what it means to be a student in 2013-14. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us to listen to the voices of students and to hear what they have to say. I know we're going to be very impressed with their reports. Students, I congratulate you on all your hard work. I congratulate you on your serious approach to your tasks that you've been working on. I think you've done an excellent job. I can't wait to hear the reports.
I'd like to call to the board's attention your blue addendum that's in your packet. And for the members of the public, this item was posted last night. Just to refresh your memory about how this process works, that we call for all applications for people who are interested in, for students who are interested in serving as our student board member. We then convene as an ad hoc screening committee. We did that on October 24th. I want to thank Eileen Strauss, who helped participate in that, and Nancy Brownell from the state board staff. We identify from that pool then 12 candidates who we screen for, and we make those recommendations to the students, to the California Association of Student Councils. They then interview those candidates, and they screen it down to 6 candidates who we then had the opportunity to interview yesterday. And again, I want to thank Eileen Strauss, who participated in that process, along with board member Holliday, our staff member Patricia DeCoste, and our student board member this year, Jessie Zhang. Appreciate Jessie's participation as well. And I will just say that the students that we call forward and recommend ultimately to the governor, and we will be asking you for that action here shortly, have big shoes to fill. They have to fill Jessie's shoes. We've been delighted to have some really capable student board members in the last few years, and it's a result of this process and the participation of all of these very capable students. So what I would like to do is start by identifying the candidates who were the 12 candidates, and we'll be narrowing these down. We have certificates for these candidates, and if you are in the audience, I'd like to call you up so I can present the certificates to you. Our first candidate was Carla Cruz Medina from Grant Union High School in the Twin Rivers Unified School District here in Sacramento. Carla. Our next candidate is Blaine Fletcher from Classical Academy High School, Escondido Union High School in Riverside County. Our next candidate, Ashley Kim from Troy High School, Fullerton Joint Union High School District, Orange County. Next candidate is Wenyu Ma from John F. Kennedy High School, Sacramento City Unified School District here in Sacramento. Next candidate, Nicholas Anthony Solis from John F. Kennedy High School, Sacramento City Unified. And the next candidate is Carla Yee, Mission San Jose High School, Fremont Unified, Alameda County. The next group of students are our semifinalists. These we had the pleasure of interviewing. I think Bruce put it well yesterday when we talked to these students. There can only be one, so we have to keep narrowing people down, but everybody did a fantastic job yesterday interviewing. And I'd like to first acknowledge Casey Lind, who is from Granite Hills High School, Grossmont Union School District, San Diego County. Our next semifinalist was Kennedy Peterson from Montgomery High School, Santa Rosa Union High School District in Sonoma County. And our last semifinalist is Victoria or Tori Schieber, who is from Windsor High School in Windsor Unified School District, Sonoma County. And I'm pleased to present, and after we present the certificates, I will be making a motion to adopt these three candidates as the finalists who will be recommended to Governor Brown for his consideration for the student to serve for our next school year. And the first finalist is Harshdeep Singh Nanda from Washington High School, Fremont Unified School District, Alameda County. Our second finalist is Megan McCarthy Odell, Rio Americano High School, San Juan Unified District, Sacramento County. And our final finalist, our last finalist, is Kenton Shimazaki from Lincoln High School, Lincoln Unified School District, San Joaquin County. So with that, I would make a motion that we recommend the finalists that are named in your item for consideration by Governor Brown as appointment to our student board member.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, raise your hands. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to item 2, and this is the reports from the 212 Student Advisory Board on Education. Board Member Burr, do you have some comments on this, or? Nope, you just turn it over. Okay, then the students, you proceed however you want. Go ahead. Please identify yourself as before you speak.
Hi, I'm AJ Shanmugam. I'm a senior at Brea Linda High School. Good morning, members of the board. My name is AJ Shanmugam, and I am this year's director of the Student Advisory Board on Education. I know that I can speak for our entire delegation, along with the 6.3 million students of this great state, in thanking you for the immensely unique opportunity that you have afforded us this morning. Last Saturday, students from all across the state traveled to Sacramento. Once they arrived, they accomplished the demanding task of identifying the primary issues affecting our education system. It was from these topics that our delegates' proposals were born. With topics ranging from wellness to student input on the local control funding formula, this year's Student Advisory Board on Education is both an innovative approach to addressing our state's most pressing educational issues and a representation of the attitudes of the students of California. Also, in these last 5 days, I was granted the unique opportunity to work with some of the most highly compassionate and motivated students that I've ever had the honor of working with. These students' commitment to changing the status quo of education, serving their peers by encouraging positive change in the education system, was prevalent in every aspect of this conference. The students have proved that our supposed generation of apathy is more accurately the generation of action. The students who sit before you come from small schools and large schools, rural communities and urban cities, from all walks of life. But they are united by the fact that they are here to provide their insights about our education system. I leave this conference and the amazing students with whom I now associate myself with a new hope for California, a hope and conviction that the future of our state will be filled with the innovation and proactive attitudes necessary to ensure our continued success. I would first like to introduce our first student speaker, Emily Sim, who will be speaking about student input and decision making. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, President Kirst and the board. My name is Emily Sim, and I'm from Troy High School in Fullerton Joint Union High School District. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for this amazing opportunity to speak to you, and I will be speaking on the topic of student voice in decision making. Over the past few days of this conference, I was given an overwhelming amount of information that I had to process in order to create this proposal. And to be honest, a good 90% of it went right over my head. And however, I'm not ashamed to admit this because I'm sure some of you will agree with me as well. Which begs the question, how do we ensure that everyone is doing their job? How do we prove that this isn't happening already with students involved in policymaking? How do we prove that these students are engaged? The answer we found was simple: tangible evidence. Providing student reports or testimonials in how their voice has and will be present in the decision-making process of policies that directly impact student education. Therefore, we propose that any new policy proposed to the State Board of Education in the future, that there will be tangible evidence of student involvement in the decision-making process. The impact of implementing a type of reporting system will ensure that policymakers are obtaining active, valid, meaningful student involvement. Doing so will also create more pathways for students to get involved in their education and will ultimately create policies that accurately reflect student voice. The fact that the State Board of Education creates time for the Student Advisory Board to speak to them year after year shows that you are interested in hearing the student voice. And you know that as we as students are the primary stakeholders in our education. This past Monday, we had the pleasure of speaking to we had the pleasure of speaking to the board member Holiday, and you explicitly stated that you appreciate our input in the education system. Furthermore, past successful proposals brought forth to government officials, such as the Senate Bill 1422, for the student feedback process of teachers, prove that this method of active student participation in decision-making is effective. With that said, we have noticed a discrepancy between in student engagement and policymaking. When policymakers look for student engagement, they are seeking meaningful, active involvement of students, ensuring that they're fully there in order to understand and to contribute their student perspective to the proposal every step of the way. Now, we just need to make sure that this is carried out through tangible evidence and through student input evidence. We are all here today because we believe that students need to be involved. As we often note, people support what they themselves create. And if students are given a better chance to highlight their care for the education system by being able to create, influence, and to mold, then perhaps all students can believe and support more in the education system. Thank you.
I would now like to introduce the second student, Victoria Schieber, who will be speaking about fitness and health standards.
So as AJ said, my name is Victoria Schieber, and I'm from Windsor, California, in Sonoma County. So honorable board members and esteemed colleagues, I'd like to thank you all for keeping attentive as we discuss the important issue of student nutrition and wellness. According to a national initiative for children's healthcare quality, 30%, 1/3 of children between 10 and 17 are overweight or obese. This same source tells us that 60% of children participate in only 4 hours of vigorous physical activity a week. And to top it all off, Jamie Oliver, an astound chef running a campaign to increase awareness about childhood nutrition and fitness, has examined research that's saying in the next 5 minutes, 1 American citizen will die of obesity. California is facing a twofold problem: our weight and the current system to fix it. Our obesity rate increases daily, and to make it worse, according to Spark, an organization set on solving childhood obesity, obesity has in fact tripled in all age groups under 18 in the last 30 years. The most unfortunate fact of all is that the current physical education system hasn't solved for any of these inherent problems. The way that physical education currently runs is that students are mandated to take 2 years of general physical education. In its best efforts, the curriculum for these 2 years encourages PE teachers to, quote unquote, provide quality physical education that develops the knowledge, attitudes, skills, behavior, and motivation needed to be physically fit and active for life. The key word here is encourage. The curriculum is already in place. All that we ask the State Board to do is change a simple word. The PE teachers should not be encouraged to achieve these standards, but required. As students of the public school system, we propose a two-part solution to help solve for obesity and the student motivation in living a healthy lifestyle. First, we recommend to the State Board of Education that Education Code 33350C be amended to require PE teachers to teach a curriculum that has a more holistic approach to the problem. Essentially, the new curriculum should teach more than just grazing the surface of what an activity can do. It should instill habits that students can take with them their entire lives. By explaining the process of an activity, students understand their health better. And by adding new information about how to stay healthy, they will know what to do in the future. The second part of our solution is for the State Board themselves to recommend to the districts a new approach of teaching PE, an approach that will allow for more student involvement and motivation. Instead of students taking 2 years of the exact same class, they will only enroll in 1 year of general physical education with the updated curriculum. In their second year, they will take a specialized course. These courses range from a variety of Team Sports 1, Team Sports 2, personal fitness, and movement exploration. Essentially, the districts can choose which courses they would like to offer, but the only resource that the State Board provides is the curriculum. If students can choose what units they would be learning and participating in, they are more motivated to develop a liking towards the new curriculum. Simply put, physical education should be more than running a lap and learning how to do a push-up. By implementing this plan of updating the current curriculum and changing the process of how students enroll in their classes, students learn more relevant information about physical health and develop habits of following a healthy lifestyle because they actually care about what they're learning. Give the students a choice in their physical education, and we will see a drop in those awful obesity numbers. We will see young adults who care about their health. And who knows, that one person who died in the course of this speech may have been saved. Thank you.
I would now like to introduce the third student, Nicholas Danishvari, who will be speaking about student engagement in the local control and accountability plan.
Good morning, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Danishvari, and I'm a senior at Westlake High School in the Conejo Valley Unified School District of Ventura County, California. Before I begin, once again, I'd like to sincerely thank you for this opportunity to us students to voice our thoughts. Schools are like businesses. They both rely on the needs and wants of the people whom they serve, ultimately providing valuable services. Apple, like many other successful, expansive corporations, has implemented surveys to receive feedback and better satisfy their customer needs. Likewise, successful schools can attribute their improvement to reception of student perspectives. As a representative of the 6.2 million students across our state, I am here to say that we too have grievances. Thus, we propose that student surveys be incorporated into the local control and accountability plan evaluation template to be adopted by March 31st of 2014 by the State Board of Education. The root problem of these issues is the discrepancy between student goals and administrative plans. To students, high school is not but a stepping stone towards our futures, whether that be the workforce, vocational schools, or college. However, we currently lack sufficient resources to equip these students with the skills necessary to achieve their success in the future. In addition to the 8 areas of priority specified in the LCAP, we students want schools to address awareness and preparedness for a world beyond high school. Oftentimes, students are unaware of their options and assume that the only path beyond high school is college. Student interests consequently falter in topics of study they deem irrelevant, and their motivation may dissipate overall. High school is a step towards building futures, and it is thus unfortunate that students throughout the state lack many future preparedness opportunities. According to the National Center for Career and Education Statistics, graduation rates for students involved in career technical education programs is 90.18%, compared to the national standard graduation rate of merely 74.9%. However, our purpose transgresses beyond numbers. If students had more resources to engage in their specialized, varying, and unique interests, they would gain skills relevant to building successful futures. Therefore, we students need diverse, extracurricular, and career-related programs and opportunities that are representative of the diverse needs of the California student body. Rather than inundating our schools with numerous costly programs, we propose that the State Board adopt a template survey included in the evaluation rubric that districts would be required to use in order to prove their accountability under LCAP. These surveys can represent the student perspective on all aspects of LCAP priorities, including student career and future preparedness. This idea of surveying students is already in place in the New Haven School District, where students are asked the extent to which they agree that their district provides support in certain aspects of their education. For instance, one such question reads, my school provides information about clubs, sports, and other non-academic activities. The student feedback system will offer an indirect form of communication that addresses both student and state board interests. As a result, when the state and district representatives review these surveys, they will have a transparent way to monitor student versus district interests. With these schools and districts receiving feedback on how students feel about different facets of their education, they will learn how to allocate more or less of their funding. While the state will know how and where to allocate funds, districts will learn how to use them. It is indisputable that with students having their views and interests represented, student motivation and confidence in their school system will increase. Such a reaction will lead to auspicious outcomes such as higher graduation rates and further student engagement. The direct result of these student surveys will be clear. They will create a transparent, empirical gauge for students, parents, and the public to measure progress in education. It will allow districts to measure where more or less of funding needs to be allocated, and it will lastly allow the State Board of Education to monitor whether the California education system is preparing students for their futures, which is the ultimate, essential goal of education. Thank you for your time.
I would like to introduce the fourth student, Emily Dwan, who will be speaking about teacher accountability via Student Senate format.
Good morning, State Board of Education members. My name is Emily Dwan. I attend Mariloma High School, and today I will be discussing teacher accountability and improvement. Before I begin, I would like to thank the State Board for your time and considerations. In the education system today, a school consists of three distinct bodies: students, teachers, and administrators. One of the main problems is the lack of communication between these three sectors, resulting in a difference between students' expectations and what teachers actually provide. The absence of a statewide, standardized system for student, administrator, and teacher feedback does not allow students to voice their opinions. As a result, the students of California are unable to effectively voice their own thoughts and give input based on their previous educational experience. In addition, without student input, teachers of California are unable to efficiently improve themselves. In the Learning Environment Survey, 0% of teachers indicated that they strongly agreed that administrators gave them regular and helpful feedback. Because both students and teachers are affected by this lack of communication, it is crucial that students be able to provide constructive feedback to their teachers. In addition, improvement does need to be made to a teacher's style. The sooner he or she receives feedback, the sooner he and she can improve. Similarly, if a teacher excels in his or her teaching techniques, this system would allow for teachers to be rewarded by positive feedback. To solve this problem, the Student Advisory Board in Education proposes the implementation of a standardized statewide student-teacher administration evaluation system based on feedback. In the system, a student senate will be established for each high school. Student representatives, teacher representatives of each department, and local administrators will be meeting monthly to discuss key topics regarding teacher performance. These monthly meetings will give teachers time to implement previous feedback and allow for administrators to gauge previous teacher improvement. How student representatives are chosen will be based on local schools, creating a more flexible system. In addition to attending student senate meetings, administrators will also be conducting announced and unannounced classroom visits to evaluate teachers on their own. The student senate system provides students with a forum to congregate and openly discuss their ideas and teacher performances and best practices in order to compile feedback for teacher improvement. The system allows for students to voice their thoughts in a safe and positive environment and provides administration with a way to indicate teacher performance. In addition, the establishment of the Student Senate will contribute to student satisfaction by giving them a voice in their own education. It may also increase the effectiveness of teachers as perceived by students. The structure of the Student Senate is effective for several reasons. Primarily, the open oral discussion allows for ideas to flow smoothly between teachers to administrators and students. The system also allows administration to evaluate student comments and for students to affirm the statements of others, thus increasing the credibility of student feedback. By doing so, the system automatically incorporates the views of both students and administrators, creating a more diverse pool of ideas. Similarly, teachers will benefit because they will be presented with feedback that has also been evaluated by administration. The first step towards the implementation of the standardized system would be the establishment of the local student senates. After the creation of these assemblies, the Student Advisory Board recommends the adoption or inclusion of the discussion topics and guidelines for feedback that are stated on the last page of the proposal into the Student Senate meetings. The Student Advisory Board in Education strongly recommends the implementation of our feedback system because we believe it would remedy the current lack of communication between students, teachers, and administrators, and will eventually improve the quality of education in California. Thank you for your time.
I would like to introduce the fifth student, Nini Boo, who will be speaking about school climate.
Good morning, State Board of Education. I am Nini Boo, an 11th grade student at John F. Kennedy Middle College High School in the Corona-Norco Unified School District. California education system is facing a great change. With the removal of No Child Left Behind and the implementation of the new Common Core standards, we see a change for the better. However, with the simple standard change, much will be affected, including the California Distinguished Schools program. Seeing as the current eligibility standards are based off of API and CGAT scores, with the change of standardized testing, there will ultimately be a need to change the prerequisite required for these schools applying for distinguished status. While the distinguished school eligibility has a large focus on academic achievement, it neglects the school's climate. This tunnel vision on education drives administration to emphasize the importance of developing academic aspects of a student's life, thus disregarding the development of the student as a whole. With such a high focus on academics for the schools to become eligible for the program, one must also know the importance of a school climate. A school can easily have high test scores and meet all eligibility criteria. However, does that truly gauge if the school has a healthy environment in which the students and teachers feel comfortable in? How can a school be considered a distinguished school if the students do not feel safe and cared for in the environment that they are learning in? One of the largest concerns of the eligibility system is just that. While there are on-site evaluators who are immersed in the school's climate, there's a lack of a mandatory evaluation of the school's climate. According to Merriam-Webster, the word distinguished means marked by eminence, distinction, or excellence. But is a school with a high bully rate or a school whose campus is unsafe for the students one to be given the title of excellence? Without addressing the climate of the school, administration is more likely to put the focus on academics, as that is what is being seen in an abundance of schools today. With this extreme focus on academics, students are forced to develop their academic skills rather than focusing on both life and academics. While this does create a positive impact in student education, they have now been hidden for life beyond schooling as they were not able to develop these necessary skills in their K-12 education. An API score only represents the school's academic side. Without taking into account the school's athletics, extracurriculars, and student relationships on campus, it's impossible to correctly judge the school's atmosphere and the school's ability to be labeled as distinguished. The approach that is currently being taken is one that is not holistic, as it does not show the external issues seen in the schools. In addition to that, schools can be easily misrepresented. The term distinguished is one that parents look highly upon, but is misleading to both parents and students, as a distinguished school may have high test scores, but they might have a very negative climate as well. With the implementation of the new criteria, we believe that incentivizes administrations to promote a healthier climate, as now rather than focusing on the top 2 schools that are achieving the advanced scores on APIs, the California Distinguished School Programs will be recognizing schools that holistically act as a role model for all other schools, as they have encompassed all mandated requirements, including academic success and the positive school climate. The Student Advisory Board recommends the State Board to implement the evaluation of the school's climate to the eligibility criteria for the California Distinguished Schools Program. For an accurate report of the climate, schools would need to provide proof of the positive climate through the results of the California Healthy Kids Survey with the school climate module. By addressing the climate in the Distinguished School criteria, it creates a more holistic evaluation, as now it focuses on more than simple test scores. The administration team will also need to take into consideration the learning environment that the students are in and work to create a more positive climate for their kids. While including school climate in the eligibility criteria, students will see less emphasis on academics, but on the school atmosphere as a whole. Students will feel less pressure to excel in their education, but also feel a need to show compassion and care for each other. Teachers are now encouraged to work towards the general benefits of their students rather than just work towards achieving high test scores. As of now, schools have been focused on the need to succeed academically, but with the change in criteria, schools will focus on the need to create a well-rounded school. With the coming of Common Core, according to the Distinguished Schools Award Office within the Department of Education, the criteria will be reevaluated in the coming weeks. During this opportune moment, it is imperative to act now to reform effective change in assessing schools for the Distinguished Award status. As the Healthy Kids Survey is already being administered in schools all over California, with research showing that it does provide adequate information for the schools that are taking the survey, and the California Distinguished School Program criteria being reevaluated, this is the most fitting time for an evaluation of school climate to be implemented in the eligibility criteria. On behalf of the Student Advisory Board, we would like to thank you for your time.
I would like to introduce our 6th and final student, State President of the California Association of Student Councils, Maggie Wang, who will be speaking about increasing the effectiveness of the State Board of Education Student Board Member position.
Good morning, President Kirst and the members of the State Board. My name is Maggie Wang. I'm a senior at Troy High School from the Fullerton Joint Union High School District and the State President of the California Association of Student Councils. The student member of the State Board of Education serves as a single representation of the 6.2 million students in the state of California. We are immensely grateful for the generous opportunity granted to us by the State Board to include student voice in the decision-making process. However, we feel that in order for the student member to most effectively convey the student voice, some changes to the selection process and the representative body need to be made. Currently, the lack of awareness of the position, the selection timeline, and the insufficient amount of support for the student member serve as obstacles to allowing the student member's success in preparing for his or her duties as a State Board member. The majority of students are unaware of the availability of this position. This lack of awareness limits diversity amongst the candidates. There also exists a possibility that those extremely qualified for the position are deprived of the opportunity to apply, which limits the amount of progress that could have potentially resulted from the inclusion of the student member. As a result, we urge the State Board of Education to notify every school district governing board, district superintendent, high school principal, high school student activities director, and student body president that applications are being accepted for the student member's position as enumerated in the California Education Code pertaining to the selection of the student board member. In addition, the limited time allotted for applying and the extensive interview process gives students insufficient time to submit comprehensive applications and creates complications in regards to planning ahead for the next year. The issues apparent in the application process can easily be solved by notifying the parties enumerated in the aforementioned Education Code by May 15th and moving up the application deadline to October 1st. The early notification of the availability for the position grants students sufficient time to build thorough applications, and the early application deadline not only allows the students to prepare for the days of school missed when they attend the Student Advisory Board on Education, but also minimizes flight costs for the state and logistical complications for the directors of the Student Advisory Board on Education. For the issue of the lengthy interview process, we propose for the State Board of Education to conduct all interviews by and make a final decision on the student member by March 31st. The deadline lands around the course schedules for the next year are decided. Thus, the student member can choose his or her courses and extracurricular activities accordingly. The insufficient amount of support for the student member stems from two main factors. One, the lack of student board members in the voting delegation at the Student Advisory Board on Education, and two, the heavy burden of representing 6.2 million students on one individual. The aforementioned Education Code states that the school district governing board student members shall select 6 candidates from the 12 semifinalists. Yet, out of a 55-member delegation at the 2013 Student Advisory Board on Education, only 3 individuals have or currently serve as student members of school district governing boards. Though our delegation is composed of students passionate about education policy from around the state, it is absolutely vital to have the votes of the students with first-hand experience as representatives on a governing board. Just as a student member, like Jesse, has provided valuable insight for the board, these district student board members provide the rest of the delegation with thoughtful perspective when voting. Finally, the duty of the student member to carry the voice of 6.2 million students in the state is a responsibility that can be divided amongst a student advisory committee to the state student member. The Student Advisory Committee will be composed of the 5 remaining finalists who were not appointed, providing the other 5 non-appointed candidates the opportunity to serve as members of the Student Advisory Committee will provide the student member a more diverse perspective and a lessened research workload. These recommendations on the behalf of the Student Advisory Board on Education culminate an expedited yet cohesive process for the cultivation of a successful student member. With a diverse pool of candidates, the delegation is offered much more perspective. With these suggested time changes in place, the student member can conduct his or her duties, having been allotted sufficient time to plan his or her schedule accordingly. With the delegation that has extensive knowledge of the student board member programs in place, it is certain that the 6 elected candidates for the student member position will be qualified for the huge role. And with the approval of these recommendations, the student member will effectively be the voice that the 6.2 million students in the state need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Board, again for giving us the opportunity to come before you today and voice the opinions of students all across California. I hope that you were able to gain new insight and feel the innovation and passion in these amazing students and that the fruits of their labor won't end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those thoughtful presentations. I wanted to sort through them a bit because some of these are things for the board, like the last one, and some of them are things for the superintendent that he does directly in his office. Some of these issues, like the health care, relate to the superintendent, who is the major author of some of the physical education legislation, and some of it relates to the legislature and local boards. So first I'd like to hear from the superintendent on his reactions, and then I'd like our liaisons to talk a little bit about, what the appropriate forum is for proceeding on these, because I don't think we can move forward without sorting through who should do what here, because not all these issues are in the purview or authority of this state board. Superintendent.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, we're also impressed with your passion and innovation and articulate way of expressing your goals and your aspirations for our school system. So really commendations all around, and your information is so up to date. it's current, it's what's happening today, it's decisions we're needing to make right now in shaping a better future. And student voice is critical to that future, as you've underscored again so eloquently. I'll mention two areas that we are actually working on but need help and need student voice and student power behind expanding those opportunities. But one of them is looking at what we define as success for schools. And for the Distinguished School Program, my department and myself are working on looking at the very issues you were talking about having some of the signature practices be around health and safe school climate, a healthy and safe school culture. And so working together, we need to see schools develop policies. There are policies they're supposed to have in place on school safety. Some schools don't have those policies, so we want to reach further and communicate deeper with school districts on what that would be. So your input, we just keep the door open and welcome your continuing input. Also with Distinguished Schools, we did add a signature practice on physical education and healthy choices at schools. So this is, again, part of an effort we're making statewide. Again, across, you mentioned it, several of you, over 6 million students in roughly 10,000 schools. So it's a daunting task, but a doable task with your help. The other area I just make a special mention of is we are working hard, as all the evidence and research shows, that having healthy students, having students who are on a good diet, getting good nutrition, getting good physical exercise, they do better academically. They are more energized, more self-confident, and able to focus and learn. And so we have an organization we've created called Team California for Healthy Kids. We have pilot projects going in Monterey and Santa Clara County. We're working and getting some launched in other parts of California, and would welcome your participation and in help in getting the word out to local school boards and local school principals on how they could join this effort. We're actually starting a major effort here in Sacramento County involving all the school districts in the county of Sacramento. So those are a couple areas my staff and I will be working with you, Mr. President, with the board in looking at where we can divide up further response to these excellent suggestions.
Board Member Burr, do you want to comment? And then Board Member Holliday.
Sure. First, I also want to commend the students on their presentations. Very well done, thoroughly researched, very well presented. So thank you so much. A couple of them I want to mention. One with respect to the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan. In our agenda for this meeting, item 13, if you look at attachment 5, it's the code sections that are related to the creation of the local control accountability plan. And I would call to your attention that every single local educational agency, so that means your school districts, or if you go to a charter school, your charter schools will be required to develop these plans and seek active engagement from pupils, from students, from parents, from all stakeholders, and they're required to address pupil engagement, specifically around school attendance, chronic absenteeism, some of the climate issues that you've mentioned, and student surveys. So I think that we really appreciate your comments. I have to say we've gotten lots of feedback around this issue, and yours seems to be the most cogent that I've seen so far, and very specific. So we really appreciate that. And again, I think that that there's real promise for this right now, and that there really is statutory backing. So I would call to your attention those agenda items. And I'm sure that Jesse will help carry your message as we're formulating regulations and guidance to districts and charter schools around the implementation of this. So I think that's very much on point. The last presentation was very interesting about our selection process. I know Patricia DeCoste, who has been our point person on this for several years, we've struggled with these timelines. It's very difficult. As pointed out by our last presenter, they are statutory. So, we would probably have to change them. And the appointment process ultimately rests with the governor. So I'm not quite sure the timeline, how that would sit with the appointments office. But we certainly appreciate the feedback. And you're right. I think there are some difficulties, and I do think it creates some hardships on our students in trying to make that actual selection. So really appreciate your recommendations on that, and we'll try to do what we can about that.
Board Member Holliday.
Once again, thank you very much, and Excellent presentations. I think it is really positive to hear from the superintendent and other members of the board indicating that we not only hear you, but we actually are thinking very clearly about some of these ideas that you mentioned and that we're trying to incorporate them into our decision process. I do think President Kearse's comment, though, is one that you need to make sure you understand clearly, and that is that a number of the suggestions and ideas do not fall within the purview of this board, and so you're not going to necessarily see those items on the next meeting's agenda. At the same time, hearing about all of your concerns and ideas does give us a much clearer framework for making our decisions that in the realm that we work in. I would hope that perhaps Member Zhang and I could follow up with Director Staff Walters sometime in the near future about these specific reports and these recommendations, and perhaps have an ongoing conversation about what pieces of these are ones that we might move forward with in some way. And I would be more than happy to do that and to continue the discussion with our student member and the director. Thank you.
Good. Other board member comments? Yes, Board Member Sandoval.
Good morning. I just wanted to thank you for the level of thought and care that you've contributed. Your remarks were informed, intelligent, and I really respect the level of specificity in the recommendations. It's really something that's going to help me as a board member in my decision-making process. So thank you.
If I might mention.
Superintendent.
I was also going to mention, and just to follow all the board members' comments, that some of these areas fall in both the area of responsibility of the state board and my department as superintendent, and then some of them really need involvement, as Super pointed out, at the local level. So your proposals 3 and 4, for instance, in terms of funding allocations, that input comes from the work this board did, but now it's going to be in the hands of local school districts. This board will create a template and some general guidance, and we'll work with the board and, again, with students. And then the whole issue of teacher effectiveness and having voice and positive feedback and how to have that happen. My department's working very closely on that, and there's examples here where we're going to work as a team. So as Director Board Member Holliday and our team here follows up with you, Mr. President, we'd like to be part of that, and we'll assign staff to work with you on it.
Thank you. Board Member Strauss.
So, first, I want to thank the students for their articulate, and these are our future leaders, and I think for those of us who look ahead to our public education in California and think about preparing our future, I hope some of you will actually come back and help teach and lead and guide the work in your future, and that you will consider helping. This is so important to our work. And it was, I think when we interviewed yesterday, we saw the room full of charts and work. And so what I don't know if everyone realizes that the work that the students did, they did it over a 3 or 4 day period, intense day and night with charts and thoughts to come up with this document. And I think it's really a credit to all the work that got you this far and for you taking the time and the commitment. I think just to follow up for influencing some of the thinking for our work, I think Member Williams and I sit as liaisons with PSAA, the Accountability Committee, as we begin to think about what is college and career readiness. And the discussion about surveys and climate and engagement with students has actually been a topic of conversation as we, as the state, look at how we want to measure a variety of indicators at high school. So I want to thank the students for sharing your comments about that. Also, having lived and worked and led a large high school, realizing that the issues of career tech and culture and climate and also extracurricular opportunities, I think, are so important in our practices in high schools. And I do believe, as a former high school leader, that the next few years we really need to be focusing on high schools and what we're doing. We're doing so well in so many of our places in our state, but as we look at high school education, I think it's definitely an area to think, to be sure we have students ready for the workforce and for careers and colleges as we go forward. I also think that the choices that you all made and your topics were so poignant. I mean, you had to narrow down what areas each of your committees would be on. And so I just want you to know most of us took really pretty careful notes, and we so appreciate your handout. But I want to assure you that that's a reminder to us that we're thinking about the service in classrooms for students in schools. And so I just want to formally thank you for just a wonderful presentation, and knowing that we heard speakers, but it really represented all the work that you all did, and certainly important for us in thinking of our work going forward. Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, I also want to add my commendations to the work that the students have done, but I also want to say across the state at all levels there are opportunities for students to do the same types of work and give the same types of feedback that you offered us today. As a former classroom teacher at the school site in the district I worked at, I worked with our student council. I also worked directly with and did what you had suggested, supported the students who were appointed members on our local school board, as well as the students who participated in the school site councils to develop the school plans. And I think the most important point you made concern in your last recommendation, the last report, about the level of support students need to do that work and to have meaningful engagement and representation of the students they are supposed to be sitting and speaking for is very, very important. One of the activities I've been engaged in since the last state board meeting has been to go to a number of community forums concerning the implementation of the local control funding formula, and I've been impressed not just by the size of the rooms and where the forums take place, but that the fact that the rooms have been packed overwhelmingly with the majority of students who came to share and give their feedback. You represent the best voices among those students, but I want you to know the same concerns you voiced in the reports you offered today came out very clearly in those forums as well. So your message is getting out, and the work that you're doing, both at this level and in your schools and communities, have an impact. Even among the topics that were presented to us today that are not within the purview of the board, it opens the conversation, it jumpstarts our thinking, and it also informs the conversation in a broader form. So I really do want to thank you for that, and I do want to let you know I heard what you said, and you echoed a lot of what was said in those school community meetings, and among the student members who sit on those local school boards, they're saying the same things that you are saying. So thank you very much for not only being so brave to come and do this, because I know that takes a great deal of nerve and preparation, but also to be so articulate and such a strong representative for those students who are attempting to do the same work you did today.
Thank you. Student Board Member Zhang.
I just wanted to say that it's been an absolute honor working with all of you over the past 4 days, and the trials and the tribulations and the late nights and all the sweat and tears and blood and whatnot. I'm just so happy to see how well received your proposals were, and I'll definitely follow through with all of them and see what the board can do. And lastly, I just want to encourage all of you to go back to your local districts and just make a positive change and keep this passion and this energy and really just try to inspire as many students around you as you can, because student voice is so pertinent and it's so important. And probably the most lacking thing is that most students don't realize that they have the opportunity and the spirit to make a change. So I encourage you guys to go back to your schools and just really spread this energy and this spirit. So thank you.
All right. Okay. We have one final event here, which is a picture. So if the student board finalists could come up, we'll get a picture with the state superintendent and myself. So the three finalists. Okay, in order to accommodate the students, we passed over on public comment on item 3, so we're going to take a public comment on item 3, then we'll proceed to item 4. So, call the
We have
seat.
one speaker, Doug McRae, 2 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, good morning. I'm Doug McRae, retired educational measurement specialist from Monterey. Very, very brief. We've talked before about the golden rule for implementing any new set of content standards for a state. Instruction first, followed by assessments, followed by accountability. The agenda materials for item 3 have multiple sources of evidence that statewide instruction for our new Common Core standards will not be implemented sufficiently to permit instructionally valid statewide assessments for mathematics until spring of 2016 and for English language arts until spring of 2017. The bad news is that due to AB 484, statewide assessments for Common Core are now targeted for 2015. Before the target dates for instructionally valid assessments. The good news is that other components of the assessment system, namely a replacement for CAPA, replacement for SELF, or new assessment for the NGSS, the science standards, can all be implemented consistent with the golden rule I just cited. I'd very briefly add that the brief board discussion on item 3 really came through as California is definitely in the awareness state on the new Common Core. There was a useful 3-year template, awareness, then transition, then implementation. And while some districts are certainly beyond awareness in transition and implementation, the bulk of the state is basically in the awareness state, going on over the next 2 years to transition and implementation, which again points to 2016 as the year for instructionally valid. I'll have more comments on the details for initiation and new components as the agenda items are heard later today. Thank you.
Okay, we're now ready for item 4, which is the presentation by the Consortium for Implementing Common Core.
I think they may be, I think they're in the overflow room. Yeah, we need to go get them because they moved out.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome back. Oh, you're just leaving. Okay. I'll give you a call. It's amazing. It's like she said.
So now this new contract, do they have somebody that's going to be there? Thank you. Thank you. Hi. How are you? Yes.
I was just saying to Karen, I was just approached by,
Okay, the board will reconvene, and we are now ready for item 4. Nancy, you're going to present first?
Yes, I'm just going to introduce our colleagues.
Okay.
So we have Deputy Superintendent Sue Stickle here from the Sacramento County Office of Education, and Assistant Superintendent Judy Flores from the Shasta County Office of Education. And in your baskets are the 2 documents that they're going to be sharing, and a little bit of background on what they've been doing in the details. So if Sue would come up, and Judy, we'll get started.
So good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. So this morning you do have 2 documents. One is a report and the other is the leadership guide, and we're going to address both documents. And we have a short PowerPoint for you to talk about the survey. When we were here back in July, you as the state board made a request that you wanted some hard data about the Common Core. And so the guy that I work for, Dave Gordon, and everybody's laughing behind me. Anyway, the guy that I worked for, Dave Gordon, and CSESA took that request very seriously. And we embarked on putting together what has become the Common Core survey. And so I wanted to report on the results this morning and talk about it. And I want to say as an opening statement that first and foremost, we don't want folks to get the impression that there's not a lot of work being done. There is a lot of work being done in the field. However, I think what the survey helps to unearth is that there is still a great deal more work to be done, and that it is vital that we all work together to accomplish this work. That's first and foremost, and otherwise we won't accomplish it for the students of California, and that's where we need to be. So, without further ado, the survey. And this is the report, so it'll be interesting reading for you this evening. It's a page turner. Sorry. So, all right, moving on. So, as I said, our goal was to gather information about the school district's implementation of the Common Core standards, and to synthesize that information into clear and concise and actionable data for state policymakers. And then, selfishly, we as county offices find this to be a gold mine of data that will help us target our work and be helpful to the field in the future. And Judy will talk a little bit about that next. So I'm used to clicking, not sliding. So when we put the survey together, we utilized an existing survey instrument, our friend SurveyMonkey, and we reviewed and looked at a lot of guidance and tools for the Common Core implementation. We worked with a small advisory group that helped us identify major areas of interest. And at one point, the survey had 71 questions, and we realized we were a little over the top. And that was a lot of questions to ask folks. And so we began to sort of prune things out. And so some good stuff ended up on the cutting room floor, but I think the questions that we did end up asking are important. The county offices made a commitment that we would conduct these interviews via phone with our school districts. So for Sacramento, for instance, myself and Rachel phoned and talked to superintendents, talked to perhaps their designee. In several instances, I talked to the superintendent and their teachers association president at the same time, because they felt they wanted to make sure that everybody was involved in the conversation. So we did okay in terms of completion rates. We ended up with 809 districts. In fact, a few more got put in the hopper after that. And so we actually closed right in on 820 districts. So that's about an 80%, I'm good math person. That's about an 80% completion rate, not to be sneezed at. All but 2 very small counties participated, and they are now going back and participating. At the time, staffing issues got in their way, but they know it's good information that they want to have. And 20 of the counties had 100% participation rate. And actually, it was pretty entertaining when we were getting ready to close the survey down. People were saying, leave it open for one more day. I only have one more district. I got to get them. So it became a competition, too. Love education. Anyway, and when you look at the participating districts, it's pretty reflective of our state. Rural, about 57%, suburban, about 33%, urban, about 10%. And we cut the sizes of the districts. Clearly, we like 2s, less than 2,000, 2,000 to 20,000, and over 20,000. And it's important to note that the surveys, the districts that were surveyed, represent 83% of our student population. So, on to the survey itself. When we look, and the first question we asked out the gate, had they identified a team or did they repurpose their existing team? And in a not surprising way, over 90% of the districts identified the implementation of the Common Core as work for the district leadership team. The Common Core, in most cases, and very appropriately so, was integrated into their existing leadership structure rather than being a siloed activity, which I think was very appropriate. And by the way, in your actual document and Appendix A are the actual survey questions, if you're trying to keep up with those. So moving on, we asked next, did they have a formal plan? About half of the districts had a formal written plan. In many instances, they indicated that they had incorporated the work into their LEA plan and that they didn't want to create a separate plan. But of the ones that had a written plan, you can see the components that they did include: development or selection of a Common Core curriculum, acquisition of technology, communication with stakeholders, all vital topics, and topics that when you look at the resources and the survey that the CDEs put together and the survey that CDEs conducted, these two build off each other very nicely. So, in terms of how they'd sequenced their implementation, districts were asked to select the approach that best described their implementation of the Common Core. 15% of them said by grade level, 26% of them said by content area, 48% said all at once. They were doing by grade, by content, by school. Those tended to be smaller districts that had perhaps gotten a little bit later start. And that's, again, not surprising if you're out in the field doing this work. Small districts struggle to get this work done. Many districts commented that their approach was a combination of by grade and by content area. And so, in other words, they wanted choice number 5. That wasn't there, but we did take it in comments. And the nice part about this survey, as I was talking to them on the phone, I'm recording on the screen, and so all of their comments also got recorded, and we're happy to share those with you. They're pages and pages, so people have a lot of thoughts about this. So a very hot topic, and a topic that's near and dear to my heart in this area is about math implementation. Math sequencing for grades 8 through 12, you can see 32% are looking at an integrated approach. 42% have not selected yet. And when asked about the accelerated course options, they were like, huh? In many instances. And they hadn't found or discovered the pathways. So that was a good opportunity to say, have you looked at the pathways that are on the CDE website that are going to be in the math framework? It was an opportunity to point out resources all the time to them, which was a very good thing. So you can see in terms of considering accelerated options, there's some that like the other approach. But what was very clear from folks, and I think any of us that administered the survey would say, people want a great deal more information about the mathematics sequencing They want a great deal more information about how they would accelerate and have students perhaps participate in algebra in the 8th grade, and how that all happens and we cover the content that needs to be covered. So on to communication. Communication, 82% reported that they'd made a presentation to their board. 63% said that it had been ongoing, that they'd made many presentations, and that they'd also made presentations about the assessment system. Between a quarter and a third of the districts report having a formal communication plan around the Common Core. So that was set at about 30%. So if you look at this next slide, this is one of the places besides mathematics where I look at this and I think, by golly, we got a lot of work to do. If you look at the communication, we've done, and I think districts are doing a good job with their site staff, with their leadership, with their teachers, their paraprofessionals. You can see students drop off to a little less than 50%. Parents are sitting a little above 60, but then community members, local business leaders, the local media, you can see that we need to do a better job there. And again, we're not surprised, and we know that there's a lot of work that's people are looking at doing. I know the department is looking at doing some big work around communication, and this is an important message because there's a lot of misinformation out there. I know you all know that. So on to Section 4, curriculum review. So in this case, we asked a couple of questions. One was about coverage with the major changes. You have people say that 82% and 79% had been discussed with teachers. One of the things, and you learn about your survey questions as you administer. In some cases, for high school folks, they would say, well, we haven't really talked about it with our PE teachers and stuff like that. So I think, that number probably, if you're talking about the folks that are actually teaching math and ELA, is actually pretty high. But again, you live and learn when you're writing survey questions. Teachers understand the content, structure, and organization. This is a big deal. Understanding all the pieces of the Common Core and how they fit together and how they get implemented, you can see that we still have more work to do in that area. And then nearly all the districts had discussed the major changes in both ELA and math with their administrators. So again, curriculum, staying on that topic. So we asked about examining the skills within the Common Core grade level standards in ELA. We asked about the progressions in mathematics. We asked if they'd created a scope and sequence. We asked if they had created units, lessons, or aligned existing lessons to the Common Core. You can see there's a lot of planned work. And again, I need to stress, it's not that folks are not doing work. This is hard work. And so clearly, again, we need to focus our resources because curriculum and the delivery of curriculum is hugely important when it comes to the Common Core. 3/4 of the districts said that the lessons and units across all their standards will be in place by the 14-15 school year in both ELA and math. So on to resources. I call this the Tom Adams slide. He likes that. But in terms of instructional materials and resources, you can see that 62%, the pink color, anticipate purchasing mathematics materials within the next 18 months. And only a third anticipate purchasing ELA materials within the next 18 months. And again, not surprising because the new ones aren't going to be available. The majority anticipate purchasing the materials 2 to 4 years from now. So I'm going through this quickly because I know you have a long agenda. Professional development. 3/4 of the districts have a Common Core professional development plan. A lot of times it's part of another plan. It's not but about a third of those plans were approved by their local board. The sequencing of their professional development, you can see all at once again. Again, these are your districts that have sort of entered into the conversation a little bit later. Professional development focused on identified Common Core curriculum, in other words, instructional materials, online open source lessons. That was 69% of the districts. And nearly all districts included training on the new types of assessment items in their PD plan. On average, teachers are receiving about 40 hours a year of training in the Common Core. On average, some much higher, some lower, but we ran a kind of mean average and comes up to about 40 hours, which I was actually encouraged by. When you look at professional development for site administrators that have received content-specific Common Core training, and then important, many districts also have some form of coaching in place or planned support for teachers in the Common Core implementation. Most districts plan to use technology, enhanced professional development. Back to your question about the modules earlier. They indicated a strong desire, and this was our opportunity to point those modules actually out to them. You know, a lot of times it was, let's find it on the computer together right now, and so that you have them as a resource. So here's a slide that, again, indicates we have a lot of work to do, and that's, if you look at the area of students with disabilities and English learner students, the question was, have teachers identified and were they using teaching strategies or resources for students with disabilities, English language learners? You can see the numbers, 50-50 in one case, 45-55 in the other. This is in terms of the English learners, a brilliant opportunity for the ELD standards and for the future ELA framework that's coming out. But you can see that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that area. And again, not a surprise, but hard data is a good thing. So moving on to aligned assessment. You have folks that had discussions of major shifts. So again, you can see teachers and administrators right up there. But as you go across the chart, again, we're doing ourselves a disservice in that we're not having all the conversations we should with these other populations. Many of them had indicated it was planned. In some cases, you can see local media, no, we're not going to do that. So opportunity, and in some cases, you're talking to a district that has 252 students, they don't necessarily have the wherewithal to do that. And again, that's part of the work that needs to be done that we all need to get behind. Technology, just over a third of the districts have updated their technology plan. In terms of Smarter Balance, there are the components of their plan, the ones that had updated their plan. One of the things that was unearthed in the pilot last year, and very true in Sacramento County, students struggled with their keyboarding skills when it came to taking the Smarter Balance test. So it was interesting to see 60% of the districts are offering keyboarding skills now. You can see as it travels up through the grade levels. About 75% expect all of their schools to assess students during the 14-15 school year with computers. When we put the survey together, we started administering it in September. 484 was a different animal at that time. So clearly a lot's happened since then, and we'd started using the tool and we couldn't go back and regroup. Only 2% of the districts said they plan to test all of their students with paper pencil in the 14-15 year. Again, very promising. Assistance and support. This is how they expect to spend their money. These zeros over there on a few and none, if you go to the actual data by region in Appendix B in your document, they're small numbers, but they're not actually zeros. And then we asked a question about the biggest challenges in implementing the Common Core. 1 was time. 2 was funding. We asked about technology. We asked about instructional shifts. Lack of curriculum. These were the big ones. We also asked if they intended to use the flexibility of local control funding to assist their implementation in the Common Core. And we got a yes answer to that, but part of the discipline was to probe on that question. There was not a lot of depth to that answer in terms of their ideas of how that would happen. So Before I turn it over to Judy to talk about next steps, are there any questions about the survey itself?
Now, are charter schools lumped in here as districts?
Yes.
Did you take a moment to sort of pull their data out from this and do a little bit of a comparison? I ask this question because, as you rightly point out, very small districts are facing greater challenges usually in these sorts of things. And, of course, a charter school is a very small district. And do you have a sense?
No, we really don't, and that's because, and I shouldn't say all charter schools were asked. We asked districts that had charter schools, like in our own Sacramento County, we have our charter schools. We asked them as a part of that to consider. So it would be almost impossible to separate the data.
So you didn't actually ask the charters directly?
No, sorry, it's a perfect question, and it is a good question, and some future work, I think. So,
let me follow up on that. Is there any way to analyze the data, weighting it? So, when you use districts, LA Unified counts for one, and then a district with one school counts for one.
Right.
So, when you do percentages of districts, it may be better if you weighted the districts somehow by the numbers of pupils in them, and I could get a better idea of pupils. After all, our unit of delivery is the pupils, not the districts.
No, and absolutely, we would agree with you wholeheartedly. We produced this report we closed our site down around the 20th of October. And so we've raced to get to this point. We do plan to do further analysis of the data, and certainly some of that weighting is a possibility. We're well aware that LA got treated the same way as Alberta School District in Sacramento County with 200 kids. Very aware of that. So that's further analysis. We're not done analyzing the data. But we wanted to produce this statewide report for you, and we did in about 2.5 weeks. So, but that's future work.
Okay, other board member Holliday?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry, I should have started in a different spot. This is terrific. It is. Okay, it's absolutely terrific. There's a tremendous amount of work put into this, I understand. It helps us a great deal. It really does. I feel as though I have a much clearer idea of what's going on out there than I did prior to seeing this. So thank you very much.
Oh,
I do agree with President Kearse. I really think that it has to be pupil focused. I also think that there is a risk here of neglecting this one important group of schools, the charter schools. If we're not careful about that, they may be doing very, very well. They may not. This doesn't help us understand that. So, the other thing I wanted to mention was about the technology readiness portion of this. Some of the language you use in the narrative doesn't necessarily fit in my perspective of the pie chart that goes with it, and that you say most school districts believe that nearly all of their school sites have the appropriate level of connectivity to administer the smarter balanced computer adaptive assessments. And you indicated in that one slide, there it is, only 2% of the districts said they plan to test in paper and pencil, and yet the pie chart sort of shows about half of the schools maybe have some kind of issue going on here.
You're talking about the actual report itself?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right here.
Yes.
Okay. So can you help me understand your sense of technology readiness based upon the comments and the pie chart and that sort of thing? And one last piece to that is, can you identify the districts who have reported that they are most concerned about technology readiness, so that, in essence, people could target those districts and provide ways and means of helping those various?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There is, in answer to your last question, that was an easy one. There is a data file for each district that we administered, so we can actually go back and look and see. And also, as we went through our interviews with our districts, there was more conversation than what's indicated in the report. In some cases, they took about 30 minutes. In some cases, they took, I think one of them was almost 2 hours for me. It was a good conversation. So that's the first question. The second question is, and I think this is partially indicative of who we asked. We asked a district leader, a superintendent, if they're ready, and they want to indicate that they are ready. They are probably not the best people to ask about their connectivity issues. They probably know about them. But they're probably, I think actually the best tool for that truly is the technology readiness tool that the district and the counties, we've been out encouraging our districts to absolutely complete that survey, because I think that's where you get the best information about that. Mm-hmm.
Board Member Strauss.
So again, just to follow up on what Board Member Holliday said, this is so helpful, and I recognize how much time it took to do, but it definitely informs us going forward, and those of us who remember past implementations of standards, we know it's a staging process of implementation. So my first question is, are we thinking now about how the state will partner with districts going forward based on this information? What are our next?
So I can certainly talk to you, Judy's going to talk to you about CSESA, CISC, some of the big takeaways for us here. We are very open to having all kinds of conversations with CDE about how we partner in this work, because there's way more work than there's folks to do it right now.
So what I'm seeing is, and again at the math conference last Friday, we saw districts like Long Beach and Vista, bigger districts, and Sac City with very thoughtful implementation strategies, all the layers connected. And then as I see some small districts, I see they're sort of starting to talk about it. They're printing out a few modules. There's so much more to do. And so I guess my concern is that we know that it's in a variety of places of implementation. And how do we reach out to small organizations, both in the charter and the traditional districts that don't have the resources, that depend on counties? And I just think we have so much information here, and I mean, we know it's a process. So I just was wondering, maybe it'd be better to follow up my next set of questions after
Judy makes her comments.
Yeah.
Perfect. There's another.
Yes, okay.
Oh, sorry.
We had other people. Board Member Rucker, I think, had a question for.
And I'm, as similar to Board Member Strauss, I probably have some questions that are more appropriate to ask to Judy, but I'm going to leave this with you because you and I have a project coming up anyway related to this. In looking at this report, I hearken back to the days when I was a beginning teacher, and I would see my students, usually the best students, raising their hands every single time I asked a question, and I had that belief as a naive young beginning teacher last year that my students were getting it and that things were going really well. And then to my surprise, there was somebody who didn't even have their book open to the correct page. So my question is, how do we take the information we have here and figure out some ways to pivot? How does this inform what the county's relationships are going to be in the oversight and monitoring and support of the districts in their counties, or even by CSESA regions? What indicators in this report will help the county office figure out how to pivot on these particular points, so that we just don't assume because everybody's raising their hand because I've asked a question that they all really and truly do know the answer, and that they all really and truly are on the same page as they believe. Does that make sense to you?
No, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. And actually, it's a question that we've asked ourselves and had a lot. We had an online conversation about it last Friday morning, because it is the absolute next step. So what do you got this stuff, so what do you do with it now?
And I'll say my other questions for Judy.
Okay, question by Board Member Rucker. And Board Member Williams, too.
I haven't had time to go through this, but I really like the way it's laid out and all the graphs and the charts, and everybody did a terrific job of summarizing it and all of that, and I'm really looking forward to going through it. There were a couple places in here, and one in particular, and I may be remembering inaccurately, but I think it happened several times in here, something similar that I want to ask you about. Sure. In one of the sets of questions about when did the district expect to have all their instructional materials for Common Core, a certain fairly significant portion of them said the year after the test. Right. I mean, they didn't say the year after the test, but the year they reported was after the testing starts. And so I'm just wondering, as you go through it and you see that there's some kind of, oh, wait a minute, you know, they're answering these questions, but do they realize that they don't have their timeline down quite right? Is that something you'll be flagging? And
so it'll be something we'll be flagging in the survey, but also when we were administering the survey, and they would, I asked a district that question, and they would give me that answer, and I would say, so what are your plans in terms of being ready for the assessment then? How are you going to accomplish that? So that's the nice thing about these phone surveys. There was the opportunity to ask those follow-on questions so that you could ascertain some of that. For some of them, they truly are waiting for, in English language arts, they're waiting for the materials. They, some of the materials they have right now do a fairly good job, and they want the materials that are absolutely aligned, and so they're willing to wait. They feel that, and we actually conduct workshops in this area, how you use your current materials to ratchet up your instruction for the Common Core. So I think there's a lot of that work in place. But it was an opportunity to remind them. It was also in an amusing way. Sometimes I would talk to one district and they would say something and I'd say, really? And they would say, well, so, and that's the nice part about a small conversation between a few people.
So I'm wondering on those instances where you noticed, and it's reported in here that they're not quite, like for instance, the one that said we're waiting for the materials that are perfectly aligned.
Right.
That feels to me like a LEA that is less secure and confident about their ability to adapt existing materials and pull it all together and have them aligned. And they're also maybe used to being told what to do and how to do it in this state.
So it's a little bit of both. In some cases, folks do have work in place, and you can see that in some of the preceding slides where they're creating lessons and units that augment their materials so that they are able to deliver the instruction. In some cases, folks do want that specialized help from a county office or from another entity that actually they either do the work for them or they assist them in the work. And so that came out in a lot of the comments that we've recorded, and we would be happy to share with you.
So just another last couple points. One is I think this is so valuable to have right now for us. And more generally, it would be very interesting if you didn't have to do it by phone and you keep your SurveyMonkey set up, if it was repeated in a year and repeated in another year.
Yeah.
And then also more specifically, I want to follow up on Member Holliday's question because, most of the trend right now, like with local control funding formula, is to bring charters into the whole system. And if there was a way that we could do this same survey with the charter schools without you having to be on the phone to 1,150 of them, however there are, if even we could do it a paper pencil or go on a computer and do it without getting, having to take, not so time intensive, just to get a ballpark sense of where they are, I think that'd be really valuable.
That's an excellent suggestion, and we have not destroyed the tool. The tool is still very, very available. So,
other questions for board members? You'll wait, okay.
Just
Board
one
Member
follow-up
Holliday.
with the conversation that we just heard, and that is that certainly if a school has no computers and no connectivity and we're heading for that first assessment, that's going to be a problem. But I do think it's important to note that if a school site does not have the most perfectly aligned instructional materials, it does not mean that they cannot
Not the end of the
implement
world,
Common
no.
Core.
There is good work they can still
There's
do.
excellent work they can do, and they can adapt their curriculum materials to be successful with Common Core and with the assessment. I just think it's important that everybody hears that.
That
You
is
don't
our
have
message to
have-
our districts.
You don't have to have every single curtain up in the room in order to
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead. Next.
All right, so my name's Judy Flores, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent at the Shasta County Office of Ed, and I also have the opportunity this year to be the Curriculum Instruction Steering Committee Chair for CSESA. And so this, as Sue mentioned, last Friday morning, our leadership group, the executive committee of CISC, had an opportunity to come together and look at the results for the first time and get a sense of what would be the areas of work that we would focus on initially. As we look at the results, what are some of those areas? And certainly, as Sue mentioned, there's far more work to be done. But these are areas we feel that we could begin with or continue with, because in many cases we've already started down the path of doing some of this work. So the first area was on helping districts understand the math options within the secondary, as well as understanding the acceleration options and various models that are out there. And certainly they are within the math framework that you'll see in the appendix this morning. But we want to make sure that districts feel supported in that process of really understanding what models are best suited for the constraints that they have within their school or district. I come from Shasta County, which is a very 25 districts, very small. You know, you talked earlier this morning about small counties being 2,000 to 5,000. That's our large districts. So, you know, it's a very different conversation as you think about different parts of this state. So one of the documents that we had contracted to develop this summer was a middle school and high school parent handbook to really understand those math options when it comes to middle school and high school. And those were contracted by CISC to the Sacramento County Office of Ed, and they were distributed in August through CISC to all the districts in the state. The second area that we will continue to focus is on communication resources as we think both about Common Core and Smarter Balance. Over the summer, Ventura County Office of Ed stepped up and created on behalf of CISC some language-friendly parent documents that were for looking at both print documents when it comes to FAQs and flyers, as well as a PowerPoint that could be used with parent groups and school boards, and those materials were delivered, made available to all county offices in September. So we see that as important work, as you saw identified in the survey this morning, and we will continue to do work in that area. As Sue mentioned, the whole area around scope and sequence and really understanding how units and lessons need to build and progress as districts are using maybe old materials, and how do we bring lessons in and units in that are more closely aligned. When we presented to you back in July, we mentioned that that was an area over the summer that many county offices had devoted trainings to, and we will continue to support schools and districts and their teachers in that area. The fourth area is around the selection of math materials. You saw that the majority of our districts will be looking to adopt within the next 18 months. So with that said, Fresno County Office, through a contract with us, has developed a math adoption toolkit, and that toolkit has gone through revision with the math subcommittee, our math subcommittee, and through our executive committee, and will be in the hands of county offices in early December, so that as the state board adopts materials in January, districts and county offices will be ready with a document to really help them evaluate what are the best materials for their own situation and context. The fifth area is around assisting teachers as they identify strategies for English learners and students with disability. As I had conversations with our 25 districts, they were trying to get a sense of what this means for the whole, for all students, and they really saw this as their next step. And so we really have some work to do there to assist districts and teachers as they look to how to make the Common Core accessible to English learners and students of disability. And the sixth area is providing districts technology support on a variety of levels. Many identified they had not yet adopted their updated their technology plans, providing guidance to them in terms of purchases, and then the ongoing use of student technology in instruction and really moving in that direction. We are working with Deb Sigmund to convene a joint work group with members from CISC, TTSC, the K-12 HSN, the Regional Assessment Network, and CDE, and we'll be coming together on December 12th to develop a guidance document for districts related to technology, and so we're hoping that that will be available in early January. So surveying each of our districts provided a great opportunity, as Sue said, to hear from each district where they are in this implementation journey. We now have a good understanding of what are the next steps and how we can best support districts in their efforts to implement the Common Core and prepare for the Smarter Balance assessments. So with that, I'll turn it back to Sue to have her address the leadership guide, unless you have any questions on what CISC sees as our next steps.
Any questions? Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I began my question with Sue talking about the question of how do you pivot from some of the baseline information this report is giving us to some of the ways you make decisions or set some priorities about how you'll support the districts. This question is more at the granular level, particularly looking at, since the first identified priority was helping districts to understand the selections or the choices they have on the math pathways. Mm-hmm. Who is it that you're speaking with? Is it just the administrators, or at a more granular level, are you involving or talking to the school counselors or folks like that who have a clearer understanding or a more a data-driven understanding about the status or the work of the students and the school sites where they're assigned, and mm-hmm. how that could inform what those pathway decisions are? Mm-hmm. I just want to understand, when you say that's going to be your priority, could you explain more what that means you're going to do, or what the work is actually going to look like to get started on that conversation?
So I won't say it's just getting started with it, because I'll speak first from Shasta County and then talk from the larger context. We started this conversation with our districts 2 years ago, right after the standards were passed, to say, you know, because we are such a small county, we really need to be strategic about what pathway we choose at the high school level, because we have a very transient population that could move from integrated to traditional, and the impact that could have on their ability to be ready for college entrance. And so we brought together all the superintendents along with a math teacher representative from every one of the high schools, and had a conversation about, you know, what models, what would be the pros and cons of each model. And through a conversation that really became a district decision, all the districts then chose and agreed to go integrated. So this fall, so last year we provided training for every teacher in the county that would teach Integrated 1, Math 1, and had 2 days of training separate from materials, and then we had material training. There are 2 different pathways or sets of materials that districts have been piloting this year. And then with that, there's been ongoing support throughout the year of bringing those teachers together. In addition, we also have brought together the counselors, because as you mentioned, they are a key in helping students get the proper courses. And I know many of those counselors went back and had parent meetings. I have a junior in high school, senior in high school, my youngest 2, and they are, I went to their parent meeting, and the counselors were the ones who shared, this will prepare your students for college. It's no different in terms of content than what we had when we went through with traditional. So those conversations have been taking place. So when we step back and look from the larger CISC perspective.
Can I just interrupt?
Yeah.
In attachment 3, in the prior item 3, Shasta County snapshot sort of describes briefly their decision about mathematics. So I was happy to have Judy elaborate on it. But
thank you. That's why I asked the question, because I wanted to make sure that was called out.
Perfect. So from the larger CISC perspective, we've had conversations throughout our meetings when we come together, and we have a math subcommittee that's really driving some of this work so that county offices have the understanding of the pros and cons of each and can really have those conversations with districts so that they make the best decisions for their communities and contexts.
The second question I have, and is my last question, is on the technology piece, because that was another area you identified. There's 2 dimensions on the technology issue that are called out in the report. One is the hardware piece and the readiness of districts to actually give the assessments or be ready to implement any of the online curriculum they may choose to implement. And it seemed that one of the surprising pieces that I learned from this report is districts are far more ready, or at least are suggesting they're far more ready to do that than I had assumed. But the other dimension that was called out in this was the issue about student readiness, the issue of keyboarding and the student's aptitude and ability to use whatever the technology would be. There's a difference when you ask students to use technology in an instructional setting and when you ask students to use technology in an assessment setting. And the point of interference, especially in the assessment setting, will be this level of keyboarding, this level of comfort with how they have to use the equipment to respond to the assessment items. So my question to you on that is, what is known, or what does this report give you to help you understand what is known or what is understood about what districts are doing to address that element of readiness?
That's a good question. I'll start again with the Shasta County example. So we brought together representatives, teachers from all grade levels. We started with K-8 and then have extended this fall into high school. And we looked at the Common Core standards. You know, within the English language arts, they identify within the research standards the specific technology skills students will need by grade level. And so we looked at that piece and then went through and identified by grade level what students would need to be exposed to and at what grade level they would need to master those, and created a document to be used by all of our districts so that we were consistent in that approach of moving across grade levels, so that we weren't waiting until 3rd grade when students had to sit down and type for the first time to teach keyboarding skills. So from a broader perspective, when I think back to the work that we have planned for December 12th, this joint work group that's coming together, one of the goals of that group is to really look at the technology that's needed for the assessment and how do we create opportunities for students ongoing throughout the year. Now, we know that's a big consideration, and we probably won't complete that work on December 12th, but we want to at least start that conversation because we know how critical it is for students to have that access and exposure and involvement to technology throughout their school experience.
Well, thank you very much for giving that information. And just as a last question, if I say pretty please with sugar on top, could I look at those handouts that you flashed?
Well, actually, I was going to ask you, I was going to ask Judy, could you, the things that you've shared with the county offices, would you share with us? Because I think all of us in our conversations and outreach, particularly I would just say on the acceleration and the communication and what counselors should be telling parents, because that's what I'm seeing in districts is that people have to be convinced that the new integrated pathway and the options that kids will be college ready. So to your credit, I think we all are wanting to see the kind of work, so maybe you or Sue could
happy to
share that with us.
Absolutely.
We so appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Aida.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to compliment all the hard work that you're doing, and this data is great, and it's a great start for us. Obviously, it allows for more questions to be asked. And I'm not sure that the survey really tells us the extent of awareness or transition or implementation, and perhaps we can slice it that much further, because I think we're going to learn a lot, particularly in small districts who may not have as much support. My question is, as the data slide shows on 17, is that there is obviously a great need for support for special needs and for English learners. And we know that that's the work, if you think about LCFF and getting ready to develop that LCAP, it's going to be really critical that we support districts in how to get to that place. We know our data continuously tells us that we're not faring well for children in special ed and children of English learners. But I really want us to think about how we're going to support that transition, and particularly when we have an assessment that is going to be assessing the old standards and not the new standards. So that's an issue. I think we need to be very clear for districts in terms of where we are now, what is our current reality, and how we are assessing our current reality for English learners, and then more importantly, how we're going to do this transition of the Common Core and the ELD standards, and how we will begin to look at that data. Because the LCAP is going to be clear. It's going to ask us for those outcomes. So we have some work to do. And we really want to drop that effective filter for our districts, because it's a huge stress on them right now. And I really want to encourage us to be very specific in our training modules, any module that comes out about how we infuse that language acquisition and how do we support our English learners, because I'm not sure that's coming out clear. I hear math, I hear science, I hear Common Core, but I'm not hearing how those two come together. So thank you for that.
We're in conversation right now with Lupita's branch, and Tom Adams was on the call last week, and we've been in conversation around this whole piece of how do we incorporate the ELD standards with ELA in some future trainings that we're in the process of considering how to develop those so that we truly do what you just described.
As we get ready for the adoption and getting ready for those training modules, that it not become an afterthought, but okay.
So I wanted to, we also have another product that we've been working on, and that's the Leadership Planning Guide. And the Leadership Planning Guide, you also have a copy of that. And I need to say both the Leadership Planning Guide and the survey report are both available on the CSESA website on the public side, so you can easily click on them and access them if you want to read more. The Leadership Planning Guide actually came out of a lot of conversations with a small group of people, in that we sort of wanted to help districts with the discipline of how they attack this work of implementing the Common Core and how we help the leaders in doing that work. And many folks said that with the survey, when we were administering the survey, they actually wanted to use the survey as a template for how they put together their plan to do their work, because it delineated all of the steps. So this Leadership Planning Guide that you have in front of you, there's a focus on equity, all standards for all students. It highlights local control and an expanded role for local school boards. It recognizes that the Common Core state standards are not a curriculum, but a starting point for a collaborative conversation about instruction. It rethinks instructional improvement while ensuring foundational skills are maintained. It makes sure that in this decision-making model and that teachers are front and center as part of that. And it promotes well-rounded liberal arts education and civic education. So I work for a man whose great passion is civic education, so we always mention civics. Leadership Guide builds on existing resources the department has and existing resources that are available online. It provides uniformity and guidance to school districts. It's probably best suited for districts that are earlier in the work when you talk about transition and all of those different levels. I think it hits that audience first and foremost. It's a dynamic document. You see that it is the first edition. There's going to be a second edition. We're actually already accumulating things for the second edition. In doing this work, we had the opportunity to consult with CTA, AXA, CSBA,
the Charter School Association. In fact, we'll be going to do a presentation there at their conference in March about the leadership guide. The PTA, we try to make sure that all entities were involved in its development and in providing feedback. And so at a glance, there is 10 areas that we focused on, and you can see those on the wheel. And if you look at the survey, you'll notice some of the same verbiage. We built the survey organizer off of that. And each section in the leadership guide gives a brief description of that area, suggested steps for implementation, key questions and considerations, reminders for good practice, and resources and references. And then a quick checklist for implementation. This is a document that is better technology viewed on your computer screen because all the links are live then. And the tabs down the side, if you didn't want to page through the document on the computer, the tabs are live. So if you just wanted to look at the curriculum and instruction, you could look at that tab. And so before we move to the next document that Judy's going to talk about, I want to make sure that I recognize the work of all of the associations and organizations that we consulted with. Glenn Thomas and Vicki Barber shepherded this work, and we're very appreciative of that. And then in the area of the survey, Rachel Perry, with all of her expertise, put together a lot of the survey report, and it has a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that work.
Yeah, before we get to Judy, I want to acknowledge your leadership in this. This is a terrific document. I think it's exemplary for states. I wish any one of my books had gotten the rave reviews this is already getting. And so I think this is a real breakthrough, and we should be very proud of this, and it's well worth people's attention to look at.
Thank you.
I think the board's been yearning for something like this for a while, and here it is. So we need to get it out there and get people to use it. So,
and that's part of the dissemination conversation, how the organizations that we work with will help us in disseminating the work now. We know it is getting out there because I get a lot of messages every day of, I have one more thing that you can include in the next version. And so, as I said, we're already actually accumulating a lot of good tools and information for Edition 2.
So one other piece of work that the CISC members were involved in, starting back in May, we had the conversation at our May meeting about the idea of supporting districts in a more specific way when it comes to this whole piece around Common Core implementation. So over the summer, 14 members from 14 different county offices, along with Nancy Brownell, were involved in the development of this Common Core implementation strategies document, which was made available in September to every county office in the state for use with their schools and districts. The purpose of the document was really to assist district and school leadership teams as they identify and celebrate areas of full implementation, as well as help them as they determine next steps in Common Core implementation. It was built with leadership teams in mind to really begin to dig into current areas and next steps. So there are four components to this particular document. One was around supporting teachers, and within that component, it guides leadership teams' thinking around what do teachers need to know when it comes to professional learning in relation to Common Core, in relation to Smarter Balance, as well as what do they need to know about technology? What are the skills they need when it comes to technology so that they can then share those with students? It also looks to support teachers as they think about classroom instruction and what does a school level or district level leadership team need to do and put in place in order to assist teachers as they make the shifts in the use of time and strategies, as well as in the use of formative assessment. It also addressed curricular resources and instructional materials, what teams might want to consider as schools and districts still have old materials, and how to address the needs and movement forward there, as well as when they get new materials, some of the needs that they will have. The second section you'll see is on supporting administrators. This section guides reflection on what's needed related to administrator professional learning. Also, in identifying what administrators should expect to see and hear when observing high-quality teaching and learning that is aligned to the Common Core so that they're able to provide effective feedback to teachers to help them continue to improve. There's also a piece for administrators to determine processes for monitoring student learning as well as leading this important work. The supporting students section causes teams to reflect on how students learn the needed technology skills and progress toward proficiency. What are the greatest interventions as well as supports available to English learners and students with disabilities? And then how will students be supported in the transition from the former standards to now the Common Core? The final piece is on communication and stakeholder outreach, and it focuses on tools and strategies to consider for students, for teachers, for parents and community, as well as for school boards. And as you'll see from the last slide, this is just a snapshot because, again, this is an online document. And the purpose for it being online is to make all the hot links hot. So what you'll see is there are big ideas that are included within each one of those components. There's questions for leadership teams to consider, as well as if they say, as they look at this question one, you know, we have not fully implemented that. At that point, they begin to look at the implementation strategy suggestion and look at the links of that section to determine if that's an area that they can now have ideas for how to move forward to support teachers and students. So this document is another example of what happens when county offices collaborate and share expertise. It's a great resource for our schools and district leadership teams across the state. So I do have one hard copy that I printed, but it is online. So any questions?
Questions? Okay, if not, questions by Board Member Ruck.
Again, thank you very much for all of this work. It's wonderful that we get the updates from the department staff, but to know at the field and across the state, what are some of the commonalities of the work you're doing collaboratively and how that's inseminating the work that everyone's doing by some of your good practices. I really appreciate being able to hear that today, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you, I have high school mathematics parent handbook, and can you send that to the board members online? We've got
Absolutely.
a single.
There's 3 different math handbooks. One is at the middle school level for parents, and then there's 2 high school ones. One that's written for the integrated and one for the...
Okay. Yeah, but send us to our email
Absolutely.
too. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll send it to
Yeah.
Karen and, yeah.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item?
We have 4 speakers: Doug McRae, Rajal Massaro, Terry Burns, and Martha Diaz. Please line up 2 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, a retired testing guy from Monterey. Well, my first comment, item 3, dealt with instructional readiness for assessments. I'd like to use this time for commenting on California's technology readiness for computerized assessments. Slide 20 you just saw said 75% of districts expect to be ready for online tests. The October information memo that you received on the department's technology preparedness survey indicated, as I read it, roughly 60% of schools had confidence they would be ready. But both these efforts involve subjective data on confidence and expectations with undefined assumptions leading to those. EdWeek last week reported that the Smarter Balanced Technology Readiness Tool, based on hardware and bandwidth data and a 12-week administration window, shows 45% of California districts are tech ready for computerized assessments. I think the smarter balanced, more factually based estimates are more realistic than either of the two subjective estimates. And I'd further note that the question somebody raised about the human capacity to use them, I believe Member Rucker, on teacher readiness, human capacity for the technology, and the kid readiness, as I call it. That is an area that hasn't been surveyed yet. The smarter balanced 45% also coincide with my reading of the tea leaves for the issue. I've previously estimated about 30% were tech ready last year, about 40% tech ready this year, 50% tech ready next year, projecting it out about 80% tech ready by 2018, which I think is sufficient to get scores not contaminated by lack of tech readiness. I'll say, however, that tech readiness can be accelerated by a year or two with additional $1.25 billion block grants. A little bit of grease along those lines would accelerate that. 1.25 billion, the same as this year, done in the next couple of years, in my estimate. Happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Martha Zaragoza-Diaz, and I'm here representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. First, I'd like to say that we appreciate very much the efforts and all the work put into this work regarding the implementation of the Common Core state standards by Sacramento County Office of Education. We reviewed very carefully the materials before us. But we would like to express some grave concerns regarding the fact that nowhere in the materials were any mention of the ELD standards. In light of the fact that we are going to have an ELA-ELD framework, and in light of the fact that teachers are clamoring for more strategies with regards to the instruction of English learners, and also in light of the fact that we want our 1.3 million English learners to benefit from the implementation of the Common Core standards, we believe that the ELD standards should be an integral component of the implementation of the CCSS. So we believe that those standards should be included in all professional development, curriculum planning, material selection, and leadership work. So we hope that you will take this opportunity to make sure that the ELD standards are included in the implementation of the CCS, and perhaps also even give thought and recommend that a survey be done with regards to the implementation, the extent of the implementation of the ELD standards. Thank you.
Good morning, Rigel Massaro with Public Advocates. We're very pleased the state engaged in this survey, which is critical to understanding how implementation of the Common Core is unfolding, including taking a look at some of the inequities in access to the standards. The survey highlights how much work still lies ahead to ensure full and equal access to the standards for all students. Just over 50% of teachers understand the content, structure, and organization of the standards at each grade level, and less than 20% have developed a scope and sequence for the standards. Half have not identified the resources and strategies for bringing the Common Core state standards to English learners, and we do echo the concerns voiced by Californians Together. The majority of districts don't expect to purchase ELA materials until 2 to 4 years from now, and so it will be years before most students have access to instructional materials aligned to the standards. We do hope the board will closely monitor equitable access to the standards, and we know from this survey that many students are still not getting access in terms of teachers trained, instructional materials, and technology. Perhaps further analysis of the existing data can be done to tell us which subgroups of students are most affected. This monitoring should include, as Board Member Williams suggested, repeating this survey, and it also should include implementation information in the evaluation mandated by AB 484, which, I quote, shall include analysis and recommendations to ensure the quality, fairness, validity, and reliability of the assessments. These validity studies shall take into consideration the purposes of the assessment system and its results, and the timeline for implementation of the assessments, assessments, the adoption of new curriculum resources, and the development and delivery of professional development. Logically, if a majority of California students lack access to the materials, prepared teachers, and technology necessary to do well in the assessments, preliminary results can't be considered fair, valid, and reliable. Thank you.
Good morning. Terry Burns on behalf of the California School Boards Association. We share the concern about the availability of technology, whether it be 40% or 60% who are unprepared. If my school is unprepared, my kids are not getting what they need. The California School Boards Association is aggressively lobbying the governor for additional resources in this year's budget for the additional purchase of technology and the professional development needed in this regard. We would ask that you share in that effort. We share President Kirst's enthusiasm for the curriculum, the guide, the planning guide. It is exactly what so many of our school board members were asking for, particularly from smaller districts who don't have folks who have those resources at hand. So we're very enthusiastic about it. It is our plan to share it broadly with our membership and look forward to additional items going into that guide. So we thank you for efforts in that regard.
Okay, I think now we're ready. Go ahead.
I'm just wanting to follow up about CSBA, since I know that we've heard from Secessa, and I've been getting some information from AXA, and I'm going to be at the CSBA conference in December, and I was just wondering what the outreach is to school boards, and that's a different venue, obviously, than AXA, which is this week, as to what the outreach will be, because it's such a critical year in the message that's being shared and the information.
We have a strand throughout our annual conference that is in December this year, and again, you are all invited. We would love to have you there. But there is a strand with many, many workshops that will address Common Core implementation, LCFF, LCAP implementation that ties to Common Core. So it will be a front and center focus for us.
All right. I think we're ready then for item 5. This is a public hearing item, and we'll first have presentations from the department and the IQC, Instructional Quality Commission, and then we'll run the public hearing.
Okay. Good morning, President Kirst, members of the State Board, and our Deputy Superintendent, Richard Zeiger. Before you today is item 5, and you are about to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the mathematics curriculum framework. I am Tom Adams. I'm the Director of Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission, and graduate of Enterprise High School of Shasta County. Sorry, I have to get my home county in there. Shasta. Judy's here in the audience. And as a rare thing, another rare point today is not only the action on this framework, but also that I am PowerPoint-less today. Most people don't recognize me on the weekends because I'm not I'm without a tie and I'm without a PowerPoint. So. But before you today, you have the recommended mathematics curriculum framework. After you adopt the framework, I just want you to be aware that staff working with CD staff, SB staff, and SB members, and also appropriate instructional quality members, commissioners, we will make sure that prepare the document for publication with various edits and corrections. You will have noticed that in your public comment there are a number of people who have made suggestions. Some of them are are saying that we should have never adopted the Common Core standard, so I think we can place those in another pile. But there are those who have provided us thoughtful comments, some of them, such as Dr. Bruce Arnold, actually wanting us to update the discussion about the math diagnostic tests, and definitely that's something we will take into consideration and definitely do. And then there are others who have thoughtful minor comments that I consider correctives, not deep content changes that we'll incorporate as we prepare the document for publication. And so at today's meeting, we are asking you to adopt the mathematics framework, authorize CDE staff and SBE staff and SBE members and appropriate IQC members to review and approve edits recommended for final publishing of the document and accept proposed changes from Dr. Arnold. And just one thing, people said, well, how come you don't have a PowerPoint at this meeting? It's for the simple reason we had a very extensive discussion in September. I think everyone is pretty well aware of the document. One thing I want you to be aware of in presentations on the math framework, both at Contra Costa County and at last weekend's meeting for the California Mathematics Council in Southern California, the document is well received, and in my career at CDE, it's really nice to have a curriculum framework on the topic of mathematics that is well received, and I actually get accolades. So thank you for lowering my blood pressure. Also keep in mind that one of the comments in the in your handouts is someone who actually took the time out to say, you know what, I want to thank you for having a good document. So we consider it a good document. Can it get better? Yes, it's a dynamic document that we will improve over the next 8 years, but definitely its core is defined and well suited. And here to talk more about the document itself is Commissioner Honig.
Thank you, Tom. My name is Bill Honig. I'm Chair of the Instructional Quality Commission. Good morning. With extensive help from Board Member Rucker and Board Member Strauss, who were very active, as we said last time, in the whole working through this document. And we went through in pretty much detail last time, so I'm not going to take too much time in going through it. But we did produce a document that does meet the guidelines that you all prepared for us, the criteria. And if you recall, generally it supports the focus, coherence, and rigor of the California Common Core state standards. It emphasizes the standards for mathematical practice, which you all talked about. Provides a clear narrative that serves the needs of teachers and students. It supports the progression of learning from kindergarten through high school that leads to students' college career and career readiness. It offers explanations as examples by grade level, reflects the balance between conceptual understanding, procedural skills, kind of math facts and so forth, and application. That came out in some of the earlier presentations, actually by the students. It includes strategies to address the instructional needs of English learners, advanced learners, students with disabilities, and students at risk of failing. So to summarize, the mathematics framework will be an essential tool for the implementation of the California Common Core state standards in classrooms throughout the districts in our state. I guess the basic question is, will this framework help teachers teach and students learn the new standards? We think it will, and that's why we're unanimously recommending that you adopt these standards, the framework reflecting the standards. I do want to bring up Tom mentioned that there are two items here. One is from Dr. Bruce Arnold on comment number 4, which you have in your handouts. And he basically is chair, he's head of the Mathematics Diagnostic Testing Program. We had a statement in there. He revised it, so we will take into account, if it's all right with you, to his recommendations, and they would be put in as part of the edits. So that should be included in the motion, or will be included. And then there's a couple of sentences that we're suggesting be added to the overview statement chapter on page 26, which includes a mention of the newly updated statement of competencies expected of entering college students. That just came out after the work of the Framework Committee, so we'd like to put that in there too. So the understanding is that, as Tom mentioned, that you will ask the board staff to work with the IQC and the Curriculum Frameworks Instruction Resources Division to make any suggested edits, minor edits. They won't change the content, but some of the suggestions that came in late have some good ideas, and there are some words that need to be tweaked. So with that, I'd like to recommend that you adopt this framework, and we think it's going to be a very powerful document. And as Tom said, it seems to have a very broad consensus within the field. The big task, of course, is to take this large document and translate it into actual practices in the classroom, because it does as the Common Core standards do, as the assessments that you will hear about and you've been hearing about, and the curriculum really require a somewhat major shift in instruction and how we conduct our classrooms. And it means a tremendous investment in professional development as has been proposed. So this is kind of the guidelines for what the materials should include, and they were used in the adoption of materials that took place this summer, and for development of professional development and for curriculum instruction at the school level. So if there are any questions, Tom, where did Tom go? Oh. Oh, we're happy to open that, and you do have a public hearing.
Yeah, we do have a public hearing, so I'd like to do the public hearing, then we'll have board members. So I declare the public hearing open. We'll take 10 minutes for proponents for the department's recommendation. Clerk has nobody signed up at this point.
We have 2 signed up for public comment.
Yeah, but we're running, that's after the public hearing? If you're for it, why don't you use our time here, right?
Good morning. Sherry Griffith with the Association of California School Administrators. We are indeed a proponent of the recommendation. We want to thank Commissioner Honig and the IQC for the tremendous work in developing this framework. We had the privilege of observing many of those meetings and feel that you have one of the best commissions that we have ever seen working in this important area. What our members really like, I'm just going to name a couple, about this new framework is they really appreciate that there are examples that are provided for instruction and learning, what the standards should look like when you're delivering instruction. A lot of folks said that it's like it was aha. It gives them a chance to guide that new instructional strategy. We would recommend that we see the same in the ELA and science framework because there are other similar issues for the field in that way. They also like knowing right away in the framework what is new at that grade level. They can just go straight to the framework and find out what will be taught. That's very helpful. In regards to the accelerated pathways, first we want to commend Commissioner Honig and actually President Kirst for taking the leadership, Trish and others, Board Member Williams, for taking the lead in ensuring that our students can continue to accelerate. The messaging on this will be very important, as you heard earlier from Sue Stickle. We need to continue to advocate for those students who can begin to accelerate and move into Algebra 1 more quickly. So we commit to you to get the word out, not only about the accelerated pathways, but the entire framework. And we will do our best to make sure that the field is using this on a daily basis for their work. And so with that, we strongly support.
Another speaker for the proposed recommendation of the department? No? Okay. Now we have 10 minutes for opponents. Go ahead.
After Sherry, you push the button. I prepared 2 minutes, but I'll keep it to 2 minutes. My name is Doug McRae. I'm a retired testing guy from Monterey. And I'm going to focus just on the algebra by grade 8 issue on this comment. My opposition, so to speak, really deals with the way that it treats algebra by grade 8, and I have a different view than AXA just expressed. I submitted a public written comment. It's item number 7 in your packet. The chapter on acceleration options for middle school math is woefully biased against algebra by grade 8 movement that we've had for the last 15 years. The chapter ignores the policy guidance provided by the state board last January that middle school students ready for algebra should take a full course of algebra in middle school grades, while students not ready for algebra should take a course based upon the Common Core Grade 8 pre-algebra standards. When I commented on this last January, and I had a public commentary in the media suggesting that we were lowering our standards, I drew the wrath of at least one board member with that observation last January. But I still feel that the way that the frameworks are set out, it discourages the policy guidance that the State Board made last January. But I'd really like to comment on a new context for that algebra by grade 8 issue. AB 484 now dictates there will be no statewide end-of-course test for algebra, at least until 2017, for any grades, 8th grade, high school, whatever. We all know that what's measured is what is taught. So census testing with a Common Core grade 8 algebra that does not include a full algebra will influence greatly what is taught, much more than a flawed chapter in a curriculum frameworks document. I've tried to construct potential remedies for this unfortunate medical school math situation we're in. One remedy is that local districts can use the current STAR algebra end-of-course test on their own dime, in effect double testing students until 2017 to allow middle school students taking algebra to be tested on the material that they've been taught. That's one solution. Parents, as I understand from AB 484, can opt out of the Smarter Balance tests to avoid double testing on material that was not what they were taught. And finally, somewhat with tongue-in-cheek, in desperation, local districts might refuse to give the Common Core Grade 8 test, Smarter Balance test, to students who are actually taking algebra, despite the 484 mandate, to avoid double testing, and perhaps instead negotiate a waiver with the State Board of Education. Perhaps pay a penalty for it. I say that last one with a little bit, if you don't mind the humor, tongue-in-cheek. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more speakers, then I declare the public hearing closed. I wanted to correct for the record one comment that Mr. McCrae made, and Sue Burr will check me on this. There is nothing prohibiting us that prohibits doing something on algebra testing till 217. The 216 is a deadline by which we must produce something for the legislature. We can do something earlier. There are other options he didn't mention, none of which I'm particularly endorsing, but you could, the state of Washington and two other states have contracted with Smarter Balance to produce an Algebra 1 end-of-course exam. That's underway as we speak. The other assessment consortium, PARC, is producing an Algebra 1 end-of-course test. That's underway as we speak. There are commercial publishers preparing these these assessments. And finally, there may be ways to use the adaptive mechanism under Smarter Balance to put Algebra 1 items in as students progress higher and higher. So I didn't want to leave that without, that we're sitting here doing nothing, thinking about nothing till 217. It's not correct. So now more board member comments on the motion here.
Can I make a motion?
You may.
And then comment, or do you want comments first?
Yeah, let's have some comments before. Well, let's get a motion on the floor.
Okay. So I move that the State Board adopt the California Math Framework and direct the CDE staff to work with Commissioner Honig to incorporate the comments that were listed for final edits.
It's moved and seconded. Okay, now board member discussion, and then we'll have more public comment. Board member Williams.
I just want to follow up on what Sherry said with AXA on accelerating math at grade 8. That was something that we've talked about at length in here as we moved to Common Core. It was something we talked about at length and really wrestled with as we made the decision to drop the penalty or additional point on API. People felt very strongly about that. And one of the reasons they felt very strongly is not just that kids should have the opportunity to accelerate in math when they're ready, which I feel very strongly about, but that all kids should have that opportunity. And a reminder that some of the comments we made before and that the State Board members agreed with is that we don't want
the kids that have benefited the most from that extra API point in algebra, the kids that usually weren't encouraged to take algebra, African American kids, Latino kids, other low-income categories of kids who in the past weren't encouraged to take algebra in 8th grade and in the last decade have been encouraged. And although some of them weren't ready to take it, many of them were and succeeded. And so as we go forward on this, I just want to repeat that point that I think all kids should be allowed and encouraged to accelerate when they're ready. It shouldn't be looked upon as we all have to march in the same order through this. But I want to make sure that the state, and in fact I remember Rich Zeiger promising me that the state would be looking at what kind of participation rates there are in accelerated math at the 8th grade level and 9th grade level in the student subgroups to see whether or not that we're keeping up the progress that we've made in the past decade.
Board Member Strauss.
So first, just to reinforce the amazing process that we've witnessed in the development of this framework and the final involvement with the IQC. And I think Member Rucker and I were both there when at the end of the editing, people were so excited about this document. That being said, going forward, supporting what Member Williams said, is that this is about all kids being successful in algebra when they're ready and not wanting them to repeat it 2 and 3 times and not improve their proficiency. So the field is really connected to the intent, which is that we want students successful in algebra and beyond, and that we want students to have the opportunity, more students, to be in the acceleration by junior and senior year if they're ready, but certainly college ready. And this document really helps that happen. So at the math conference last Friday, I mean, it was people are really moving on and really looking at thoughtful changing in practice and deepening the content knowledge for teachers to be well prepared to teach this. So I just think that the outreach, the work, the involvement of the Framework Committee, and the Framework Committee has been sharing a lot of resources among themselves and with IQC, so there's a real pool and network among math coordinators, math coaches, math directors of districts to help this further implementation. We saw some through Shasta County and through Secessa, but again, the work with the Framework Committee, I think we're in a wonderful place moving forward. And I want to compliment, because Commissioner Honig has been intensely involved in all this work, both reviewing, editing, sharing with us comments, and I think we're really ready for this to move forward.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, I also do support the recommendation, and I personally want to thank Commissioner Honig for his leadership in doing the work to help develop this framework. I also want to thank Tom Adams for the work that he shepherded his staff through and shepherded all the cats who got involved in doing the work and doing the crafting and the drafting. But one other thing I want to talk about, and this is to bring the conversation back to a focus on the framework itself. When we talk about mathematics, that's one of the curriculum areas that causes a great number of polarities in the staff room, because you either enjoy teaching math and you know what you're doing, or it's something that you get through with because you have to do those things. And that's whether you're in a high school, a middle school, or an elementary school. The same is true with students and their parents when they bring that instruction home and they start doing that homework. And it's very hard not to have an emotional connection to the decision that the board made concerning the Algebra 1 decision. But that's not what this framework was crafted to do. This framework was crafted to give an understanding to the education community in this state about our brand for implementing the Common Core state standards. So while every single grade is, and every single chapter in the framework is designed to be consumed by classroom teachers, respective of the grade or the subject they teach, central to the conversation, the framework, is the conversation about mathematical practice and what we understand in each grade level and each subject taught, what is meant by focus, coherence, and rigor. In a sense, then, we have created a different brand for the implementation of the Common Core by how this framework was crafted. And when I say that, I mean we have created an opportunity for we're not just creating those 3 instructional shifts, we're also creating a shift in the professional practice and the professional development to support the implementation of the Common Core and the use of this framework. By the way, the framework gives us a conversation about mathematics as a content area, as a subject area for students, and as an application for college and career readiness. With regard to the Algebra 1 conversation, every single night I leave my job and I go home and I sit down with a little girl who's in 9th grade who struggled for 2 years through an Algebra 1 course in the district she left. She's now in 9th grade and she's taking geometry. And maybe because her godmother is tutoring her, she's doing just fine. But I think that she has benefited from me sitting in the back of the room and listening to some very passionate math instructors talk about the issues of instructional practice and the standards of implementation. So these are the things that in just my little opportunity to sit in the back of the room and be on the outside looking in, that I have learned and I have changed in my attitude and my concerns about mathematics instruction. I believe we've created a framework that will give all educators, whether they teach mathematics or not, an opportunity to have that same benefit. So I commend the framework not just because we can check off a box on the Common Core implementation or we have met a statutory mandate to update and revise the framework. This framework brands an attitude and an approach to math instruction in California that will be very unique and very different over time, that I think will change what we view as the norms of students' participation, attitudes, and values about math instruction.
Okay.
Board Member Rucker, that the underlying philosophy here is that if we make the shifts talked about in the standards and described in the framework, we will get much higher math performance from a broader range of students. Then the sense of the algebra issue comes into play, because I think one of the hallmarks in your criteria, we want a flexible system. We want to make sure those ready for algebra can take it when they need to. We want to make sure the ones that need more support get it and take it when they're ready for it. And we want the diagnostics to make those kinds of decisions at the local level. We want to do it in a thoughtful way. And I think the appendix that you have, Appendix 1 by Neil Finkelstein, really is a very well thought out document about those issues and really is fair and how to proceed. And I think that will be very helpful for local people in trying to think this through. I also do want to comment that the old Algebra 1, we keep saying this, that was taught in 9th grade is now a third to a half of it is now taught in 8th grade. So the whole system is shifted up a little bit, and that should be taken into account too. But I think Board Member Rucker, let's keep an eye on the broader, what this framework is doing, which is basically giving specifications for teachers, for curriculum people, for parents, for students, and for publishers. This is the kind of way to implement the standards and make them into a curriculum. By the way, I want to make one other comment. The framework in that planning guide that you heard about that was presented to you, it does strongly suggest that districts in going forward look at the framework and use it as part of developing their curriculum and professional development and materials adoption. And the question, Board Member Molina, that you had about ELD and ELA and integration and some of the comments from that were made earlier, the draft of the ELA ELD framework is just about ready to be published in the next 2-3 weeks. It's going before the IQC, and we will then have a comment on it, and then it's out for public discussion for 60 days. That was referred to in the planning guide and should also be part of discussions at the local level, and it's to the point where at least people can look at it and does make the points you're talking about very strongly, and does, I think, do a very good job. The Framework Committee did an excellent job, and the staff, of integrating the ELA and ELD ideas and making sure that they overlap. So I think that will be very helpful to the field, too.
Board Member Burr.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, Bill. I wanted to make sure that people did tune in to Appendix A with respect to the increased rigor of grade 8 and Algebra 1, because it's 21 pages of very well-researched across the country information about how to place students. We heard some of this, and I know that 2 of our board members were actively involved in early research around placement of students. But Mr. Finkelstein appeared before us and from Wested to talk about some other additional research on placement of students. And so I really have to refute the comment that it's not handled appropriately in the framework, because I think we went well out of our way to make sure that it was. There's a lot of additional information in grade 8, the description about grade 8, about placement as well. So I just want to make sure that people, and for the record, that people are aware of that. So congratulations to all of you. I want to say also congratulations to Sue Stickle, who chaired the committee, who seems to work like 24 hours a day. But anyway, we really appreciate all the work that you've done. I guess I wanted to ask one question. This may either be for Tom or Deb, I'm not sure, but this issue about end-of-course exams also, President Kirst, to the best of my knowledge, the results on an end-of-course exam for Algebra 1 are not taken into consideration by the University of California about admission. So this notion, while we used end-of-course exams in our prior accountability system for purposes of deciding how schools were doing, they did not impact individual students' ability to get into college. Instead, we relied on teacher judgment with respect to whether or not a student has been successful in Algebra 1 or geometry or whatever math course it was. We were not relying on end-of-course examinations. So again, for the record, I think we have to be quite clear what the implications are for suspending testing for some period of time. Thank you.
Board Member Williams.
Just to make sure I'm clear on what you just said about high school and college admissions, my understanding and recollection was that they look at the courses you took and the grade point average. So I'm affirming what I understand. I understand the same thing that you understand. It's not. It's the only test scores they look at usually are ACT or SAT, but they don't go back and look at end of course exams. So that does not affect college admissions issues.
That is correct. I just wanted to affirm, they don't even, prior law and actually current law would prohibit the transfer of that data to a third party. So it wouldn't be on the natural that a college or a university would even see those. So,
yeah. This is a good point for me to throw in a general point that I don't think many people have perceived. It's that both the ACT and the 2 college assessments, ACT and SAT, are both being aligned to Common Core. ACT will produce a version in 214, and SAT will produce a version aligned to Common Core in 215. So opponents of Common Core will be running into the college standards by these external agencies, which will be an uphill push for them. And finally, we're working with the University of California. They're revising their A to G requirements around the Common Core. So while we're talking about higher education, we have sort of a phalanx of things developing. That's part of what the board will be working with through the National Governors Association grant that we talked about earlier today to more tightly integrate what we're doing in higher education and lower education. But I don't think many people understand the moving parts that higher education is working with here, and we just pick out a piece of it, so I want to throw that in for context. Any more board comments on this? Okay, we have a motion, and we need public comment. Public comment on the motion now. Do you have any? You have one? Yeah.
Just very, very quickly, I'd like to acknowledge some of the comments having to do. There is the possibility for algebra end of course tests at the
just those 2
before 2017. But I'd also like to comment. It's well known. It's an 18-month ramp-up period before you can get a test, which means you'd have to approve one today in order to have a test for the spring of 2015. 2016 is a possibility. We've heard about this quite a bit, and my comment is basically actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? No. All right, I think we're ready to vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, the motion is passed. I guess we should keep driving through to lunch. Yeah, we're going to applaud. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go to item 6, which is the Next Generation Science Standards. Phil LaFontaine will present for CDE.
Amy? Trying to get out of this PowerPoint.
I think we'll keep going and take a rolling break. Keep a quorum where we all right. 3,
Yep.
7, so 8. So no, we have a quorum.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, board members. Today, we are bringing back to you item 6, which concerns the decision for the learning progression for middle school or the progression of standards for the middle schools. So just to recap a little bit what happened in September, just so that we're all grounded in where we're at. In September of 2013, the board unanimously adopted NGSS for California Science Standards in grades K through 12. And in this decision, there were 4 real items. You have grade-specific standards for K through 5. You have grade span standards in 6 through 8. You have grade span standards in 9 through 12. And you adopted the NGSS appendices as guidance for local implementation as well as development of the framework.
Keep going.
Okay. So this decision, yes, thank you. So this decision allowed the board to meet its timeline for the adoption of new standards. But thanks to you, with this decision, we just came from the Science Teachers Association's convention. Over 1,700 science educators came, which is the most that we've had in several years. And I'll let CSTA talk more about that when they come up. But there's a real buzz. When we talked to every place I went during that convention, teachers were all excited. We had several presentations. Stephen Pruitt, which we know from Achieve, was there. He gave the keynote, largest opening session I've seen in quite a while. 30 sessions that were presented both by the department, by the various science organizations and various teachers. Every single NGSS presentation that I walked by, there were people on the walls, on the floor. They were out in the hallway. The fire marshal came by and were shooing people away. People are very excited and they're very interested in what's going on with NGSS. But we still have one more process to complete. So in September and in July, we presented the thinking behind the integrated process, the integrated model. Now this is, there's been a little confusion about learning progressions versus what we're talking about here. And the learning progression really is just as you have your standards or your performance expectations, which remember those two are synonymous, it's how you actually sequence those within the various grade levels. Now how they put them together in their curriculum once they're in a particular grade level is their local decision, but we're just talking about sequencing the standards as they go through the grade level. But at your September meeting, you deferred the decision on how to arrange these to develop the learning progression until today. And so one of the things that you asked me to do in September was to go back out into the field, and we'll talk more about that in a little while, to gain more input. And we've talked to many people. 1,000 folks had provided some information on our survey that we developed. But before we go there, what we'd like to do is just give you a quick refresher on the understanding of how we came to the learning progressions that we proposed that were developed by the science expert panel. And so with that, I'm going to ask Kathy Durana, who was our facilitator from West Ed, who facilitated the SCP process.
Good morning. So you've seen these slides before. I should actually give it to you as a test and see if you can tell me what I'm going to say. You will recall that we had the science expert panel, 27 people who came together. They consisted of the organizations that you see on the slide, and noted scientists, Bruce Alberts, Helen Quinn, and Art Sussman, as well as the both board liaisons to help us out and make these decisions. You'll recall that we met 3 times. The first time was really to consider what should we do with these middle school performance expectations. We looked at various models and realized that integrated was the only way in which we could be true to the idea of the integration with the Common Core, as well as make some sense for these learning progressions. We also used some research to help us out to think about that. We shared this one with you last time that we were here, that when Achieve looked at the top scoring countries in the world, they in fact all have an integrated sequence. So with that knowledge in mind, we set about trying to figure out what we would do at our second meeting to determine this integrated sequence, and we decided that we needed to set some criteria, which I'll go over with you in just a minute. We set that criteria, came out with some models, sent it out for public review again from the science review team. That information came back to us on the third meeting, where we finally came up with the recommendations that were presented to you in July. What I want to skip ahead to is that criteria that we used so that you can understand the rationale one more time about why we chose this integrated arrangement. The first and foremost was this whole idea of the learning progressions. One of the nicest things that NGSS has done for us is to really develop a learning sequence from kindergarten through high school that it has an integrity to it that we haven't seen in a long time. Concepts that are introduced in the elementary build to allow for the middle school and then build on into the high school, and we wanted to be able to continue to do that. We also wanted to make sure that we were aligning with the Common Core standards in both the language arts and mathematics, that we were not asking students to do something in science for which they did not have the math background. Density is an example of that. You don't want density in 5th grade when in fact kids have no understanding of what proportional reasoning is about. It needs to be at a higher grade level. Thirdly, we wanted them to be able to know that the ideas built within a grade level as well as across grade levels. So what we meant by that is that we wanted 6th grade to make sense to itself as well as 7th grade and 8th grade, but that if you were to look at an articulation, that you would see that things that were learned in 6th grade built the foundation for 7th and built a foundation for 8th. We also wanted them to be balanced in complexity, and I shared with you last time that we had this joke that we would just throw everything in 8th grade, but we didn't think the 8th grade teachers would like that very much. So we wanted to make sure that, in fact, we had the right amount and the right quantity at each grade level, and we had the right amount of complexity. So we wanted to make sure that 6th grade kids were not faced with things that were going to be too difficult for them, and that some of the tougher subjects would be moved into 8th grade. And then lastly, we wanted to make sure that we could integrate engineering appropriately within each of those grade levels. At the end of our arrangement of these things, Bruce Albert shared this quote with us, which really is one of the biggest strengths of NGSS, and it is that focus that it's about science, not about silos. It's not about life and earth and physical, but about all of those together as well as engineering practices. So as a reminder, when we look at the performance expectations, we really need to recognize that they are simply standards about what is to be learned at each grade level. How they are put together for instruction is entirely a local decision. And when the SEP arranged them, they arranged them as a list and then said, here are some stories you could tell because we've arranged the standards at these different grade levels. So one of the things we shared with you last time was this idea of articulation, this learning progression from elementary through the middle grades. A student in 4th grade actually learns about the internal and external features that they have that allow them to get their needs met from their environment. They continue in 5th grade where they learn how does that work in an ecosystem in terms of food chains and food webs. In 6th grade, they look at it at a smaller level, down at the micro level, where they're looking at cells and build it back to organisms. They learn more about their body systems. In 7th grade, they realize that these organisms live in a more complex area called ecosystems, and over time we know that ecosystems change, which allow us to actually look at the whole idea of natural selection. And so you see a progression that starts in the elementary and can move on into the high school area. I also shared this diagram with you last time, which was another story that could be told if I look at integrating life, earth, and physical together. But, you know, these diagrams after a while get kind of complex, so I think a picture is worth 1,000 words. If you look at this, in addition to the fact that it's beautiful, to really understand this, you have to understand that this is a combination of photosynthesis, life science and ecosystems, how the natural resources of the rivers and the rocks and the sky affect what we have there, the energy that is transferred and transformed in this system, and the chemistry that is fundamental to everything that occurs there. You can't understand this picture at all unless you look at it in an integrated way. So we shared with you last time that there are also pros of the two models that have been being proposed. There is no right answer, and I know that you all are faced with a really tough choice. We have heard from people who want discipline specific. There are 47,000 middle school teachers in the state of California. We've heard from less than 1% of them. And many of those are saying we want discipline specific because it's what we've taught forever. And nobody can argue with the idea that it is their teacher content expertise and their passion that makes it want it to stay the way that it is. We also know that you brought together an SEP for their recommendation. And one of the things that the SEP did over its 6 tough days of deliberation was to say what is best for students and what best gets us to the idea of the vision that NGSS has for us. It is not business as usual. And even for those teachers who do want to stay in the discipline-specific area, they're going to have to change because it's asking for an entire different way of teaching. This whole idea that practices, cross-cutting concepts, and disciplinary core ideas need to come together in the instruction and the learning for students in our state. So integration allows us for this idea about science, not silos. It helps us with these cross-cutting concepts. In fact, it's almost impossible to do a cross-cutting concept. The word cross-cutting means across disciplines. It's impossible to do that if you stay within only one discipline. It does allow that articulated learning progression from life, earth, physical, and engineering each year. And finally, it is what the SEP recommended after their deliberation. Dr. Helen Quinn, who was the chair of the Science Framework Committee, the National Framework Committee on which the standards are based, provided us with this quote that we shared to you last time about the idea that we really tried to pay attention to many factors that would affect student learning. And her comment at the very end, I strongly recommend that this sequence should be adopted. While it presents some challenges for teacher assignments, it will in the long run be the most productive for the in-depth student learning. And that's where we left you last time, and now Phil will catch you up on where we've been since then.
So at the last meeting, you had asked me to go out into the world and get some more feedback. And so I've been quite busy in the last month, and these are just a list of some of the places that I've been. We've also, my staff has been answering telephone calls, emails, all kinds of communication occurring to try and get a better understanding of where these middle school teachers are. And so as we kind of think about the feedback that came from science educators, what we heard was some of the same information. We have some educators who have all along have agreed with the integrated model, and they're actually eager, and they have already started implementing in their classrooms. We have some educators who were a little bit on the fence, were confused, were kind of trying to understand what was going on with the integrated model through several presentations, both as a webinar and at CSTA and in conversation. They received more information about the thinking behind it, and I've had teachers come up and say, you know, at first blush, I didn't understand, but now that I kind of understand the SCP's thinking, I think I get it. I think it's going to be challenging, but I'm ready and eager. One teacher came up and was actually almost in tears because she finally said, now I understand and I can really go ahead and teach science. But then we also heard from some of our other teachers, and some of the concerns still continue to be there. One is lack of resources. This is talking about, you know, instruction materials, classroom materials. Another teacher came up and was almost in tears again and said, you know, I want to teach good science for my kids, but I cannot teach it with marshmallows and beans. If you really want me to produce high-quality science education, I need to have the resources. I need to know that the state is behind me and that they're going to provide professional development, the resources, the instruction materials, all of the things that I need to do a good job. And so in your board item, attachment 2 gives you a proposed outline, and it says that at our best guess today, that probably full implementation is not going to happen until 2016-17. Now, what we also have been talking about is that we're going to develop an implementation plan. And so that's our best guess today, but we also have to take into account the development of the framework. We have to talk about the assessment issues. We have to talk about some of that stuff. And so that timeline may slip here and there, but that was our earliest and best guess. But then we also talked about the lack of capacity to implement or teacher expertise in science disciplines. Many teachers feel that they have the expertise, as we have talked all along, and that some of our administrators feel that their districts don't have the capacity to really do this. Credentialing became another question, and Roxanne Perdue from the CTC is here today if you have any questions on that. So as we started to think about and kind of react to some of this information, I wanted to get the opinion of Dr. Helen Quinn again. And she says, as I stated previously, I think that the integrated sequence is excellent in that it provides students with the logical and coherent development of ideas across subject areas with increasing complex ideas as the grades progress. I strongly recommend that schools should consider implementing such a sequence. However, I do recognize that many middle school teachers have developed expertise in at most one of the 3 areas of science. I think it is therefore reasonable to consider also developing and approving an alternate sequence which maintains year-to-year subject matter expertise or emphasis. I would hope that in the future decisions and discussions about integrated middle school science would encourage schools to plan to eventually move to this sequence. So based upon all of the information that we've received and some of the complexities that we all know, we're going to modify our recommendation to read the California, we're recommending that the California State Board of Education adopt the proposed integrated model as the preferred model for middle grade science instruction, and that the SBE requests the CDE to reconvene the science expert panel to develop as an alternative model a discipline-specific model based upon, and sorry there's so many models, based upon the domain-specific model that is outlined in Achieve in the NGSS Appendix K.
All right, thank you.
With that, I'll be taking questions.
And so we'll have board discussion before we have on the whole situation, and then we could have a motion and public comment. So board discussion. This is a switch from somewhat where we were last time. Board Member Rucker.
Yes, this is a significant switch from where we were the last time we had this conversation. I was one of those favoring a longer period of time for going out in the field and having some more interaction and some more discussion. My takeaway from that charge to you is we can't send you out anymore because you make all the teachers cry.
Well, I tried to alleviate their fears, but you know,
Okay,
They were
some didn't
crying,
work.
but they were also crying of happiness too. So I wasn't all bad. I wasn't the doomsday.
So those may have been the tears of a clown. But anyway, one of the things that I also appreciate the subtlety and the nuance in this revised recommendation, because it's very helpful to me to be able to support and understand what our goals going forward for the science will be. One of the things I want to say, and I do need to make sure it's recognized, a lot of the concerns and the criticisms about changing or adopting this new curriculum, the concerns are not unlike and are not dissimilar from the concerns that were raised about implementing the Math Common Core standards and about implementing the English Language Arts Common Core standards. And I remain sensitive to the fact, and I've almost memorized the mantra from one of our critical friends about the need to be clear and logical in the sequence for implementing each of these elements going forward. So I will ask you the same question I've asked you before, and this is not a question you can answer today, but I do want to make sure it remains a part of our public dialogue. What are you learning from the work we are doing to implement the Common Core that will inform what will be qualitatively different on the work that is done to implement the science standards? I'm asking that question, not expecting an answer today, but we do need to make sure we remain mindful not only of the good things we've done to implement the Common Core and the work we've done, for example, in the development of the framework that we just adopted today, but also I'm mindful of the fact that there are going to be some pitfalls and some mines that we will step on going forward, and I want to make sure that we're being mindful of those issues so that we don't continue repeating the same dysfunction if those things begin to arise. So I'm just going to ask you that question each time because I do want to make sure we remain mindful of that.
So what I will say also is when the standards were developed in '98, I came into the department in 2000, and part of my job, along with Diane Hernandez, was to go out and make people aware of the standards. And so much of what I'm hearing today is exactly what I heard in '98. The need for professional development, resources. Credentialing wasn't the big issue at that time. It was, oh, so now you're going to tell me what to teach in. So one of the thoughts that I've had is that really to move the integrated message along and to follow your idea of, what did we learn from Common Core, but now what did we learn about implementing integrated NGSS, is to then seek out a pilot grant system that would allow us to study and provide some models of what this looks like. Because one of the slides that Kathy was talking about is that we've just defined in the integrated process what the learning progression should be. In 6th grade, these are the standards that we're looking for, and these kind of tend to build on each other and build from grade to grade. But what we don't know is how are districts going to actually develop the curriculum. And so what we would be watching in these pilot districts is how does this happen? What are some of the models that are out there that are effective instruction, and how that can all be transferred from districts to the state.
And the last question I have, and I'm asking this also because, again, I want to check my understanding, there is not a credential or certification issue for middle school teachers in implementing this integrated sequence. That is the message I have heard from the CTC. Am I correct in my understanding about that?
Yes. And Roxanne's here if you want further validation.
Okay, other board member comment. Member Burr.
So, Phil, I really appreciate your modified recommendation because it did feel to me a little bit like, well, first of all, I was confused about the standards and the learning progressions because I thought we did adopt standards in middle school, and learning progressions looked to me like instructional guidance or something we might see in the framework about here's an option for how you would organize and go forward. So I really appreciate the idea of providing more than one option because I think we're trying to give locals a lot of discretion in how they're organizing and making decisions, because to the credential issue, I think it's not just what the individual teacher holds, but it's how they're assigned. And we don't really have assignment information. We just have credentialing information. Right. But my question is, about, and it's sort of checking for understanding that our typical process would be we adopt the standards and then we hand it over to the IQC and we say, okay, go forth and do the frameworks, the materials adoption, the blueprint for the tests. But your recommendation seems to be to bring the science panel back together. And I'd just like you to talk a little bit about that, about why we would do that as opposed to put members of the science panel, for example, on the IQC, because we're recruiting, as you know, for folks now, and we would like science expertise. Why this strategy as opposed to the kind of normal practice of through the IQC?
What we're bringing about with bringing the science expert panel back is they're the group that has probably the best understanding of what's in the standards and in the learning progression. And it's important that you have early adopters that are out there right now that are trying to wrestle with how does NGSS get put into place. And if we let it go to the framework, you won't see it until January of 2016. And the field is really anxious, they're eager, they're ready to go, but they need some direction today as to which way to go. And so with this, you have two options. We'll bring the science panel back together as quick as possible, and they will give the recommendation to you hopefully by March, but it may be May. And so our thinking is to try and provide that guidance.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up, though, I mean, because I think about like integrated math, and we heard a really eloquent story, and we have an item in here about Shasta County. They decided to do integrated math, and maybe that's because it's been around a while, Tom. I don't know. But I don't know that the presence of the actual adopted framework would stop early adopters. And again, I think there's a way to incorporate the expertise of the science panel in the IQC work. So just like to hear a little bit more about that.
Okay, so I can give you a couple of reasons from my own programmatic needs. First of all is, let's keep in mind when you adopted the mathematics standards, you did adopt not only the standards, the higher mathematics standards, but you also adopted those integrated and traditional sequences in it. So we could signal to the field, you know, you can go down either path. I would say I would prefer that these questions about middle school science be settled before we bring the framework committee together again, for the simple reason that they're going to have a big enough task as it is. And if we can take advantage of the expert panel, it would be a lot better. My understanding, Phil plans on bringing this back in March. In May, the commission will make its review of science framework committee applicants as well as the guidelines, and incorporate recent board action in that. So then when you make appointments in July and they start meeting in the fall, that everything will be settled in terms of the middle school, and that there isn't an anxious cloud hanging over the committee and they can just get to work, because it's going to be a big challenge. I mean, these are not easy standards, but easy isn't always good. They're science standards, and we need to up our understanding of science and science instruction.
Board Member Williams.
As you know, Member Strauss and I are the NGSS liaisons, and in recent weeks, because this is a major focus for me, and Member Strauss is spread across many areas, I've been pretty actively engaged in this particular part of the discussion about whether to allow some local flexibility in terms of an alternate option. And my feeling, very strong feeling about having it go back to the SEP is that, first of all, I think the integrated approach is going to be the most, has the potential to be the most robust, most exciting way to deliver on the conceptual shifts in NGSS. But that said, I spent a day, 2.5 hours with Phil at an AXA leadership meeting week before last, and heard their concerns about whether or not their staff felt comfortable implementing it and wanting another option. And then I spent a day at the California Science Teachers Association annual conference and had lunch with their board leadership and listened to what they were interested in. At CSTA, the majority were very excited about the integrated concept, but still it's a small group that's concerned, but they're very concerned. and it matters. And so kind of consistent with the direction we've been going in terms of allowing some more local flexibility, we felt like that having an alternate model for those not ready to do the integrated model was the right thing to do. But then thinking about who would do that model, by giving it to the SEP, who I was there at all 6 days when they put together the integrated model. I know how familiar they are with these standards. And what this is standards work. It's not framework work. So they did the standards for the integrated progressions model. They lined them up 6 through 8, what they believed was the best model. We're now saying let this same group that has this deep expertise, knows all of the standards, do the same thing for a discipline-specific model. And one of the things that does for me is it puts there's a consistency in having the SEP do it for both models, because it doesn't take it through a different process. It says the same experts did it for both. It's kind of a stamp of approval, knowing that they will look at those. Not if they do discipline specific, they're going to have to look at how they align across grades to ELA and math, all of that stuff, and they will do it with the same thoroughness and thoughtfulness that they did for the integrated approach. So there won't be a question about whether or not the discipline-specific approach got kind of not quite done in the same way and maybe doesn't have quite the same integrity or something. Plus, I appreciate what Tom said about go ahead and have that group do this work, because we'll have plenty on our hands when it comes to us to do the framework.
Okay. Board Member Holliday.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed with this. I really do think the integrated approach is the approach, not the preferred approach. I think it is the approach. I do sympathize with those teachers and schools and districts that are feel that they have a huge uphill battle in order to eventually deliver an integrated approach to their students. Yes, we certainly do need to give them the time needed and the resources needed to do that. But how much time? In my opinion, I don't think this should go on forever. I don't think that 5 years down the road there is still this divide. I think that we do have to draw some lines in the sand, as the next generation science standards have done for us. So in order to move this along and keep on track, I'll be happy to support this recommendation. In my heart, though, I don't.
Okay, maybe it's a good time to get a motion on the floor, and then we have extensive public comment. So, okay, one more comment.
While Phil is pulling that up, I want to make the comment that this what has been a struggle for me to come to this decision in the last 2 weeks, and there are pros and cons. If I thought that there was board support to adopt integrated only as the model, I would go along with that. If there is not, I'm also very comfortable with this new revised motion.
Board Member Rucker.
I'd like to move the recommendations that the staff presented to us, that we can't read on the screen yet.
Yeah.
So I can't. Oh, there we go.
It is.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
I'd like to move the 2 points recommended by the staff for the board and the integration and implementation of the next generation science standards.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and so now we're ready for public comment.
We have 12 speakers. The first 6 are Terry Burns, Doug McRae, Glenn Loosebrink, Ryan Gallagher, Steve Miller, and Sherry Griffith. Please line up. You have 2 minutes.
Morning, Terry Burns on behalf of the California School Boards Association. And I think staff presented you at the front end of this conversation with all of the really solid reasons, the solid research behind supporting the integrated approach. We came today in full support of the integrated approach and would urge you to take that option at this time. Thank you.
Hi, good morning again. I'm Doug McRae, retired testing guy from Monterey. Quickly, I'm not going to take sides on the integrateds versus traditionalists. My wife constantly reminds me that as an assessment guy, to take sides on curriculum wars, you can get very much singed on curriculum wars. Well, Member Cohen understands that. My wife did spend 4 years on the Curriculum Commission and chaired it in short. I got a lot of pillow talk having to do with curriculum wars, so I do that. But I would like to focus on attachment 2, which is the timeline, and to say some positive things about that timeline. The timeline for they call for curriculum frameworks by January 2016. Board of Education approval of instructional materials or textbooks by November 2017. Those are reasonable timelines. Not in attachment 2 is the logical timeline for subsequent new assessments for the new science standards, allowing for local district adoption of textbooks and professional development for teachers on the new curriculum frameworks, as well as locally adopted textbooks. The logical date for new statewide assessments would be spring of 2019. That sequence would be a good timeline for implementing the new science content standards for California, following the golden rule that Member Rucker, I think, referenced, for implementing any set of content standards that I mentioned back in item number 3. Thank you.
Checking the clock, I still get to say good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Glenn Lucebrink. I am a 6th grade teacher and a member of the science expert panel. I wanted to share my excitement over the integrated model that we developed. I've heard Kathy speak now 4 times on the rationale for the integrated model, and every time I turn to one of my colleagues and say, we did a really good job. Okay, and every time it just, we feel it again, just what a tight progression that was developed there. I want to share a story. I went down to the CSTA conference a week and a half ago, and getting on the shuttle from the airport down to the hotel, I was sitting with a 7th and 8th grade teacher, and I asked her, well, what do you think of the middle school progressions? She didn't know I was an SEP member. And she said, oh, you mean that one where it looks like they took the standards and threw them in the air and see where they fell? She wasn't very happy about it. And I still didn't share with her that I was on the SEP. So later in the conference, I ran into her a couple of times, and she went to the sessions that were specifically about the 6-8 progressions. And I, asked her how it was going, and she said, I'm excited. She was fully ready. Now that she understood the story, she saw the connections, she understood the cross-cutting concepts within the grade levels, and saw the progressions within the disciplines that ran through the grade levels, she was really excited about it. And she shared a story from another session that there was a teacher who stood up not happy about not being able to do discipline specific, or that the proposal was not for something discipline specific, and was trying to rally comments from other teachers, and asked for a vote. 3/4 of the room said they were in favor of the integrated model, and that was a surprise. So anyway, thank you.
Glenn's a tough act to follow, but I'll try. Can't give a teacher 2 minutes. It's not enough time. Thank you to the board for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Ryan Gallagher. I'm a teacher from High Tech High and also a member of the SEP. It's really a privilege to be here. As a full-time middle school educator, I can say that with 10 years in the classroom, I'm hopeful and excited for the future of education in the state of California. The NGSS is an opportunity for us to present a comprehensive plan. The embedded cross-cutting concepts, as well as the inclusion of the engineering practice, give kids the skills necessary to tackle science now in the 21st century. I'm most excited at the integrated plan for middle school that the SEP has recommended. The process used to place the standards across the grade levels has helped ensure a plan that not only builds on each year of middle school, but ensures that kids leaving middle school will have all the skills necessary to tackle 21st century skills beyond. Moreover, it's my belief that it's what's best for students in learning. An integrated approach allows for students to see the connections between disciplines. It helps us realize that science is relevant not only in our world, but in students' worlds as well. Understanding energy flow is interesting, but understanding how energy flows through a weather system really hits sixth graders at their core. I feel like it's developmentally appropriate for all of our sixth graders, for all of our seventh graders, and all of our eighth graders. And as a middle school teacher, I fully support the integrated plan. And I think Kathy said it best, showing that picture. I think that's truly where science education should be. I truly think that this is what's best for our kids. It's best what's for learning, and I really was proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Steve Miller. I'm here on behalf of Sally Ride Science, a San Diego-based company dedicated to helping teachers in advanced student engagement in STEM subjects and careers. I want to urge the board to approve the middle school grade 6 to 8 next generation science standards as recommended by the California Department of Education. We think it's the right move, and we're very happy with the progress that's been made in the way that the approach was initiated and completed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sherry Griffith with the Association of California School Administrators. In response to the alternative recommendation, one, we first want to commend Board Member Williams and Phil LaFontaine and all of the department and state board staff for the tremendous outreach that they've provided in this regard. This is a large shift. We were one of the groups that had some apprehension, as you know, in terms of ensuring that we move forward with professional development, ongoing evaluations, and the pilot concept, which we have shared with Board Member Williams as well. I come today, after talking with our members all the way up through yesterday, to actually be more encouraging about moving to the integrated. And what I want to say about that, I know, we were the group. What our folks are saying to you is that they are willing to go this path with you in terms of implementation if they receive that support from the state. Also, if they see an ongoing evaluation and that there is a pilot. One recommendation, though, I would like to give you, the proposal is not in writing, so I'm responding to it verbally, so you may want to have that for the audience. Yes, on the screen. I don't have it in writing. Is that in regards to an alternative model, what you may want to consider is allowing districts to have a waiver for using an alternative model when they can demonstrate that it's more equitable for students. Because one of the biggest concerns that we have about this is about equity to access to content, knowledge, and expertise of the teachers teaching. That's really the equity issue that we've been concerned about for implementation. So we will support you in whatever approach you take, but the implementation will be key. Pardon? In the spirit of compromise.
The final 6 speakers are Jessica Soko, Ethan Sullivan, Dean Gilbert, Chris Rowe, Stephen Blainer, and Maria Simani.
Jessica Sacco, Executive Director of California Science Teachers Association. This certainly has been an interesting discussion. CSTA does applaud the State Board of Education for doing their due diligence between and truly listening and responding to public feedback. We want to especially thank Trish Williams for coming to our conference in Palm Springs, and the CDE staff, including Phil LaFontaine, Stacy Shorey, Kristen Cruz-Allen, and Brian Boyd, who presented at the conference regarding NGSS. We did have nearly 1,800 science teachers at that event, and it was by and large packed in all of the NGSS sessions, followed in popularity by the Common Core integration sessions. We continue to actively participate in all levels of implementation, including the development of a year-long PD experience for science teachers, which will start in early 2014. It's clear that the science teaching profession is divided on this issue. Maybe even the board a little bit, and others as well. But we do have concerns about the complicating issues associated with offering districts a choice in this matter. There's teacher and student transiency issues, necessitation of dual development, professional development tracks and instructional materials. And finally, perhaps most influential, is that the plan for science assessment is not complete. And it will be difficult for districts to know which option to select to begin the first steps for implementation. Based on the timelines provided, by the time we get to the year where full implementation is currently projected, an assessment plan should be in place. This, however, will be too late for districts to incorporate the design and timing of statewide assessments into their decision-making process. As we mentioned in our written response to this agenda item, the content, domain, and timing of the federally required middle school test will strongly influence the way middle school teachers and administrators think about the ideal curriculum for themselves and for their students. We continue to stand by our California science teachers and will do what is needed to help successfully implement NGSS. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ethan Sullivan, and I'm a high school chemistry teacher. I just want to tell you a few reasons why I support this integrated model from that perspective of being a high school teacher. I found that most students are very confident in things that they feel like they're good at. And I think most students feel like there's something in science that they're already good at. And I think if you have this integrated model in those middle school years, you're going to find that students, because they get to keep coming back to things that they feel good about, that they feel strong in, I think that you're going to have an increase in buy-in and that kind of thing. Additionally, there's a big focus now on experimentation. And I think that if there are students who feel good about certain topics and others that feel good in different areas, they're going to come together and they're going to collaborate more when it comes to that type of experimentation. So I think that's an exciting perspective. And last of all, I've found in just my own career, and I think in general, that when you collaborate with people outside of your field of expertise, where you feel good, when you collaborate with other teachers that know something that you don't know, and you bring that to your classroom, I think that what you find is that students really get into that and they get excited about that. So I think that this would accomplish a lot of those things, and I think it would just be fantastic. So thanks again.
Good afternoon. I'm Dean Gilbert, the Science Coordinator, Orange County Department of Education, past president of California Science Teachers Association, and a member of the Science Expert Panel. I, first of all, am concerned over the concession that's being made, knowing what I know about integrated science and the work that the SEP has done, and that the concessions are being made basically as a result of teacher comfort rather than what's in the best interest for students. When I bulleted my thoughts, the first thing that comes to mind is that the underlying philosophy of NGSS begs integration. It is the essence of how scientists work, and therefore our students, to become scientifically literate, need to mimic that type of work. Scientists don't work in vacuum. They don't work in isolated silos. It represents an integrated, interdisciplinary approach in solving problems, the underlying pedagogical tenets to both NGSS and Common Core, hence should reflect how we teach science to our students. As a member of the Science Expert Panel appointed by Superintendent Torlakson, I support the adoption of the middle school progressions as stated by the SEP. Although I thoroughly understand the concerns voiced by some middle school science teachers across the state, and I was one of the presenters at CSTA and had over 150 people in my session, that the concern over the preference to teach discipline-specific science, that there is the possibility that some teachers will consider the implementation of NGSS business as usual and be reluctant to embrace new content that will equip them to delve deeper into the rigor of science instruction and connect the disciplines of science together to establish meaning and deeper understanding for students. Integrated science offers a way for students to make immediate connections between science disciplines in order to understand a major concept in science rather than waiting 3 years to have all the content pieces assembled and assembling by themselves. So I support the idea or the proposed SEP progressions for middle school. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Chris Rowe, the CEO of the California STEM Learning Network. As you know, we've been ardent supporters of NGSS and have previously gone on the record fully supporting the integrated model. And I come here today kind of torn, actually, to be honest with you. I believe that, and I think our network believes that the integrated model is really the best model for students. Having myself been raised in a very small school district with 30 students in my grade, I do understand there are real limitations for some school districts, and these are real concerns. But I am torn about having two different models, and I think if the board does move to vote to have the alternative model, that you do everything in your power to ensure that as many districts as possible move towards the integrated model. I'm actually intrigued by the proposal made by AXA about a waiver process that could be enacted. So I would urge you to have extreme caution in adopting the two-model approach. But I do understand that there are some concerns. Thank you.
Dr. Kirst, members of the Board of Education, I'm Stephen Blake representing Children Now. We also support the integrated model as proposed by the SEP and Superintendent Torlakson. For all the reasons that Ms. Durana cited earlier, we think that you get a greater depth of student understanding that comes from this integrated approach, just as you do from the NGSS generally and from the Common Core state standards. We urge you to adopt this integrated model for middle schools in whole. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maria Simani, and I'm the Executive Director of the California Science Project, as well a member of the SEP. And as you know, the California Science Project is a network for professional development across the state. And for the past years, the SCP has engaged science teachers in understanding the vision set forth by the framework for K-12 science education and the NGSS. We have learned that the most significant challenges that the teachers perceive from NGSS implementation are those related to change and complexity. However, throughout our programs, we have demonstrated that it is possible to relieve teachers from their initial fear of the NGSS documents themselves and transform it instead into an appreciation for the complexity that reflects a coherent and focused organization of the many but necessary parts of that document. And we have seen that it takes approximately 2 to 3 days of workshop to reach this awareness level. In the end, overwhelmingly, teachers do realize that the potential benefit of the new NGSS-based teaching included the integrated NGSS middle school progression, grounded in reasoning, sense-making, and the integration of the three dimensions of the NGSS is superior for student learning. The CSP is prepared to assist teachers in revisiting and changing their classroom practices as the most basic shift in the system towards the implementation of the NGSS. Ultimately, it will take a concerted and sustained effort at all levels of the science education community to support teachers to meet those challenges. Therefore, I hope that the appropriate resources will be provided towards the work of implementation, professional development, and framework development to be accomplished. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. That's the end of the public testimony, so we're ready now for more board member discussion. Sure. Superintendent.
This is a fascinating crossroads. I'll just share why I've been in favor of the integrated approach, which is I was a 10th grade biology teacher, but nothing I could teach in biology could be fully understood by students unless they also understood chemistry, species, ecology, interrelationship of species in food webs and food chains. So this is an interesting crossroads in terms of what is best for students in terms of grasping where the world is. And part of the essence of Common Core is to look not only at relevancy, which is key, but also to take information out of now siloed curricular areas and integrate it. So again, I think this is in good keeping with as well the whole direction of Common Core and would help implement Common Core, as a couple of the witnesses testified.
Board Member Cohn.
Here's what I know. Haven't been close to this issue, but I know that a few months ago I was getting passionate letters from middle school teachers, some of whom were award-winning, about this change. as someone who's always asked the department to be more flexible, to offer more alternatives, I think this is a good outcome. And I like the idea that it's going back to the expert panel to help develop this alternative. This seems like a reasonable compromise. So I'm always in favor of expanding the base of support for a new initiative.
More board member discussion.
Here.
Member Holliday.
I am concerned, though, that this is not going to serve our students in the best possible way. In the short term, it may be the case that it will serve all students better, in that I feel the majority of teachers and districts and schools will adopt an integrated model. I think we've seen the numbers on that already, some indication of that. And they will be off and running, and they will be helping their kids understand science the way research is telling us they should understand it. And for those smaller districts or schools that have issues with teacher preparation, need more time to head that way, this is probably very good for them to have this flexibility for a short period of time. The goal should be, in my opinion, for all schools and all districts to move toward an integrated model. And my concern is that if we allow this flexibility to go on forever, that we actually may be doing a number of students a disservice by that.
Board member Molina.
I understand both sides of the coin here, and I'm kind of wondering about continuity and alignment and how we're going to address that in terms of assessment and things like that. But Phil, maybe in the model, and because I understand what you're saying, Board Member Holliday, I get that, and it's true. When are we going to say, this is what we want our teachers to learn and be able to do so that children will benefit? And we are talking about children. However, it is incumbent on us to really prepare our adults to be able to do a good job. So I'm kind of wondering with bullet 2, if we bring back the science expert panel, and specifically, you're going to, what is your thinking behind this model? Can you give us kind of a glimpse of what you're thinking in terms, is the goal to get them prepared to integrate? Help me with that. Sorry.
So, the domain-specific model, the NGSS, that was developed by the state, well, it was developed by Achieve in a few states, kind of goes after the notion that, well, it specifically says that there are certain disciplines that should be taught. Well, they don't even decide what year it should be taught. They just say that there's a physical science domain, a life science, and so that's what the SCP will have to kind of struggle with is, if you kind of stay with what California has today, earth science is at 6th grade.
Right.
And I think as you listen to the impassioned teachers, which, we had 1,000 out of 47,000, that are saying that they want to still continue to teach in discipline specific. And so really what they're saying, from what I've heard, is that they want it left kind of the same. And so it's going to be a struggle. And I think you're going to end up, when you have two models, there's going to be some difficulties. I don't know.
So the larger implication in terms of how are we going to analyze all this?
Well, Achieve has in their Appendix K, they must have
Appendix
something
K
there
has it
that
there.
you can speak about.
Yes, and
they didn't
Appendix
just make this.
Appendix K has three courses is kind of what they did, and they basically have a life, earth, and a physical course. And so trying to think about, what order it should be in. I'll have to just bow to the SCP's conversation, because I know that there's the domain model, which is why I put it in there, why we have it in there.
Board Member Williams.
So the rationale for having that second bullet is not to prepare teachers to do integrated, it's to give them another model they can pursue that isn't integrated. But hopefully by sending it back to the SEP, it will be as tightly aligned with Common Core state standards to the extent that it can be, rather than a poorly constructed model, okay? And so the Achieve has a domain-specific model, but they don't assign, think of it as almost like an outline. They don't assign the domains per grade, and they don't align them to Common Core math or ELA. It's just okay, if you want to do domain specific, here's all the ones that are about chemistry, here's all the ones that are about earth, here's all the ones, go, each state can do it on their own. So this recommendation was designed to allow some local flexibility so that teachers could choose that model, but we don't want to be deliberately having them choose a model that isn't well constructed. If we're going to give teachers the options to do this, we should give them as good a model as we can. One of the other problems that hasn't been brought up with this is that I don't know how big the problem is of kids transferring in grades 6, 7, and 8 from one district to another. But if they do and they transfer from one that's doing integrated to one that's doing discipline specific or vice versa, there's going to be hiccups in what they know and how well prepared they are for the content in science, and somebody's going to have to anticipate that and have a plan for addressing it.
And actually, that's really my question in terms of that transition. I get the
It's a trade-off,
right?
It's a trade-off
And I think we
between
need to
local
be conscious of
flexibility
that.
and between some of the problems that will occur with two models.
Board Member Cohn.
Well, and can't the alternative be studied in year 1 and year 2 from a student performance outcome perspective?
I'm sorry,
Can't we study how this affects student outcomes?
I think actually, if you have these two models, you'll find a lot of doctoral dissertations that will occur.
Once we get a test,
Thank
Carl,
you.
once we get a
If you
test.
have any good doctoral students?
Business for Claremont.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So what I have found in my experience, that passionate teachers who are claiming that their point of view should prevail, once they see the data on student performance, my judgment, they will come around.
We do have to have an assessment for them to see that, so that could be a long time from now.
But one of the things that
it will be soon.
But one of the things that I also found is that when you had some of these impassionate teachers, like Glenn Lusabank was bringing up, you know, when we put the standards up on the web, we put them up in a list. We didn't put them up in some type of a curricular organization because that's not our job. And once they understand the thinking and they see how it might fit together, in fact, if you talk to Maria Samani from the Science Subject Matter Project, when they had teachers who were fully engaged and really looked at what was going on and how the connections, they then saw, oh, I see how this is going to work, how it's going to build within my grade level and across grade levels.
Board Member Rucker.
I just feel the need to make this particular point. Today was the first time in all of this debate, there's been a great deal of concern about the two alternatives and a lot of the issues raised, because I, like Dr. Cohn, also received a lot of letters from teachers who had the concern about sticking with the domain-specific model, or at least having that as an option. Those teachers also believe that they are advocating based on the needs of the students they are teaching. So I just have to say, today is actually the first day where I actually have heard people attacking teachers and saying that they are centralizing their opinion on their own needs rather than the needs of their students. So this is not, that's not the basis for this decision the board is making, to look at the polarities in the professional community. And I would just hope that we can continue to disagree respectfully as we have up to this point, and recognize that no matter where you sit on this particular continuum, everybody believes in looking at their own instructional circumstance, that they are making or advocating the point based on their experience they're having with their students. At least that's been what's reflected in the letters I've read. I haven't read any letter from a teacher who is supporting the domain-specific model, who says that's all I want to do, or I only have 3 years left before I retire, and make the balance of my tenure easy for me. So I would like to be sure that in some of the statements that we're making, the board is not making this compromise to accommodate those type of teacher-centered needs, but it is to make sure we are accommodating our philosophy about subsidiarity and also addressing the freedom of the LEAs to look at their own local context. Mm-hmm. And that local context really is a student-centered issue.
Mm-hmm. What I can say is that many of the letters and emails that I receive are more about the teacher aspect and less about the student aspect.
Well, let me put I'm reluctant to speak on this, but I will. I think if you are going, in my experience, and I guess Carl and I are the old men in the room here, but my experience is that if you're going to mandate a one best system for millions of children, you have a very high, compelling standard you must meet, that you're sure that your one best system is the only system and that can work and do what you want. So what we have here, to me, is not the compelling evidence yet. We have a group that got together, did a creative thing. It's really good, but it was put together. It's never been really tried. I don't think we have the feedback from the teachers in the field as to what might be the problems. It's never been implemented. And it's conceptual to me at this point. And so to say that we know enough now that I know exactly what you want, and we're going to mandate it, as a social scientist and implementation person, I don't quite see the level of evidence here. If it had been tried, there'd be pilot examples, there'd been various things, then I could see it. But so I'm not responding that much to the field. It's just sort of logic in my mind about when you mandate, there's only one way you can do things. And I'm willing to do it if there's enough evidence. But this is very new. The whole thing's in structure. I agree with Board Member Holliday. We should take another look at this over time. We're hypothesizing a bit about an alternative nobody's seen. And so I'd like to, and nobody's tried. So that's my instinct on this. It's really and I'm not an expert on all the details, but that's sort of where I'm coming from. I've been around when we've done one best systems, and it's really been a problem. At early stages where we have, really no evidence on how it's going to work. We have conceptual enthusiasm for it at this point.
So I think an important point to kind of keep in mind is that the California standards for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade today are somewhat integrated. They have a focus on earth science with chemistry and physics and life science in 6th grade. In 7th grade, it's focused on life science, but it has the physical and the earth science aspects in it. And so you don't today have a discipline-specific model just as a point of interest.
We have a motion. We're ready for the vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay, the motion carries. The board will adjourn for lunch for 45 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank them.
You don't have what? Okay, one abstention.
Thank you.
Okay, the State Board will reconvene, and we will proceed forward with item 7, California English Language Development Test, the update on transitioning to a new assessment. And so Diane Hernandez is here for CDE, and we will start.
Let's try that again. So as you said, I'm Diane Hernandez. I'm the Director of the Assessment Development Administration Division. And today I'm going to present a few items related to assessment, beginning with item 7, which is an informational item that provides a brief update on the activities as California transitions from the current California English Language Development Test, or CELT, to the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or what we're calling LPAC. As you may recall, in 2001, Assembly Bill 124 established the requirement that the state update, revise, and align the English Language Development, or ELD, standards to the Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts. And that work was completed in November 2012, at which point the board did adopt the new ELD standards. As you likely know, the current test, the CELT, is aligned to the 1999 ELD standards. And fortunately, Senate Bill 201, signed by the governor on October 2nd, allows for the development of an English language proficiency assessment aligned to the new ELD standards. And the CDE is proposing that the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC, as the new ELP assessment. The LPAC would include a separate assessment for initial identification and an annual summative measurement of proficiency in English. And lastly, that bill allows for the annual testing window to move from the fall to spring. So where do we begin? As a first step in the transition to LPAC, the CD directed the current CELT contractor to analyze the alignment of existing CELT items that are found in the item bank and to determine their alignment to the new ELD standards in hopes that we could perhaps resurrect some of them and use them in future assessments. The contractor brought together educators, independent experts, CDE staff, and worked with them in consultation with the linguistic and assessment experts from the technical advisory group. The outcomes of this work resulted in the CELT item alignment report, and that is in your item is the executive summary as attachment 1. Essentially, the report, which includes a gap analysis, demonstrates that there was a small proportion of CELT items that actually align to the new ELD standards. For example, of the approximately 1,800 items that were reviewed, overall there was about a 26% primary alignment of the items to the ELD standards. A primary alignment meaning that the item fully aligned to a ELD standard. So consequently, there is a need, actually a fairly large need, for new item development aligned to the new ELD standards. And to that end, attachment 2 outlines the key activities that will take place over the next couple of years in order for us to implement this new LPAC assessment. In the interim, I'll point out that the CELT will continue to be administered, and as we move through this process, I'll return and provide you updates on this work. And with that,
how is it? Can you give us who's developing this and who's working on this in terms of helping us?
The new assessment?
Yeah.
The new assessment, we're developing a request for proposals now, and that will determine who the new contractor is.
Okay. So, and how soon will the request for proposal be done? Do you think?
I believe that's we've just started work on that, and on your chart there, I think it says that it's in spring. Yeah, spring 2014.
Okay. So that, any other board questions on this item? It's badly needed.
Exactly.
That's the main thing. I mean, it's a huge takeaway here of how unaligned our current CELT is with the 212 standards that we adopted. I mean, it's striking. And so that I think is worth, people, that's worth people understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Sure.
And so
We have public comment?
Public comment on
Yes.
this item.
We have 2 speakers signed up, Doug McRae and Marta Diaz. 2 minutes, please.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, a retired testing guy from Monterey. I've got 2 comments on this item. First, we need a computerized version for this test. It's not obvious from the plans that we are targeting a computer test. ELD testing is a natural for computer administration, especially the listening and the speaking components, where a student can listen to a sample of a speech standardized by a computer and then speak into the computer for immediate cyber transfer for overnight scoring and getting results back very quickly. Even reading and the writing components are ripe for computer administration because most ELD testing is done either one-on-one or in small group settings. On the timeline in attachment 2, my second comment, we'll need an item tryout component that's not displayed in attachment 2, given the information on availability of items that is in attachment 1 and that Diane just spoke about. But if a vendor is selected summer 2014 and a blueprint finalized fall of 2014, then an item tryout component can be inserted spring 2015 in the timeline. With that change, a full computerized field test could be conducted in spring 2016 for a new summit of LPAC, concurrent with the final year of administering the old cell, including for the field test, developing scales, and doing standard setting summer of 2016 to identify LPAC cut scores. With these timeline changes, the new LPAC can be administered during the 2016-17 school year as a first operational year of testing, including the availability of meaningful scores for individual students shortly after LPAC tests are administered to the English learners. That's the target date, spring 17 currently, but I think a little bit of adjustments in the timeline will do it. Thank you.
Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing Californians Together and California Association for Bilingual Education. We would like to thank CDE staff and State Board staff for their continued effort on the issue of developing a new English proficiency test that's aligned to the new ELD standards. We especially look forward to the new ELP assessment that will include a screener, and also that would be administered in the fall instead of the spring. We think that this would be very helpful to the districts, especially those that have large numbers of English learners. My only comment is on the timeline, there's a lot of mays, and I understand that that's because of some budgetary unknowns at this point, but we surely would like to see the identification assessment to be tested hopefully no later than the fall of 2015, and that the summative assessment also be field tested no later than spring 2016. The districts really are looking forward to this new English learner proficiency assessment, so thank you very much.
Okay, that's the end of the public testimony. So now we're ready for another information item, item 8, an update on statewide assessment transition. Yes.
Okay. President Kirst and board members, this next item is an item that crosses several divisions in the district school and innovation branch. It's focused on many assessment activities that are occurring or about to occur. You heard a little bit about some of those this morning in the Common Core item. And so I wanted to introduce the item since it is crossing division. So we have Diane Hernandez, who will be presenting from our assessment division, and Cindy Kazanis, who will be presenting from our educational data management division. And we are fortunate today to have Joe Wilhoff, the executive director of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. And Joe's going to share a few words with you just about kind of the status of the consortium, and will be available to answer your questions that we can't answer. So, Diane?
So as Deb indicated, this is an informational item, and it reflects the collaboration between Assessment Division, the Data Educational Management Division, and Technology Divisions. And as you will recall, in support of California's transition to a new student assessment system, AB 44 calls for the utilization of technology. So to start, the assessment component of this presentation will include a legislative update, information regarding the 2013-14 Smarter Balance field tests, the Smarter Balance usability, accessibility, and accommodations guidelines, and the 2014-15 testing window. But first, I want to take just a minute to point out some of the numerous efforts that are underway to support the transition to the new student assessment system. For example, the CDE is amending the current educational testing, or ETS, contract to implement the 2013-14 CalMAP system, and we'll discuss that more in item 9. Staff are also preparing a request for submissions and regulations that would also support the implementation of this new assessment system. And as you can imagine, timely communication will be a key component of this transition, particularly as it relates to technology. And the Assessment Division is working with other divisions as well as its contractors to put in place a website, informational webinars, trainings, FAQs, manuals, program updates, etc. It would also provide for a technical assistance center and on-site technology assistance. In fact, one of the things we're doing internally is reorganizing the assessment division to better support the implementation of CalMAP and support LEAs in their transition. I want to share just one example of an outreach effort that took place recently. One of the things that we do annually is to provide for assessment accountability directors information about assessment accountability, and we hold a meeting in the north and a meeting in the south. The meeting in Sacramento was attended by approximately 1,800 or 800 folks, while the meeting in Ontario included about 900 folks. These gatherings allow us to provide various divisions to provide information about the transition and, of course, to answer the questions that LEAs have about this process. So let's talk about first the legislative update. As a reminder, AB 484, a complicated and significant bill, was a collaborative effort including, of course, the state superintendent and department staff, yourselves and staff, and leadership in both the Assembly and the Senate. And the bill authored by Assemblywoman Susan Bonilla was signed by the governor on October 2nd. So how did we get to this point? You may recall a couple of years ago another bill, Assembly Bill 250, that required that the superintendent consult with stakeholders and make recommendations around an assessment for a new student assessment system, including a plan for transition. That work around the bill resulted in the superintendent's report, recommendations for transitioning California to a future assessment system, which presented to the legislature last January, proposed a number of system changes to assessment. And I believe it's much of the work around that bill that's contained in the elements of Assembly Bill 484. So as indicated in Attachment 1, AB 484 establishes the California Measurement of Academic Performance and Progress, or CalMAP, which goes into effect January 1, 2014. It's important to point out that this is a significant shift from what's been in place previously. As you recall, the Standardized Testing and Reporting Program, or STARS intent, focused more on accountability, whereas the intent and purpose of CalMAP focuses more on improving and promoting high-quality teaching and learning, and of course the assessments that would support that. The bill includes numerous minor and major changes that will be implemented over the next several years. And today I'm going to highlight just several of the major changes that we're seeing. First, the bill outlines the assessments found in CalMAP, required and optional. The required tests include, of course, the Smarter Balance field test, the California Standards-Based Test in Science, the California Alternate Performance Assessment, or CAPA. I should point out that the CAPA and science assessments remain until successor assessments are implemented. The tests that are optional in 2013-14 include the Standards-Based Test in Spanish and the Early Assessment Program, or EAP. As I mentioned briefly, currently CST, CMAs, and CAPA in science for grades 5, 8, and 10 will continue to be administered until there is a successor science assessment. And you'll recall NCLB requires states to administer science tests in grade spans 3 through 5, 6 through 9, and 10 through 12. And as we heard from Phil earlier this morning, the board has adopted the next generation science standards, and any future assessments would be aligned to those standards. So, regarding the assessments outside of the Smarter Balance purview, by March 2016, the superintendent shall bring to the board recommendations to expand the CalMAP system that could potentially include assessments in history, social science, technology, visual and performing arts, etc. There could also be the potential to add additional ELA, mathematics, and science assessments. AB 484 would also allow for the development of different item types, perhaps performance tasks, computer-based tests, portfolios, etc. And the types of modalities that are implied could be expanded in that the bill suggests that we look at other modalities such as matrix testing and population sampling. English learners attending schools in the U.S. Less than 12 months are exempt from taking the ELA portion of the test. This does reflect a change from previous poly. As you know, these students, particularly within the U.S. less than 12 months, were required to take the ELA test. The bill also requires that for 2013-14, the EAP continue to be administered as it previously has. And beginning in 2014-15, the EAP will transition from the current process to the Smarter Balanced Grade 11 assessments. AB 484 authorizes the superintendent with state board approval to not produce an academic performance index, or API, for 2 years. And if you'll recall, the purpose of the field test is to test the items and the system, not to test the students, and therefore there will be no scores. Of course, there's a potential to produce an API or an API perhaps at high school, but that would be a limited option. The bill restricts the comparisons of STAR and CalMAP scores. It's important to remember that the STAR assessment was aligned to the previously adopted state content standards, whereas CalMAP is adopted to or aligned to the Common Core state standards. So we caution anyone that would make comparisons on that. Lastly, AB 484 establishes the purposes and the requirement for LEAs to participate in the spring 2014 consortium field test and provides for the consortium interim informative tools for kindergarten through grades 12 as an option at no cost to LEAs. If you'll recall, the interim assessments are designed for LEAs to use to evaluate student achievement at regular intervals throughout the school year, whereas the formative assessment tools are provided to assist teachers by providing feedback for purposes of adjusting instruction. And that is probably a good segue to the next component of this update, which is in regards to the Smarter Balance field test activities. And if you look to attachment 2, you'll see some information around those activities. So as I mentioned, AB 484 establishes the purpose and the requirement to participate in the 2014 field test. I'll point out that the field test will take place between March 18th and June 6, 2014. Students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 will participate in the computer-based assessment in English language arts or mathematics, which also will include a performance task. An important component of this field test is the scientific sampling that will be done. Smarter Balance will select a scientific sample or analytical sample of approximately 680,000 California students. In addition to the grade 3 and 8 and 11, a small sample of grade 9 and 10 students will be selected. Table 1 in the attachment shows the breakout by grade level for both the ELA and mathematics portion of those samples. Data from the scientific sample will be used to guide the development and the standard setting processes. And it's AB 484 that actually requires that we sample beyond the scientific sample. And all students, so essentially all students will participate in this field test, other than, of course, those students that would be exempt because they take the CAPA. So the big question is, so how do we support LEAs in implementing this new field test? You may or may not be familiar with the existing matrix of variations, accommodations, and modifications that's used with our current assessment system. Those will continue to be available for those assessments that continue to be administered under the CalMAP system. However, for the Smarter Balance field test, there is another document or another set of variations called the Smarter Balance Usability, Accessibility, and Accommodations Guideline. And indicated in Figure 1 of Attachment 2, the guidelines you'll see are broken into 3 levels of supports. They are the universal tools that are provided for all students, designated supports provided for students who typically are identified by a teacher or the school as needing additional assistance. And lastly, the accommodations for those students who are actually have an IEP. So some examples of universal tools could include a digital highlighter, a ruler for mathematics, those types of things. Designated supports could include stacked translations or English glossaries, and accommodations might include Braille or the other kinds of accommodations that are listed here. I should point out that because this is an electronic delivery assessment, the guidelines include what's called digitally embedded supports, and it will also include non-embedded supports. So what does that mean, embedded versus non-embedded? Examples of digitally embedded universal design supports might include a highlighter or a ruler or something that's on the computer that the student could turn on, the teacher could turn on to assist that student. Whereas a non-embedded support would be, for example, scratch paper, something that we're already familiar with in our assessment system. I will direct you to the guidelines. There's a link there that gives you more specific information about them. And the last thing that I want to speak to is in regards to the summative assessments that will be administered in 2014-15. As indicated in Attachment 2, page 4, Smarter Balanced approved the testing windows for the summative assessments for 2014-15. And for grades 3 through 8, students will be tested not before they have received 66% of their instructional days, and grade 11 students will be tested not before they have received 80% of their instructional days. Each state, of course, may develop more specific testing windows, and in fact, we are working with Educational Testing Service, our contractor, to determine the testing windows for California. And ETS will correct me if I'm wrong. I believe information for the assignments will go out to the schools within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And that's kind of a highlight of the assessment component of this particular item. What I'd like to do is pass it over to Cindy to talk more about the technology component, and then perhaps she and I, Joe, Deb can answer questions. Okay?
Hi, my name is Cindy Kazanis. I'm the Director for Educational Data Management, and among educational technology being one of my responsibilities, I'm also responsible for CalPads, CARS, and the compliance monitoring office here at the Department of Education. Today I wanted to give you a high-level overview of how the department and working with others is helping the field prepare for the Smarter Balance test come spring. I wanted to talk a bit, gain a high-level background, and then go talk a little bit about our communication efforts as well as what we're going to see come the field test. And this morning, I think, was a really good conversation. I think it helps. It helped introduce the topic of technology. So I think what you'll hear from me is I'm going to build upon that effort. So the most important thing is I wanted to say is that we are working very collaboratively internally as well as externally to make sure that we have dedicated resources to pull off a successful implementation of the field test. We know this is a very different structure and this is a challenge for our LEAs. This is not something that they're used to doing, assessments via a computer, at least not universally. And so there's a lot of challenges, among those being just literal devices and bandwidth and such. I've been meeting regularly through my role with members of your staff, members of the governor's office that have given their full weight behind trying to make this, again, work, as well as our external partners, so the California High-Speed Network and others. Historically, just to give you a perspective about technology in the state has, over the years, flexed funding for technology. CTAP is one of one of the major, I think, components of technology over the past couple of years that has been flexed. That's the California Technology Assistance Project. But what came in this summer, which is, I think, really critical, is the Common Core funding. So $1.25 billion that could be used for one of the components to purchase for education, for technology. And with the confidence survey that the CDE conducted over the summer, and you got that as a memo in October, we saw that, or we heard from districts, about 88% of them were going to use some part of their Common Core funding to purchase technology, their devices, or help them with the bandwidth. In addition, on an annual basis, the state supports the California High-Speed Network, which is about an annual allocation just over $8 million. And so let me talk a little bit about what the High-Speed Network does. They essentially provide high-speed internet connection for our K-12 schools. They are connected to Scenic, which supports our higher education partners in the state. And so we are nationwide, one of the more robust systems for internet connections in the state or in the nation. Also, they would actually say in the world. So we're real excited that we have that infrastructure in place. We have approximately 88% of districts connected to the high-speed network. Those that are not connected are usually doing it in the commercial marketplace. That's usually the alternative. The high-speed network has an advisory board that advises the state superintendent on issues related to the network, as well as issues around technology. You have appointed recently a new member, and that's Jamie Callahan, and I just wanted to point her out. She's in the audience today. I also sit on the board for the state superintendent, and incidentally, their meeting tomorrow is one of their quarterly meetings. The other thing the high-speed network does has been putting together over the last decade or so since they've been in inception, or since their inception, is data. And so they collect data from not only at the high level, which they call their node sites, which is an aggregation point. There's 72 across the state, but also then at the district and school level. And so we have actually a really good idea, not perfect, but a really good idea of what the bandwidth is at each of those levels because of the data that's being collected by the high-speed network. We are using this data to help our assessment contractor to start to assign test windows for our LEAs. So we know what the capacity is, the utilization is what they call it, at our node sites, and we don't want to go over capacity or overutilize our what we know is what the capacity is. So I guess what I'm trying to say very bluntly is that we are making every effort to make sure that come spring that the test, will be staggered enough so that we will not have the system come down. The other thing that the department has been pushing, and I think you heard this from Sue this morning, is that LEAs complete the technology readiness tool. The technology readiness tool is something that was developed by both consortiums, and if a district were to complete it, they would have a good knowledge of if they were ready to take, based on certain inputs, what kind of devices they have, how many days the computers will be available, how many hours a day they'll be available, how long it will take them to test the students. And so we've had somewhat mild success on districts completing that, but we do encourage districts to complete the technology readiness tool. And in fact, locally we talked to a district, and they said they're using the results from that to leverage how to create minimum standards for each of their school sites. So they've, up until now, had technology being purchased it's been a site decision, and because it's not equal across the district, they feel that they need to have some minimum standards. So they're actually using the results from that survey to leverage how they're going to spend their Common Core dollars. We've had the next snapshot for that, the technology readiness survey tool takes a snapshot twice a year, and so the upcoming snapshot, when we'll have I think a good idea of where we're at for California, is December 13th. So we are looking at that date and encouraging districts again to complete the tool. I'm going to move on to talk about our communications effort and our rollout, and really some of the beginnings of a rollout of our communications plan as far as technology goes took place with our assessment, our North-South meetings. And we had a panel actually on technology that included somebody from Smarter Balance and included somebody from our own technology services division. And I think at that meeting, what you saw was, for our assessment folks, the beginnings of what we expect them to hopefully start, if they haven't already, start talking to their IT staff as well as their curriculum staff. And so we're really encouraging this multidisciplinary group at the LEA level. We've also held several webinars regarding technology. In fact, we just had one this past Monday where we had 200 participants on the webinar. Next week, we are going to have one on Thursday that's just for charters. And we're going to be talking not only about technology, but about assessment. And so I think that we've seen that there's a great need for charters to focus on that issue. That population is very different than our traditional LEAs. And so we hope that we'll have a good participation for next week's webinar. As I said, I've also done a couple of site visits. We have one scheduled for the future at a local charter school, as well as more urban school district too. And from those site visits, I think we hope to gain just really what are the decisions that are being made on the ground? How are these being made? How are parents involved? What are staff saying about transitioning to this technology-based assessment system? And then also to piggyback on what was discussed this morning, we are partnering with our colleagues at CISESA and the steering committees that were mentioned this morning to do a technology toolkit best practices discussion, and we'll have that meeting in December. And what we hope to get out of that joint discussion is, again, a best practices, a technology toolkit for districts to take away and use for come spring. Some of the things that were brought up in one of our site visits was, well, do you have a policy on bring your own devices? I noticed up here that not every one of you has the same device. So if I were to allow somebody to bring a non-standard device, does the staff have the capability at the LEA to actually, assist with technology questions that come as a result of that student bringing their own device? And so just sort of, thoughtful things like that, I think will come out of this discussion and be put into a document that'll be useful for the field. And then in the item, we actually included a very complex matrix that I just wanted to point out. It's the very end of your item, and it's called Smarter Balance California Logical Hosting Diagram. And the most important takeaway I wanted to give you is this is a very complex system that we're dealing with, but what we are trying to do is utilize our existing resources and things like CalPads. So we know we have student information in CalPads. We're going to continue to make efforts such as preloading student information into the student registration system using CalPads. And so we think, again, using existing resources, making inroads, and whatever we can do to make it the whole process, the whole testing process, as easy as possible for the LEAs. So this is a change for using the CalPads system for student registration. And what has come of that as a result of the conversations we've been having, the presentations we've been doing, is there's some angst in the field because we have districts that don't update CalPads on a regular basis. And so if you have a student come in March, maybe March 18th or March 8th or whatever the day of the testing window may be for your LEA, you do need to register that student in CalPads. They do need to have an SSID. You can't wait until that first Monday of the month when you normally go into CalPads. And so that is a message we are starting to hear a bit of angst from our CalPads administrators on, but I think in the long run it'll be it's a good use of the system. And then just to go back, I think, like I said earlier, this is a joint effort. There's a lot of there's daily meetings taking place on this issue, and we will continue to do what we need to do to make sure this is pulled off as successfully as possible.
So what we thought we would do at this point is give you an opportunity to talk with Joe Wilkoff, the Executive Director of Smarter Balanced Effort, and perhaps he can address some of the concerns or give you a status on where we are with this. Joe?
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon. For the record, I am Joe Wilhoft. I'm the Executive Director of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. Happy to be here and to give you a brief update as to where we are and to answer any questions that you may have. So first of all, this development project that we are involved in Smarter Balanced, is started back in October 1st of 2010. It's a 4-year project. So it comes to conclusion on September 30th, 2014. So we're less than a year away from being done. I've had it described to me as we're now in a situation where there's a whole lot of parts in our living room, and we need to put the motorcycle together and make sure that it runs by September 30th. I'm happy to report to you that we do monitor and track our progress, and we continue to be on budget and continue to be on schedule. Just a couple of brief updates with regard to the summative assessment system. We are currently engaged with multiple contractors on the item development, and items are pouring into the final QC that will make them ready for the field test. In addition to that, we have recently had one of our contractors release something called a device certification service. It's kind of technical, I know, but various hardware producers, like the people who make the iPad or the people who make the Microsoft Surface, want to know if their device can be used for Smarter Balanced. And so one of our contractors has released a service to these manufacturers. The manufacturers themselves pay to have their device certified, and once the device is certified, then they can advertise that and sell that and let school districts know that if you purchase this device, it has been certified as a Smarter Balanced instrument. Something else we have recently come to some closure on, and that is the ways in which we will be providing services to our member states for additional assessments they may need or want to develop on their own for their own accountability purposes. A classic example would be a state that has a graduation requirement and wants to make use of the Smarter Balanced item pool for the development of an additional assessment that they might use for that purpose. Some states have, for example, a writing graduation requirement, and they may want to have make themselves build their own test using the Smarter Balanced test delivery system and using items from our item pool. We have anticipated that this would be a state need, and we have expanded and enhanced the size of the number of items in the high school pool that can absorb this kind of use. That use, of course, does come with the same kind of fee structure as the normal grades 3 through 8 and 11, but it would be it's a nice service to be able to provide. With regard to the interim assessment, I just want to give a little bit of detail there. We are developing two products in the interim arena. Remember, the interim assessments are assessments that teachers can use during the year drawing upon a non-secure item pool. So the item pool is more available for them to see the kinds of test questions that students are being asked and responding to. We're developing two features that. One we're calling the interim comprehensive assessment, and that would be given at the request or at the call of the teachers or the school at their own time, and it mimics the entire Smarter Balanced assessment. So you could give what you might refer to as, say, a clone or a proxy or something like that of the full assessment at any time during the year. Secondly, we're developing things called interim assessment blocks. These are blocks of standards or kind of bundles of standards, if you will, that teachers might be interested in. So, for example, just the reading test only, or just the mathematics concepts and procedures only, or just the research assessment only. So a smaller assessment than the full-scale Smarter Balanced test, but they can also be available in the interim arrangement. With regard to formative assessment, I only have a couple more points and then I'll stop. With regard to formative assessment, we have recently formed something that we call state leadership teams, and those leadership teams go out and recruit a state network of educators, over 2,000 teachers and teacher leaders from around the consortium that are helping us build the formative tools and materials. So they are deeply involved in vetting and reviewing the modules that we're developing, and in April they will have an early release of the formative tool made available to that state network of educators. I can't formally announce the ways in which we're expanding that at this date, but we do have some foundation funding that is forthcoming that will help us reach also into NEA and AFT leadership in school buildings and districts around the state. So we're really looking forward to working with our partners in schools with regard to the improvement and development of the formative practices. Two more things. One is with regard to standard setting. We will be setting preliminary standards on this assessment in September. and that is a contract which we have just released the RFP for. We breathed a sigh of relief because it was the final major contract that we put out for bid. I think it was like something like number 25 or something like that, and we're happy to have that out on the street right now, and various service providers are bidding on it as I speak. One of the features of the standard setting will be something called crowdsourcing, which would afford anybody in any consortium state to receive a brief training on the Common Core standards, and then in addition to that, to see some sample items from the item pool and to indicate to us where they think a cut score might reasonably be set on that from that pool of that small pool of items. That information will be aggregated by role. So, for example, teachers will be aggregated together, policymakers like yourselves will be aggregated together, and so on. And that will be information provided to our standard setting panelists as they review the standards. This is an opportunity to do two things. One is to engage more people in a better and deeper understanding of the standards and the assessment. And secondly, get folks a sense that they have contributed to the standard setting in a real way, and following a very similar process to that our standard setting panels, which will be primarily teachers of about a group of about 40 or 50 per grade level per content area. Finally, sustainability. How do we keep this thing going? We are still in negotiations with the Graduate School of Education and Information Studies at UCLA. They have stood up and indicated that they would like to be the host as an affiliate organization for Smarter Balance moving forward into the future. We're so thrilled about that and so excited about that. First of all, not only to be here in California, but to be associated with the graduate school at UCLA, where CREST is also located, and they are just, they're just such a high caliber organization, and they're very excited about this partnership, as are we. And as I say, negotiations with that are nearing a close, so that each individual state will in fact enter into an arrangement with the Graduate School of Education at UCLA, and then in addition to that into a contractual arrangement with their service provider, so that the tests can be delivered and scores can be reported back to students and so on. So that's a very brief and sort of whirlwind tour of where we are right now, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Yeah, I think we should start first with questions for you, and then I have some questions on some of the prior presentations. So while we have your attention, you sort of glossed over the big news, which to me is you're on target, your timelines are being met. We're on track to make the 214, 215 schedule. So I just wanted to reinforce, to me, that's the takeaway. Some word questions. I have no big questions, so I'll come back with some specific minor ones. Board Member Rucker.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Great, thank you.
My first really big question is about the standard setting that you talked about. And again, that was something to me that you kind of glossed over. When you say the contracting began in September, you're talking September 2013 or September 2000? When did you?
We will conduct the field test this upcoming spring of 14. We will use the results from that field test to evaluate the items and to collect from the items that are field tested a small set that will be presented to a standard setting panel in September 14. Okay.
And so what is the contracting that you spoke of?
All of that effort is managed by a contractor, which we will select. So it has to do with the recruitment of individuals to serve on our panels, the development of the materials that will be provided for them, the logistics around finding a site, and all of the complications of getting everybody to the site at the same time, and so forth and so on. It's about $3.5–4 million contract, all told, just for standard setting. So it's a contract specific to the standard setting activities, and they will be the service provider for that.
Okay. In previous presentations you've made to the board, when you've talked about the outcomes or the performance information that we'll receive about the students, I had some sense that you had an outline or an idea of what the reporting template on those individual student reports or even the aggregate school reports would look like. Do you still have that idea, or is that something that is developing or going through some changes now?
It's going under ongoing review. There have been a series of reviews of draft reports, draft student reports, and draft classroom reports, school reports, so forth and so on. And as you can well imagine, they are edited and altered along the way. We recently had a consortium-wide meeting that we convened at UCLA, where we brought members in from all of our states together. We have these twice a year, and we took advantage of having everybody at the same place at the same time to review some of these draft reports and get some comments on them and so forth and so on. That was September 20th or so. So we're narrowing in on what the score reports will look like. I should add that there's not a requirement that any of our member states are required to use the Smarter Balanced reports. If states want to take the Smarter Balanced report and customize it, alter it in some minor way, or if they want to develop their own reports, they're certainly able to do that. But we do have, as something that we provide just in general, is this sort of default Smarter Balanced reporting system. We can keep in touch with Deb Sigmund with regard to when there may be more public-looking versions of that and get that out to you as soon as
You read my mind.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Okay, other questions of Joe? While we're waiting, can you talk about the paper and pencil test that you're going to be doing? It's a national test. What you envision for that and scale of that and so on?
Well, we have recognized from the get-go, back when we were writing our application in the spring and summer of 2010, we knew at that time that not all schools would be ready for an online test in 2014. No matter how much we wished for it and hoped for it and how much lead time we had, it just the nature of the beast of public education is that not everybody would be ready in 2014. So we've always planned to have and to support a paper and pencil version of Smarter Balanced for 3 years. So for 2015, 2016, and 2017, in locations that are not fully up and ready to do online testing, we would support a paper version of Smarter Balanced. That said, we also acknowledge it will not be a fully as high a quality a test as the online Smarter Balanced test. You recently heard, you just now heard about all of the accommodations and accessibility points that are available through an online test. Well, you can't do all of that. The online highlighting, you can't do that with a paper and pencil test and so forth and so on. So it will fall short of some of those goals. It will not be as accurate a test as the online test because the adaptive testing that Smarter Balanced is doing yields very precise scores, very accurate scores. A paper and pencil test cannot do that for all students, particularly for those that are very high-performing students or very low-performing students. You just can't get that kind of precision. So we know that out of the gate, but we also it's a reality, not everybody will be ready. In order to best prepare for the paper and pencil administration in 2015, we are conducting a small-scale study in 2014 that is happening concurrent with the field test that's going on in 2014. It will involve about, something on the order of 3,500 to 4,000 students across the consortium in one grade level in grades 3 through 5, one grade level in grades 6 through 8, and grade 11. In order to have some students take a paper and pencil test and other students take an online test, and to look at the gaps that occur between the items to see what kinds of challenges we will be faced with as we try to build a comparability between the paper and pencil test and the online test when we go live in 2015. It's a very small research study. As small as it is, it's on the on the order of magnitude of $500,000 to conduct this study because it involves building paper forms, printing paper forms, distributing paper forms, retrieving paper forms, scoring them, much of which is very expensive to engage in. So we're keeping it as small as we can and as being as conservative as we can reasonably be with it. But we also think it's prudent of us to take advantage of the field test opportunity to learn some features about the online versus paper form.
Okay, I had another one. So we're going to be doing this field test, and I know it's a field test to help you with Smarter Balanced and help us with Smarter Balanced. But while we're doing it, what are your thoughts on what teachers can benefit from this? School districts, other than feeding stuff forward, how can they use this as a learning and improvement process, if at all, given that it's a field test? I'm not. Mm-hmm. So what are your thoughts on that from the standpoint of learning among our school employees and the takeaways students might have as well from all this when they take this exam for the first time?
Well, the takeaway for students is a little bit more of a stretch because a fourth grader who participates in the field test, the next time they see it will be as a fifth grader. And, what recollections you have of a test you took a full year ago are probably relatively thin. But it will give some perspective to the students of how it works. How do you engage with the assessment? How do you answer the questions? I didn't realize I could go back and answer earlier questions. Okay, I guess I can do that, and so forth and so on. So we do anticipate that many of the struggles that students and in some instances teachers will have with the assessment will be that it's new. It's taking the test online is a different experience. Logging into the test is a different experience. Where's the calculator? How does that work? How does the highlighter work? How do I draw a line with this tool? How does the mouse work? And so forth and so on. We have a lot of practice materials already available. We have a training test already available. But quite frankly, you don't go out and take the practice test unless actually testing is tomorrow. I guess I better take the practice test. So in a way, for the students, it's to get them to become more familiar with how the assessment works, the kinds of questions we're asking, not necessarily the questions in particular, but the way in which questions are asked. For the adults in the system, you don't have to look very far in the past to find states that attempted online testing and it really didn't work. I mean, it really didn't work in a big way. And this has happened across the country. And much of that is just, again, lack of familiarity with ticketing students in, preparing the registration for the student to make sure that if a student needs a read aloud as an accommodation on the assessment, that the read aloud actually ends up being provided to the student when the student logs in. And that is done through registration in advance of the students taking the test. We deal primarily with our 26 member states. The member states, of course, deal with the districts. The districts, of course, deal with the schools. And the schools, of course, they have a school assessment coordinator that deals with the teachers and so forth and so on. There's a lot of layers to this thing. And the field test is a great opportunity to pressure test all of those issues. I applaud the approach that California is taking to expand the field test to as many schools as possible. I think it's a great step forward. Sadly, not all of our states are doing that. Several are. And I think that you have the right idea in mind here is let's take advantage of this opportunity to let as much as possible break in the field test so that when it comes time for the operational test, fewer things break.
So Board Member Strauss.
I was pleased that
Deputy Superintendent Sigmund invited me to attend the one day at UCLA when Smarter Balance Group met, and it was so impressive to see all the representatives from all the different states and the collaboration and the decision making going forward. And I'm actually really excited that they'll be based in LA at UCLA, but just a compliment to the collaboration and all the decision making process to get that number of states to work together on such a big project.
Appreciate it. It's been it has been, continues to be a great, really a very enthralling and exciting enterprise. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Okay. Other questions for prior presentations that we had? Thank you very much again for coming. Okay. Board Member Strauss.
So I'm really interested in the K-12 high-speed network and sort of what we know about this, where we are. I mean, my sense from everyone is everybody that I talk to in districts are talking about technology and access and speed and getting their whole system up to date and what they have, will it work? So just informing what you know at this point about where we are in the field.
Sure. So the K-12 high-speed network again is a backbone of the internet for public education, for K-12 education. And like I said earlier, they have 72 what they call node sites, which is aggregation points in the system. And those are at each county office of education. We have a node. We are a node site. The California Department of Education is, and then there's various ones that make up the rest of the number that may be geographically challenging places, or something like Los Angeles Unified, who needs to have their own node site. So the high-speed network, what they do is provide connectivity to the nodes, and from the node sites, it's the county offices or the nodes that provide it to the LEAs, and they're just a great resource. We've had a really good partnership the last couple of months, especially. They've been we keep asking them for more information, and we keep asking them for assistance, and they've really stepped up to the plate. And just so you're aware, that is a grant that is given to the Imperial County Office of Education annually. So they've had that grant since the inception, since 2004. So it is a county level charge, and they've definitely been an active partner over the last couple of months. So was there something specific with the high-speed network? Or the other thing I should mention too is they're our lead for providing training on E-rate, and as you know, E-rate is where a bulk of the funding comes from to support districts for internet or telecommunication needs. They do a really good job in assisting LEAs to gear up for that application process.
Board Member Rucker.
I have some questions about the nuts and bolts on the field testing.
The nuts and bolts. Or maybe
Nuts and bolts.
And you're the nuts.
Okay. So in the report that was given summarizing AB 484, there's some confusion, or at least there seems to be some confusion in the field about what the mandate concerning mandating the participation of all in this assessment. The bill does not mandate that every single school and LEA in the state participates in the test. That's different than what we're actually going to do. Is that correct?
It is to some degree. So,
Okay.
so essentially, all students in grades 3 through 8 will participate in the field test. There will be a select sample of grade 9 students, 10 students that will participate as part of the scientific sample. And then it's a little different for grade 11. We would certainly encourage all grade 11 students to participate because, of course, we need a strong sample of grade 11 students to help us with this field test. But there's the issue of EAP. And so what we're hoping to do is encourage students to participate in both, which would mean double testing. You would see students that would take the field test in one of the subject areas and then perhaps take the EAP in either ELA or math or both. And so there's a little bit of awkwardness around that. So there was a joint letter that was prepared between the superintendent and the chancellors of the community college and CSU system that went out encouraging students to participate in both the field test and the EAP.
Okay. And then the other question I had was how the scientific sample, or how schools would know or understand about whether or not their students are or are not be included in that sample? How will they know those differences?
They won't. Okay. There won't be that.
So that's invisible at the local level.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's the intent. We wouldn't want students to have any expectation that they're in one or the other, or that their response would be any different regardless of whether they're in the scientific sample or not.
Okay, and then my last question, I don't think it's your question, but I'll ask it anyway. It's about the modifications and accommodations.
I'll try.
Is there, from the current approved list of accommodations and modifications that has been adopted in this state, is there any difference or any required change in the way accommodations or modifications are applied in the assessment setting in this state?
I'm going to try to clarify two things. There is currently the matrix that we have on our webpage that has variations that are available to all students, that has accommodations that are for students with disabilities that have an IEP, and of course modifications for that same set of students. The Smarter Balance field test is different structure in that it provides the 3 levels of supports: the universal design, which is similar to variations that all students would have access to, the designated supports, which would be determined by the teacher or someone within that respect. And those are typically going to be, for example, English learners that need additional support, or perhaps a student with attention deficit disorder that needs some other kind of support. And then, of course, there are the accommodations which are required by an IEP. One of the things that we're doing within our division is to look at the differences between what we currently have in place and what's found in the Smarter Balance guidelines. And we're doing a gap analysis, if you will, right now on that. The outcome of that, I can't tell you yet.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is because I asked about the gap analysis when Joe first came and talked to us about the draft guide when it was still a draft, and I asked if there was going to be anything like that done. So I'm glad to know we're getting to that point. And I guess I'm just concerned if what other action or what other work needs to be done if there's significant issues that arise when the gap analysis is complete. So, but that's not something you can answer today.
That we're doing internally for our own comparison purposes. So, right. Okay.
I had a question for. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. One other thing that Amy reminded me of, we're also revising the regulations around that. That's what you were looking for. Okay.
Okay. Board Member Cohn.
This is probably for Deb, just to reiterate that the ACSE, the Advisory Commission on Special Ed, is requesting that the our participation in the NCSE consortia be a part of these regular assessment updates.
Sure. Thanks, Member Cohn. And so the NCSE, of course, is the one of the national consortium around the 1% students, those students that take the alternate performance assessment, currently are CAPA. And we, the state of California, is a member of that consortium. Both Diane's division, the assessment division, and Fred Balcom's division, the special education division, are working with the consortium to implement. And so we hope to have you're right, we'll be bringing regular updates, but we're hoping, we're planning to do a full information memorandum for you for December. So to kind of set the stage, that consortium is a little bit behind where the Gen Ed consortiums are, or consortia are. So we're just waiting to get some additional information.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask Cindy about the TRT, which you need to spell out that acronym again for me, but this looks like a very useful tool. Is there any way you can promote districts to use this to measure where they are with technology? I mean, are we just, it seems like some are picking it up and some aren't, and
You're right. You're right.
Is there any way to be more aggressive in this, or?
It's a technology readiness tool, and before I respond, I just wanted to actually acknowledge one of the members. He's actually the co-chair for the technology work group for Smarter Balance, and Rodney Okamoto, who is hiding behind Joe. Rodney is somebody who you may not know, but he keeps all of you connected while you're here. And he works in our Technology Services Division and has been instrumental in getting me up to speed on a lot of the technology talk because I'm on the education technology side, not on the information technology side. So Rodney is my translator most oftentimes when I hear about rings and pops and other things. But Rodney has also helped us with the technology readiness tool, and one thing that he helped develop was a calculator or something that's on our webpage that is instead of going on to the technology readiness tool, it allows with a simple just pure numbers to do an input for either a school or an LEA level, and you'll have an output. And so that was something that we developed here at the department, because we haven't had great success with folks completing the technology readiness tool. Frankly, I think that there's some survey burnout. We asked for a competence level survey. Sue Stickle described the survey process that they did as well. And it's this particular tool is robust, but it's also very detailed. So it asks districts to go to every school site and do an inventory of not only what kind of devices you have, but the bandwidth at that school. And that can be, it can be difficult, especially if you don't have any devices. Why would you fill out the tool, right? Because you're just going to get a big zero. So I think, it's something that we definitely is at the forefront of our communication strategy is to talk about the benefits of completing that and to use it as leverage for districts to make thoughtful decisions when it comes to purchasing devices and purchasing upgrades for bandwidth. So we've definitely, wherever we go, whether it's at the assessment north-south meetings or it's at EDCO next week, we definitely are promoting it, and we are developing a listserv for information technology directors at the LEAs. That's not something we've actually had in the past, and so I think what we've seen is that we have a lot of work to do, but we also, anybody who can help us promote the tool, we would definitely welcome that opportunity.
Well, I don't know whether it would help, but would this, if a superintendent and I sent a letter, would that help? That may not help. I don't know, but I'm just trying to think of some way.
Rich said 1 thumb up. Yeah. 2 thumbs up.
So we should think about this because, whatever we can do. So let's think about alternatives to promote this because it really would be helpful to have them do this and would help us as well.
And I think it also helps, as discussions continue across the street and with the governor's office of what is the continued need for funding for this effort,
yeah.
and it's still an analysis that I don't think we have a good handle of.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Public comment.
We have 2 speakers for item 8, Doug McRae and Carrie Hanel. 2 minutes, please line up.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, a retired testing guy from Monterey. 3 quick comments on this one. First, the agenda materials mention a budget change proposal submitted to Department of Finance estimating, quote-unquote, costs for the full implementation of CalMap. Neither the board nor the public has had access to this information as far as I know. I'd suggest the board obtain the estimate for full implementation posted on your website. It's information we all deserve to have. There hasn't been a clear cost for the full CalMap, to my knowledge. Secondly, regarding the information on smarter balance testing windows and on the tech readiness attachment 3, I would suggest future tech ready data use a more realistic 4 to 5 week test administration window for local districts rather than an unrealistic 12-week for operational testing. That would provide you better tech-ready data. Finally, a comment on the paper and pencil versus computer administered in 15, 16, and 17. EdWeek had an excellent article last week on this topic and revealed Smarter Balance will have paper and pencil field test available spring 2014. That, to my knowledge, wasn't released before. Joe Wilhoff talked about that a few minutes ago. But the first time I've heard it. We should vet this possibility for offering a field test in 2014 to California schools not yet tech ready for computerized assessments. He talked about only 3 grade levels. I believe they have enough items to create fixed form tests at all grade levels in both content areas based upon their spring 2013 pilot to do this. They may not have the money to do it, but they do have the data items to do it, which is rather important. This could be used for potentially contribution to the discussion for the federal testing requirements, but also a potential for establishing robust, not preliminary, cut scores in 2014 for meaningful results to be returned from the field test in the summer of 2014. Finally, last comment, it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to guess the paper and pencil test in 2015 is going to be perceived as a lot easier than the computer adaptive test. And we need to be cognizant of the natural law of easy and hard tests. People are going to want to take the easy tests, and we need to have really robust comparability data in order to counteract everybody running to take the easy paper and pencil tests rather than the harder computer tests. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Hannell. I'm with the Education Trust West, a statewide education civil rights organization. First, we want to applaud the board for its commitment to the Common Core. We believe that equitable implementation of the Common Core and Smarter Balanced are essential strategies to our state's efforts to close opportunity and achievement gaps. EdTrust West, along with other organizations, has expressed deep concerns regarding the recent passage of AB 484 related to the implementation of the Common Core assessments, particularly during the field test year. Our concerns are focused on the loss of crucial data on student academic progress for an indefinite period of time, the failure to fully fund the cost of assessments in both English language arts and math for every student in the eligible grades, and the failure to provide any results from these assessments to educators or to parents. Given the speed of the legislative process, we believe that California's leaders may not have fully considered the impacts of the decisions on students and parents, particularly for students with disabilities and English learners. Given the time between now and the upcoming test period, we believe that California policymakers will have an opportunity to address some of these and other potentially unforeseen civil rights implications. Further, the shift to Common Core assessments in math and English is important, but should not come at the expense of other important subject and critical grade levels. Both the department and the board have been charged with important decisions on these issues in the coming years, and we look forward to working with you to make sure that the decisions are made on schedule and in the interest of students, parents, educators, and communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deborah Brown with Children Now. We too applaud the board and the department's commitment to the Common Core standards and moving towards the smarter balanced assessments. I do want to reiterate the comments that I made at the September board meeting about the importance of really communicating what's going to be happening over the next several months, particularly as we embark on the expanded spring field test. It's very, very important that the field parents, community members understand what the field test is and what it is not, and so that they know and have an understanding of what will occur this year as students are being tested. And so we stand ready to work with the board and the department to make sure that that message gets out clearly. I also want to call on the board and the department to really not wait until March 2016 to begin to develop the assessment plan. So as we're moving into these assessments, we don't want any more time to go forward and really to try to minimize what we're looking at as this transition period. And so we really think that we should begin the development of the plan as soon as possible. And so that's obviously a long and lengthy process because these are difficult and complicated issues. And so we hope that you will begin that process as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the testimony. So now we're on to the item 9 on the graduation rate indicators.
No. That would be the ETS contract.
The Education Testing Service contract, exactly. Sorry. Yeah.
Again, Diane Hernandez, Director of Assessment and Development. So you've heard a lot about the evolution of CalMAP and all of the things that will happen as part of that implementation, the field test, the technology component, and so forth. Item 9 requires that the board consider the amendment to the ETS contract and ask that you take action, actually. The contract is with the Educational Testing Service, our contractor for the CalMAP system. The department does recommend that the board approve the amendment that would facilitate the necessary tasks that you've heard about today in implementing the CalMap system. As you know, ETS is the contractor for CalMap, which replaces the Standardized Testing and Reporting Program, or STAR. If I could direct you to the items in your materials, and Amy reminds me that you had the addendum in your basket this morning, so I hope that you have all of those materials. In the materials, you'll find the proposed scope of work, accompanying an overall of the budget and a summary of the changes to the scope of work, and all of those are in your item addendum. So in reviewing these materials, you'll note that there are some minor adjustments, but more importantly, there are significant changes in addition of several new tasks to this contract. All of these, of course, are due to the passing of AB 44 and will support the implementation of CalMap. As you are likely aware, ETS is the current contractor with the department, and their contract goes through December 31st, 2014. And work is currently being budgeted for this contract annually at $51 million. For 2014, the amendment proposes that of that set of funds, that approximately $17 million remains intact for the continued administration of the existing tests that are required by 484. These include, of course, the science tests at CST, CMA, and CAPA, the STS, and the EAP. So that leaves a balance, if you will, of $34 million. And so those savings are realized through the suspension of many of the STAR tests that we've talked about, and also some of the activities that accompany them. We won't be doing the item and test form development, the ordering, the pre-ID activities, delivery, scoring, reporting, all of those things that we would have typically done for those tests that are suspended. So as I indicated, there are several new tasks that are presented in this amendment, and of those tasks, 4 of them tend to rise to the top. They include the Smarter Balance Field Test, which is, of course, the most significant one added to the scope. The work related to the field test would maximize participation in the field test and increasing the sample size, which is, of course, the requirement of the consortium. Second is the huge need for outreach and support of LEAs. The department, in concert with its contractors, is initializing a significant effort to provide guidance, resources, and technical support that's going to be required of these LEAs. Cindy just talked about some of the concerns that LEAs have and being able to implement this technology-supported assessment, and we're going to give them that guidance, that assistance. You may recall that some of these efforts were called out earlier by Cindy. Third, another task that will help us gauge the success or needs as we move through field tests to the operational test are special studies that we're going to ask ETS to conduct. You heard earlier the conversation around paper-pencil testing versus computer-based testing. One of the things we thought we would have ETS do is do a meta-analysis to examine the types of research that's been done around that and provide information to you. Additionally, an analysis of any impact that the transition from the early assessment program to the Smarter Balance Grade 11 assessments could be done. And lastly, the fourth one would be that's required by 484 is the work around the science assessments. You heard Phil Fontaine talk this morning about NGSS, and there were a lot of questions around science assessment. And one of the things that we would like ETS to do as part of their work would be to develop a plan that would initiate work around examining the NGSS and what the needs would be to support those assessments. We envisioned that there would be focus groups, that we would do outreach stakeholder groups as required by 484 and so forth. And so those are some of the key components of what we're looking at in this amendment. And with that, if I can take questions, I also have Tom Foster here, the director of working with me from ETS, that can assist if need be.
So maybe first we ought to have our liaisons, members Burr and Strauss, comment on this.
Well, I think that I appreciate all the work the department has done on this, and also ETS as our contractor, who I think has really stepped up to say there's a lot of additional assistance that we're going to need to provide in the field during this transition. So, we may want them to talk a little bit about I know they're doing, as I understand, dedicated help desk for California. Because I think that as Deb mentioned earlier, and Cindy's touched on this too, that this is a massive undertaking technologically, and we're trying to push the system as far as we can without having the whole thing crash. And so we really need to have help in the field. And I think part of this contract and our expectation for ETS is that they help us with that. So we may want to talk a little bit about that. I will say, I mean, I think it's sort of a lot to digest overnight, which is what we just got it. But, you know, we had the opportunity to review it as a draft. And I think we being the board, stressed the department a little bit in them thinking they had to have this perfect amendment before we actually got it. And going forward, I will say that we've talked about we really need to have the conceptual outline of what the changes are so that we can provide as much information as possible to the public before we actually get this document. But and one of the questions I asked was this issue of if we are basically going to have a whole new test system, do we have to go out for bid for a new vendor? And the answer is no, not at this point, because as Diane already mentioned, the contract goes through the end of 2014. At that time, then we'll we will potentially open things up. But I just wanted to be clear what the process was, why we're making this kind of significant change kind of in the middle of our contract.
And I should point out, too, that we are developing a request for submissions that would follow with that. So,
okay. Great.
Yeah, Section 3 is a help part for,
Right.
and that's really what people might be most interested in this.
Right.
And I'd also, I mean, for me, I'm always the numbers person, too. If you look at the table on the very back, to me, that really gives you sort of a snapshot of what the major changes are. And of the 52 million or 51 million that we're spending, tell me if I've got this right, Diane, 34 million of it is really being redirected to new activities.
The field test
associated
sample
with-
and
right.
all of the outreach efforts that we have, the work around science, the studies, all of that.
Okay, that is comments from our liaison, comments from the board. I guess we need a motion on this one for approval.
I don't know if you would like, I would take a few minutes. And
And we will have some public comment.
There in the briefing, you shared a little bit about the help desk, which I think is a pretty significant outreach. So,
do you know what? I think it would be great to have Tom Foster come up from ETS and talk a little more about the details around the outreach
because I think that's
activities.
going to make such a
There are a
difference to
number
the
of things we're
field.
looking
There's so many questions about this. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Any questions about the call center?
Yeah, please identify yourself.
I'm Tom Foster. I'm an executive director in K-12 assessments for ETS, and I'm currently working with the California Department of Education to implement CalMaps.
So, the help desk, support, outreach, what districts can expect as we move forward?
Yeah. One of the things we think is really important to make the field test experience a positive experience for districts to stress the system without breaking it and to encourage maximum participation across the entire state is to have a much higher level of technical assistance for schools. So we've already begun beefing up our call center, we tripled the staff already. They should be ready to go November 1, which was already, so they're ready to go. And ironically, we haven't gotten a lot of calls yet. So I think that's one of the issues is we probably think districts are waiting for more information, and so we're also looking at doing some outward bound calls. Usually the call center works only with inward bound calls, but so we think that there's a need to look out, to ask districts what it is you're expecting, what it is you think is going to happen, how prepared you are, how can we help you, and to start a relationship with those district test coordinators and the district tech coordinators. So right now we have kind of a model where each district identifies certain key staff members that interact with our call center, and we're able to build a kind of relationship where you don't just get an answer, but you get an ongoing concern about how well you're doing. I think that works just a lot better than some kinds of technical support. In addition, we're looking at ways to put more support. I hate the phrase boots on the ground. I mean, I'm an old English teacher, and so the cliches after a while kind of get on my nerves. But anyway, we're looking for ways to get more people out there because sometimes, I don't know if you've ever tried to help somebody with a computer problem over the phone, but sometimes it's just really difficult to see what they're seeing. And so we think that there's a real need to get people out in the districts, and we're looking at ways to partner with the county offices of education. They're ideally set up. Cindy talked a little bit about that. We're looking at ways to partner with consultants that we might pay. We're looking at ways to partner with willing participants, other businesses and other organizations in the community. We're willing to train those people to get them up to speed on the secured browser, which should be available on the 18th of November, how to download that, how to install it, how to get through your firewall, your SIS system, and all those kinds of things. So we don't think that there's any one thing that's going to do this. We think it's going to be a multiple-pronged effort of a lot of people, and we're looking very much to partner with people, to work with the department, to make sure we coordinate efforts. I think this is one of those things that, as Diane said, is so big in scope that unless we all pull together in the right way, we need to be coordinated about this. And so we're trying to provide that kind of coordination through the call center and through other outbound activities like that.
Board Member Holliday.
I agree entirely. Thank you for thinking so carefully about all the various ways that we can provide this support. Have you been in conversations with major software companies, major hardware companies, computer hardware companies, device companies? Have they shown any interest in helping this state move through this transition? I think it would benefit them tremendously in the long run to be partners with us as we move forward on this significant change.
Yes, we have been in contact with a few of them. I'd rather not call them out in public, but I would like to say that if there are others out there listening in and you're interested in helping, please call. We're trying to put that together. So we have been talking to other partners that I think would be this would be a great effort for businesses to support education and move forward into what obviously is the next generation of standards and assessments. So yes, we have.
And there are various nonprofit organizations that are set up pretty nicely, I think, to help other organizations and other groups with technology issues and concerns and problems. And I'm blanking on a couple of the names right now. But potentially there are other nonprofits that might also want to be a part of this, even in local realms throughout the state. I mean, not necessarily statewide. I do think we need to call on the whole village to help us with this. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. We ready for a motion on this?
President Kirst, there is someone signed up for public comment.
I know, but let's have a motion first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move that we adopt the department's recommendation to approve the amendment to the ETS contract.
I second.
Okay, now we're ready for public comment.
Doug McRae.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, the retired testing specialist from Monterey. The item addenda was released at 6 o'clock last night. 70 pages of a scope of work and a single budget page. There just hasn't been enough time for board members or interested other parties to vet the proposed contract material. I'd request first that the board hold this over to the next meeting to conform with Bagley-Keene requirements, adequate time for the public to review the material needed for public input prior to action on the matter. In the limited time I had last night to look at it, however, I did note one major issue with the material. Of the $34 million allotted to support the Smarter Balanced field test, it only had 8 pages of scope of work compared to 60 pages or so of scope of work for the remaining material. One line item on that back page called Field Test Administration was $22 million, was supported by 1 page of scope of work. When I looked at that 1 page, it duplicated the scope narrative basically for another $3.5 million under LEA technical support. While the scope narrative is inadequate to support the spending of $25 million, I'll note that that's support for the district and schools, not kids. The kids' support's left to the district to support. And I'd also note that ETS is the field administration vendor for Smarter Balanced, supplying the same technical support for all their states for the field tests. My question is, why is California spending $25 million of state money for Smarter Balanced field test tech support at the district level that appears to be the same services already supported by federal dollars flowing from Smarter Balanced to ETS? The ETS executives, I'm sure, would be happy to double bill, but for the people supplying the money, I think two sources of revenue, doubling the revenue from two different sources is not a good thing to do. Thank you.
All right. Does the department want to respond to this? I've reviewed the scope of work of Smarter Balance and ETS. They're very different.
So, and ETS can respond for themselves, I suppose. But Smarter Balance, they are one of the contractors for the field test. Recall, that's a portion of the 3.2 million students that we will be testing, which is a requirement of state legislation that the governor signed on October 2nd. So the cost that you see is for that. There is no cost for the field testing of those approximately 680,000 students. That comes out of the Smarter Balance budget, the federal dollars. And I would also say that what is being offered in terms of help desk and such across the country is very different for California. We expect to have a great high level of service. And as Tom described, we expect our contractor to actually go out and be servicing districts and schools to help make this field test experience a very successful one. So we think this is a reasonable budget. The law stated that we should look at the savings to implement the field test and maximize participation. We believe that's what this does. So we think this is a very, recall, we're not expanding the budget. We took what we weren't using and moved that and redirected those funds into the field test component.
So to restate it, the Smarter Balanced is paying for the sample they need for their purposes.
That's right.
California, as a state, chose to expand the field testing to virtually all students, every student we can get. And so Smarter Balance could not be expected to pay for that expansion. That was a state choice.
That was our choice.
So
and we have to bear the cost of that.
Yeah, and we need to do something to help all these people that we're going to be testing and students that we're going to be
There
testing.
is a cost to actually do that. There's a cost to purchase the test or the items, if you will.
Yeah.
But the other cost, so the other cost is this issue of support.
Mm-hmm.
And we really think that is just vitally important through the hearing process, through the conversations with the administration and legislative staff. Folks want to make sure that this spring field test is very successful. That doesn't mean that there won't be some problems along the way. We expect that there will be, but this is about providing support to districts. Yeah.
Does some of this funding also provide us the opportunity after the field test to hear from the support group and the types, very specifically, what happened, what were the common questions, what were the more difficult issues that they struggled with, took more time, all these sorts of things? Are we going to gather that information?
We're going to gather that information as well, and that's part of this work as well. Yes.
Board Member Rucker.
In defense of the issue about the lateness of the addendum, the infrastructure that supports the actual administration of a state test is invisible to 90% of the people who are involved in any kind of testing. For most parents and students, all they know is the actual the memo they get from the school to tell them testing's about to start, and then the test actually begins. And even among the teachers and the staff in districts who are involved directly with the assessment. All of the rest of the work that's done up to the moment of the delivery of the test to their sites and to their classrooms are not things that they are aware of. So I understand the concern that this was a 70-page addendum that came out in print at 6 o'clock last night. But I applaud the staff's effort to try to get this information out to make it plain about what it is that's actually going on in contracting for the assessment. So while our eyes may blur over in trying to read through and understand all of it, making plain what are the elements of that infrastructure that contribute to those costs and those items probably was one of the most significant things that happened in preparing for this particular item. One of the things that I have to tell you, frankly, has confused me about this up to this point has been actually what was going to be the architecture about doing the field test, understanding where the scientific sampling was going to work and how those things would overlap with our intent to try to give the field test to as many folks as possible. So I do appreciate that you put this particular addendum out. I haven't finished reading it all, but each page I turn, I'm learning a little bit more. So I just have to tell you, I do appreciate that. And I actually do feel I do have enough information to make a decision about this recommendation on today's item.
Thank you. I would like to point out we did provide that chart, the summary of changes, because obviously we know that it's a very, very large addendum. The contracts, the testing contracts are complicated, and so, you know, since the passage of the bill, of course, we've been working with board staff and so forth to try to get this out. But the table was really meant to be kind of a way to guide you through the changes, because much of it is not changed, particularly for those assessments that we're continuing to give. So that table was really a way to kind of, here's kind of the Reader's Digest version of it, so to speak.
Yeah, as Member Burr indicated, we're rethinking our procedure on how to handle this kind of a huge 70-page kind of input for the board. So.
Yes, there will be more opportunities.
Yeah,
I
well,
suspect.
yeah.
And also, just to clarify, and Judy or Amy jump in here, but we did post the item in a timely fashion, so the notice that there would be action on the amendment was posted within the Bagley-Keene requirements. We also noted that an addendum would be posted later. So I'm confident that we are compliant with Bagley-Keene on this item.
Thank you. One more public comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Roger Yoho. I'm the Director of Assessment and Accountability for the Corona-Norco Unified School District. I'd like to urge you to vote in favor of the amendment as CDE is making the recommendation to you. One of the things that we're feeling is the time crunch. There's so little time between now when the field test is going to occur. We need every day to be able to adjust our schedules. All the details that are associated with this contract, we need to know it right away. It'll be a disaster if we wait until January. So I really urge you to seriously consider voting as it's recommended to you. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion. It's seconded. Ready for the vote? All those, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved. Now we are on to item 10, which is the graduation data in the Academic Performance Index.
Thank you, President Kearse. Good afternoon. Carrick Ashley, Director for Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Item 10 is an update, one in a series of updates that we've been giving on revising the high school API consistent with SB 1458. Probably the most important part of the update today is the actual action item we're requesting on the inclusion of graduation data into the API. The graduation methodology that's listed here shouldn't be new, at least to most of you, if not all of you. We've discussed it at prior meetings. It's been fully vetted at the Public School Accountability Act Advisory Committee meetings. This recommendation is the same recommendation as the PSAA's recommendation as well. The methodology, unlike AYP, the federal accountability system, which basically has a yes-no binary, you either get points for graduating or you get nothing. The This graduation data methodology actually provides some incentives. It provides some differentiation for students that perhaps don't get a diploma but do earn a certificate of completion if they're a special education student, which was a recommendation that was approved by your advisory council on special education. It includes providing points for students that pass a GED. Not as many points as a diploma earner, but it does recognize that that is an accomplishment. Consistent with, or at least I should say similar to, some of the things that are part of the local control funding formula. This methodology also provides some bonus points, if you will, for graduating students that are in certain disadvantaged groups: English learners, students with disability, low-income students. This is an attempt to kind of level the playing field. It's easier for middle to high income schools that have small numbers of some of these students to get to the goal of graduating 90% than a school that would have, a number of these students there. So this is a way to kind of even that playing field and provide some extra points for them. With this item, attachment 1 is that methodology that we're asking you to approve. There is a second attachment that is the results of the survey that we did back in May related to this graduation data, which had a high rate of approval for the methodology. And then the third attachment is the work plan for the PSAA Advisory Committee. Of course, that work plan is a living document that changes monthly depending on how much the committee gets through and what speakers are available at the time. But it is there, and we do change that on a regular basis so people can kind of anticipate what's coming up in future meetings. So this recommendation today to approve this graduation data in the API is not a new concept, and it's not new to SB 1458. It was envisioned in the original law back in 1999 for the API to include graduation data. But now is the time that we have a methodology that we would like to see included in the API. It seems to have widespread support. And I would say we are not asking you today to make a determination about when this graduation data would be put into the API. That's kind of a larger discussion with the passage of 484, and we'll be coming back to you in springtime to make a decision. SB or AB 484 does give the authority to the superintendent with approval from the board about whether the calculation of an API would be a valid measure for schools. And so we will be bringing that back to you in the context of AB 484 and the field test as to whether we will actually calculate an API in 1314 and 1415. And so at that time we can bring up the issue of whether graduation data should be included in that API calculation should you choose to do one. This is simply a recommendation for you to adopt the methodology consistent with the PSAA's recommendation and the superintendent's support.
Yes, question, Board Member Sandel.
I have a question about the bonus point structure and if there was discussion about the inclusion of foster youth in that.
Right. When this was going through the PSAA, most of that discussion was happening prior to LCFF and the idea of in the local control accountability plan and the idea of adding foster youth as a significant subgroup to the API. So that was not really a point of discussion. We could bring it back at some point. We wouldn't want to delay the recommendation now for that purpose. But we could take that to the PSAA as a discussion point for future.
Thank you. I don't want to delay it either, but I do think it's important to keep foster youth in mind, especially as we're looking at LCFF and that as a group. I don't think we should ignore that.
Certainly.
Board Member Burr, and then.
Well, I think to the point that Board Member Sandoval raises, I know there's a discussion in here, Carrick, about whether or not to do kind of piecemeal or take everything into account before we make the adjustments. And it concerns me that there are all kinds of, there are 8 state priorities in the LCAP. that ultimately we may want to incorporate in the API, we may not, we may want to call it something different, we might have different scales. So to pull out a piece, even recognizing that I know this has been on the statute for a long time, and have us approve a methodology for that particular piece makes me nervous. I'm not entirely convinced that we should do a single indicator, particularly given the fact that there's a whole new landscape, if you will, with respect to the 8 state priorities in the LCAP. So I'd have to be convinced about that.
Could you?
Board Member Strauss was next.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry. Explain the urgency again to me. I know there's been a lot of work. I think this is, you've obviously, a lot of smart people have put this methodology together, and it may be tweaked a little bit. It may be tweaked a lot as we move forward. But I'm sorry, maybe I didn't read it clearly. What is the urgency right now with all this landscape?
We don't, it's not an urgency to approve the methodology. It's just that going through the process, it seems to have had widespread support. Doesn't mean it couldn't be changed. We haven't had the discussion, and I was mentioning before, we're not going to have the discussion today about when this would be implemented. That's for another board meeting and another recommendation. So I wouldn't say necessarily there's an urgency to do it today, but there's confidence in the data. It's valid and reliable. There's support for this methodology. So other than that, urgency isn't the word I would use.
Board Member Strauss.
So just to follow up and on the comments is that Member Williams and I have been present at all the PSAA meetings, and there's tremendous amount of work that's been done already, analysis by the department. Every meeting's got a presenter, an analysis, different areas, and we have many, many more. I'm excited that we're going to see David Connolly's research and some other research on mathematics. And so the direction, at least, that we've been as liaisons with the committee is saying we want to continue to explore and see what measures that we think are critical for college and career indicators. And then because one of the reports, which was really great from the professor from I think San Jose, but I'm not sure, the one 2 meetings ago. Anyway, it was like there wasn't a single criteria. There's a variety of measures, and we agree on the multiple measures. So it's been our hope that we will continue to go through the process, and as we agree, yes, graduation, yes, access to AP, yes, because, again, as Member Burr said, some of it's in LCAP. And then once we get it, we would take a look at how we want to weight all these indicators. So it's really in the process now of beginning to just unpack each of the variety of indicators and discussions with that group. And it is linked with LCAP right now with the timing on that. Some of it actually got ahead of the work we're doing. Maybe I'm not saying that quite right, but with some of the work we're doing in PSAA. So I don't know if Member Williams also wants to add to that comment, but we spent quite a bit of time. This was quite a lengthy discussion, just to let the board know, on what we're going to do about the graduation rate.
Yeah, okay. I want to get in. How did the committee handle the allegation by many critics that high schools alone cannot be held responsible for dropouts? So in my area, many of the high schools get students, and the elementaries don't even send the records over. And they placement test them, and they place at 5th grade when they enter high school. And then you have high schools that take dropouts and people that have been pushed out and so on. So to me, this graduation failure is a joint product of several levels of schooling. Yet yet the Union High School District in my area, they're going to take the rap for the whole thing. And how did they handle this? How did they hold people accountable? And what is their theory of action behind that?
Right. So let me put this in a larger context, especially with the mention of the Local Control Accountability Plan. 1458 does recognize, as did the original legislation for API, multiple measures in this index. And right now we just have the assessment data. LCAP has 8 state priorities and envisions multiple areas in which schools and districts can focus their efforts and should focus their efforts to improve the achievement of their schools. Dropout rates being one of them, chronic absenteeism, those sort of things. We had a discussion at the last PSAA meeting of some of these other indicators beyond the work that we've done on graduation data and the ongoing work that we're doing with college and career. Those other indicators are very similar to some of the ones that are in LCAP, among others that I've mentioned, suspension and expulsion rates, chronic absenteeism, and so forth. We had the discussion in PSAA to say that we did not want to get ahead, the PSAA advisory group did not want to get ahead of what this board would do in terms of approving a template of what school districts would do in their LCAP. So we've started the discussion. Dropout rates would be one of those. But we're holding off moving forward on any of those other indicators until we get some direction from what the board's going to do in terms of the template, because we certainly would want to move ahead of that work. And we want it to be something that's coordinated. Dropout rate, this is about graduation data. Dropout rates are are a different topic. And you're absolutely correct. There is discussion to be had about who is held responsible. The research on dropouts, I think everyone knows that it's not an event. It happens over time, whether it's because of things not going well at the elementary and middle school level, and then the high school, of course, is left with the dropout. And there's big discussion between those who are in K-8 schools and those that are in 9 through 12 districts. You know, the student leaves 8th grade in good standing, and the 8th grade feels like that school feels like they've done their job. Student doesn't show up in the 9th grade. Who do we hold accountable? The 8th grade K through 8 school says we did our job, and the high school says, well, we've never seen them before. How can we be held accountable? And so that is a larger discussion to talk about dropout rates. In terms of graduation rates, we have an ed code that reflects the federal requirements for how to calculate a graduation rate, and it's using a 4-year cohort that uses longitudinal data with students starting in the 9th grade and going through the 12th grade. So that is in our ed code, and this is consistent using that cohort rate. So this is not about dropouts.
Hair splitting between a graduation and a dropout, but if you drop out, you don't graduate where I come from. But you've got some differential concept. I'm still lost, but on this, yeah. Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I want to see if there's some clarity on this conversation. I thought I understood this item until we started talking about it. So we have a couple of concerns about all the moving parts in our accountability picture that will eventually inform the API. All right, so one of the concerns is, how do we actually go through the process of amending this? Do we do it all at once, or do we add each of the component pieces as we figure out the methodology for calculating it and incorporating it? What's in front of us today is the Public Schools Accountability Advisory Committee has figured this one out, and they're recommending, based on the ways that we have figured this one out, to incorporate this data into the API. I was fine until I started also hearing, so then with each subsequent piece we add, the relative weight or the relative amount of information or value we apply to this element could change over time. Is that correct?
Well, it is within the state board's purview to decide on the weighting of all those elements. So, again, this is just about the methodology. Mm-hmm. Do we agree with this methodology? If we do, then somewhere down the road with another board item, we can talk about when that might be incorporated, if we might want to wait until there is yet a third indicator, such as college and career, because that will make a difference on the weighting. Whether the weighting become 80-20, 60-40, or 60-20-20. So it does make a difference. You can't talk about the weights until you talk about the timing of when you would incorporate it.
Okay, so it makes sense if we simply take the step of saying, yes, we agree that the method you have come up with or developed for figuring out what the data point is going to be, that's fine. But I do agree with Board Member Holliday's point that what's the rush of going ahead and adding it into the API if some of this has to change in the context of the rest of our accountability picture?
Yeah, this is just a methodology.
Well, this says recommended for incorporating it into the API. It's not just that. So that's why I was asking the question. I wanted to be clear on what the item actually is. So I'm not hearing that we're all clear exactly on what it is we're supposed to try to do with this item anymore.
So the methodology that's described in attachment 1, how we would go about including graduation data into the API, not about when we would do it, whether that be next year or the following year. All this is talking about is when we are prepared to do it and to decide what weighting it would get, this is the methodology we would use.
So you're asking us to approve this methodology?
That's correct.
Yeah,
Nothing else?
Nothing
And
else.
so is the motion, maybe we need to make it clear what the motion is here, right?
And let me just add one other thing. When I said no urgency, I meant there is no legal reason why this decision has to be made today. The districts are wondering, are we ever going to put graduation data into our API? And this would signal yes, and it would also let them know the importance, what we find policy-wise, what's important to us. And what's important to us is that they pay attention to disadvantaged groups and that they will actually get some benefit out of focusing on making sure as many disadvantaged groups will graduate. So sending that message to schools and districts is important, whether that's considered urgent or not.
Board Member Holliday, then.
I agree with Member Sandoval's comment, though, that as we look forward to the future and we start to consider including foster youth, a very important subgroup, into this, by adopting this, as you call it, methodology, but actually we're adopting a very specific calculation right here. We're not adopting how you all came up with this. We're adopting what you came up with. And that's I think that's an important point to think about in terms of our accepting this at this moment. Because if we were then to say, wait a sec, we want to put foster youth into this methodology, this calculation, is that going to be something that's difficult to do? Is that going to take, is that going to take pulling this thing back out? And I don't know what the revision process would be, in other words, down the road, should we decide to change this calculation that you've all come up with. This is very important work that you've done. This is going to be terribly helpful. I just think that there's enough coming down the pike that we need to think about. One other thing that I wanted to mention, that is that there are any number of school charter and choice schools and districts that really focus on the students who are very much challenged in terms of graduating. That's their target market. And how if this eventually does become part of an API, if this eventually is a significant piece of the accountability of these schools, I think the quick answer that the CDE almost always gives is ASAM. And do you feel that that alternative accountability route is still a really viable route to avoid schools who focus on these children from being unduly punished, if you will?
So let me first comment on the foster youth. Depending on the timing, right, at a future board meeting when we have that discussion, if the board were to decide we want to implement this graduation data immediately, then there would not be time to make any changes, right? If they decided we're going to wait and adopt this, but we're not going to include it in the API until, say, 2015-16, which was kind of the deadline from SB 1458, then there would be time to do something. That aside, foster youth are considered in this, they are in the same group as the low-income students. So they would be earning automatically, without calling them out specifically, they would still earn the bonus points. So, and of course, foster youth will be a significant subgroup for the assessment data and all of the total API. But then you asked me about ASAM. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what the question was?
So a school that really is focused on helping kids who have dropped out, who are at most risk of not graduating, who significant population of their students come in as juniors, quote unquote, or whatever. That, from my understanding, the way that that school can survive this type of accountability is to raise their hand and say, we're ASAM, and go through the application process and all that. I guess I'm just not smart enough to know whether or not that really is a viable way of protecting those schools who are working with some of the most disadvantaged kids and doing the very best they can. And I certainly don't want them to be seen as failing schools simply because they're working with that population.
Right. So at the last two PSAA meetings, and actually a number of the members of the advisory committee are very in tune to the needs of our alternative schools, if you will. And what has been mentioned in those meetings and what we have on our future work plan is to work on a rate that would identify for alternative schools. Some call it a save rate, a success rate, some sort of an indicator that might represent better what those schools are doing than your traditional API or your traditional graduation rate or data. So that's been recognized in PSAA as something on our list of things to do to try to recognize the work. Because for some of them, their work is to get kids back to the traditional school, right? And they ought to be recognized for doing their job when they do that. And right now, there's no way that any of these rates or calculations capture that. So we think that there's some sort of a special calculation or rate separate from graduation that might address the work that those schools do.
I had Board Member Williams next. Now we earned to ASAM. Now I'm going to, that's a real can of worms there. So there's a lot more to it than just what you said, but go ahead.
Just to follow up on what Member Holliday was raising, and I'm not an expert in all these details on this, but the one question the one concern I want to raise that's similar is that I know that CDE and the accountability group has gone through lots of discussions. You must feel like you're dying with how many things that we're going through, and this could wind up being a very small part of a total API, even if we still have an API in a couple of years. But each part of it is important, and I know you've done a lot of work to really think carefully and get feedback and think about how would this impact and which group would be impacted by this decision and how many points to give for this and that kind of thing. So, we're kind of down to those, right now we're kind of talking about those little details about that. And just to be more specific on Member Holliday's question, if you're a charter school and that's your mission and your charter is to try to recover dropouts, and if you can't get them through in a 4-year cohort, and that hasn't been taken into consideration, or you lose them or they take 5 years or 6 years, and your API drops, then you can be revoked. That's not something that happens to traditional schools if you happen not to get them through. It's a high-stakes consequence for these charters that are set up to try to do that. So I would just want to make sure that that the PSAA and once we finally, whether that's today or some other time, approve the calculation, that we've taken that into consideration as well, because I don't want to lose schools who have chosen as their mission to try to get these kids back in and on track and graduating.
Okay, Board Member Strauss, and then
So I want to, Deb, do you want to talk first?
In terms of these dropout recovery schools, which are not, that's a very small number. But just so you all know, and I'm failing to remember the bill number, but a bill passed for us to look at an alternative method of accountability for these schools particularly. And so we are doing that right now. We're working with a particular charter school, Sciatech. We've given them kind of a, here's what we're thinking about, and so they're giving us some feedback on that, and they're presenting to us kind of what they're thinking about an alternative model would be. So just, I wanted to mention that. And I think the bill allowed for 10 schools in order to put that forward as kind of a pilot, if you will. So that's ongoing work right now, and I wanted you to know that. It's not reflected in the current count. It's much more than a graduation rate. It's talking about academic performance and such. So, but just to be clear, all schools are more than just a graduation rate. So this was particularly pointed out for those schools, particularly those dropout recovery schools.
Board Member Strauss.
And then I think Member Burr after me. So in light of the comments from Board Member Sandoval about the issue of foster youth, which I don't believe was in the discussion that we were present for on the graduation methodology, and the issue of the recovery schools that you're dealing with in a separate piece, and the fact that we have to deal with LCAP now before we, on the template, is it better to wait and deal with these pending issues than to take action on the methodology and then have to revisit it if we include foster youth and some of the others in it?
Well, that would depend on whether you feel that this methodology is going to be impacted by that.
But it could be, particularly on foster youth. Yeah. Am I right? No? Say again? Deb was talking to, I don't know. It's counted by definition.
So they will automatically get the bonus points.
Board Member Burr.
So does this feel like piling on, Carrie? I guess I wanted to ask a kind of a more general question, which is about the scale. Because if I'm looking correctly at what the recommended change is, and I just want to make sure it's in attachment 1, page 2 of 2, and you've got a little table there that talks about it, what the point structure is. Currently, the API is 1,000 points, right?
That's correct.
So you're suggesting that if I have this right, that for graduation, we would double it. Is that right? That you could add 1150 to your API?
No.
Okay, just the 50. Okay.
Right.
All right, because it seemed to me that the whole scale would be, so the 4-year graduate with diploma gets 1,000 points?
Correct.
And so you're adding it to 1,000?
That's correct. So if you were an English learner, you would then have 1,050. If you were an English learner and students with disabilities, then it would be 1,000.
But is that in addition to what your current API is that's just based on test scores? Would that be in addition?
Right. It would have to be, it would be put together with the assessment data to come up with the API.
Well, but what I'm trying to understand, because I think there have been discussions about this at PSAA, that we want to fundamentally change the scale of the API so people understand that we've made big changes. So, for example, let's just say your current API is 850, that we wouldn't just be making incremental changes to say, oh, now it's going to be 900. Is that what you're trying to, because again, I'm just trying to figure out if this is like a significant change to Member Rucker's, or to add on to her comments, about a methodology. I get that you're asking us to do a methodology, not to make the change right now. I'm still not sure it's ready for prime time. But I'm trying to understand if you're also talking about a fundamental change in the structure of API.
No, the structure is the same, and it's consistent with how assessment data is structured. where the lowest points a student earns could be 200 up to 1,000.
Okay.
This mimics that same scaling. So
And would it be added to the current API? Would it be added to the test scores?
Maybe I can help a little. I think we're getting sort of apples and oranges. This is a scaling thing. You could use any scale you wanted. You could go 0.2 to 0.1. It is a relative merit within itself. So this is the value that a kid that graduates in 4 years has versus a one that graduates in 5 years versus one that gets a GED degree. How you would weight that in relation to an API is the separate issue that we are suggesting that you deal with later when you're ready for that. And you may want to have all those weighting factors combined with other things that you may want to put in an API. This is just for the methodology of how you would weight various levels of when children actually graduate. It's just that little thin slice. And what kind of weight it would have inside an API is something to be decided at a later date. This is just inside itself in terms of, okay, these are different kinds of graduates and when they occur and how many points you should assign relative to each other. I'm not being helpful here?
Yeah, you're trying to clarify, but the way the item reads is it's all an API example. So they obviously, Ken Young is here. You will speak. Yeah.
President Kirst, members
please
of the board.
identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Ken Young. I am the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools and the co-chair of the PSSA Advisory Committee. And Member Burr, I think another way to look at it is that currently the API is 1,000 points, and there's only one thing that contributes to that essentially is the STAR test results. And so if you were to, Casey, yes. So if you were to take a look at the API and kind of cut it in the middle and make 60% of it now the test results from the California Standards Test or whatever is going to be contributing to that, and took the other 40%, looking at Senate Bill 1458, that 40% now is going to start having different elements in it. And one of the elements would be graduation rate. It could have other elements in it that constitute college rates and have other elements that constitute career rates. So really the 1,000 points or the 1,150 is really looking at that single line item that's sitting in the 40% piece. It's how much that a student has the ability to earn on that particular indicator in that 40% box, and the value that that has in the overall complexity of the whole API. And I don't know if that helps kind of define it a little bit more.
I understand what SB 1458 did.
Yeah.
Had lots of conversations about it.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, because there are a lot of other indicators that are supposed to go in there, and really to me, more importantly, because on top of that, we then passed LCFF
LCAP, yeah.
and said, here are 8 state priorities, and maybe some of them should be included in here. It just seems, again, not ready for prime time. We have so many things that we need to figure out before we take a step, because we could just as easily come back and have to revisit this again. And I understand that you all have been working really hard on PSAA to look at all of these indicators over time, and the world's kind of shifted under you, in my view, and under us. So I just am not comfortable making this change at this time. So that's just where I am.
Maybe it'd be helpful for the committee to kind of get an idea of, as different indicators within that 40% are being developed, the PSSA committee is looking at what things should be included in there as valid indicators of college readiness and career readiness. I'd like to get a sense of how the board would like to see those brought forward in one bundle. Do you want to see us bring college-ready indicators first and then career-ready indicators later? Because we had kind of saw this as a sequence of bringing graduation forward now, bringing the other elements forward as they're kind of worked on and developed and approved. But I'm really would like to hear from the board what their thought is about how they'd like to see those come forward.
You can try. I think
Well, I think we have to talk about the whole process, in my view, right? Because PSAA was established in statute to develop the API, right? And that's the work of what they do. And it's an advisory committee selected by and making recommendations primarily to the superintendent, right? Now, we have, as a board, a much broader scope of work to do, and we have very specific direction from the legislature, and we'll be spending quite a lot of time tomorrow talking about that with respect to LCAP and spending regulations, et cetera. So I think as a board, we have to decide, we have to kind of figure out what that process looks like, because we have to continue to gather input on all of those pieces that may or may not be consistent with the work of what the PSAA was directed to do initially. So I think we've got to sort of figure that out, in my view, and that's just me talking.
If there was a decision made somewhere to have an API next year, at least for high schools, let's just hypothetically that, would taking this step now be helpful for having that as a way to help generate a high school API for next year?
I don't know. This idea of adding them one by one, it has problems with me. But
okay.
You know, you have one, particularly one as flaky as this to me, where the high schools take the rap and it's a joint product, and you're adding that one in one by one. That is a problem. Did you discuss ASAM? Because as I understand, there are allegations out there, and there was legislation this year that some schools, you know, students are not doing well, so they put them into ASAM, and then do they count as graduates then if they pass the ASAM, which is a lower level test?
You know,
not a test, but
it's a designation of a small school. Is what that term ASAM refers to. You know, I'll try to answer, I think, your question the best that I can, and Carrick's probably more of the expert on that. I'm answering it from someone who has founded 2 charter schools, and both of them are designed to, one of them is a dropout recovery program.
Yeah, I'm not asking about that. Not.
So then the other one.
So the so-called alternative schools, that continuation schools, you know, that sort of thing. I'm not talking about charter schools.
Right. So specifically, President Kirst, what is your question about the?
Well, I think they're also caught up in this in some ways because they are special. We've had continuation schools for a long time here, and they're, again, a different kind of entity. We've had alternative schools. They're not charter schools. We had big movement on that before we really expanded charter schools. And so I'm just wondering whether you've thought about the effects of this on them, because they often got students who, quote, didn't fit into a conventional high school and all that sort of stuff.
Right.
They're still out there, as you undoubtedly know. So, you know, was that, they to me are another subpopulation that has differential issues, it seems to me, from the regular comprehensive high school.
So at the regular comprehensive high school, they become part of the population that's identified with the bonus points, if you will. When you're in a small designated school, it would fall under what Ms. Sigmund talked about earlier, was the legislation that's doing some pilots under there to try to figure out how's the best way to give them credit for the progress that they make.
Okay, so that's, because I didn't know they were, because all this was around charter schools, and you know, that discussion. So there are small schools that students are referred to that are not charters, okay, and there are some that are charters.
Right.
They were originated years ago. When I got here, we had continuation schools. They were small by design, high, you know, and all of that. But it seems to me I didn't know whether the PSAA deliberated on what you're saying. They set that aside, so those schools would not get this new API.
And I wouldn't say they don't get the API. Everyone gets an API.
Yeah, they wouldn't get this new methodology.
That's correct. If we came up with an alternative calculation for them, then that would be used in place of this methodology.
Okay, that's what I was trying to clarify, because there are non-charter schools that are small, and they're sort of referral schools within the non-charter sector.
That word, if we come up with an alternative.
Yeah.
That bothers me a little bit. But
We're just trying to get the regular calculation approved.
I understand. But my last comment is that there really has been a sea change here. And I agree with Member Byrd that I think we would all feel much more comfortable to have a much fuller discussion tomorrow about where our priorities are going to have to lie and how we're going to have to meet our responsibilities to the legislation before we come back to look at each individual slice. And maybe it wouldn't change at all. And maybe all the good work that this team has done is just we're going to take that slice and plunk it right in there. Then again, it might change.
Patricia.
Well, first of all, I want to say I had a chance to meet with some of the representatives from your county office, and it was nice to have a meeting with your folks because they asked some of the same questions that you've raised today, and they did talk about the elements or the issues we'll be looking at on the agenda item tomorrow. But you did bring up a question, or at least you proposed a scenario that goes back to the urgency, or if there is any urgency attached to the approval of this item, and that is concerning whether or not the state will calculate an API for high schools next year. So in posing that situation or that scenario to us, are you suggesting that this methodology or this calculation is an important element of being able to do that, or can we still create an API for high schools next year without having that?
Well, having the high school graduation rate in the API provides more content, more substance for the value of the API. It provides more meaning to it than it might be absent the graduation rate.
So then in your sitting in the chair you have as a superintendent, in the work you'll be doing to monitor and work with districts in your county, there's a potential then that this could change again. So we will have something that could be approved today, that would be in place for an API in one school year, that will get changed in a subsequent school year. In the chair that you're sitting in, how does that work?
Well, the API has already started to change because schools right now are starting to teach the Common Core. They have been for a while. That's why we've seen such great fluctuations in the API score this last year. That's one of the reasons why I think it was important that 484 was passed, is because otherwise there is no current fidelity between what is taught and what is assessed for the API with the standards. Mm-hmm. So it was very important to make this change. If we were to include high school graduation as an indicator for the API, and then the high school graduation rates, the API was calculated for high schools, then if college indicators and career indicators are added later, depending upon the weight that is established for the graduation rate, it probably won't make any difference to add other indicators in there because you're looking at the 40% box that sits off to the side.
Right. Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you, I do appreciate you coming and talking to us and explaining your perspective on what makes doing this work or approving this methodology important to you and important to the work that you're doing in the position that you have. So I do appreciate that. We have some concerns, or a lot of concerns have been raised that have nothing to do with whether or not I think we value whether or not the methodology is appropriate. It's whether or not approving this and going forward with its application in some other way is appropriate. So what I would recommend is if we are clear about what the methodology is, we have the conversation just about the methodology and not about the other pieces that are connected to implementing it or how it will be used or how it would be applied. I think if we consider a look at whether or not we believe we can approve the validity of the method, that will give some other direction to the PSAA on what their next steps would be. But we set aside the issue about how it will be applied or how it would be implemented. I think that would be another way to consider looking at this item, based on the information the superintendent has suggested, because I think I really do value what it is he's saying.
Could we read the motion that's proposed here? So board members are, what precisely is the motion you want us to pass?
Right. So the recommendation.
Can you read the precise language of the recommendation.
Well, normally CD staff doesn't make a motion.
Okay, but go ahead. Well, read your recommendation.
Thank you. I'd be glad to. So we are only asking for approval of a methodology that will be applied at some time in the future.
Okay, is there a motion that anybody's ready to make based on that recommendation? Okay, we'll make your comment, and then we'll see if there's a motion.
Having attended the PSAA meetings, not every one of them, you probably have. I haven't made every one of them, but I do understand what this issue is. And I understand that we're looking at one slice, which is graduation. And I understand the weighting, and you know that we've had this discussion at the board level about feeling uncomfortable about moving forward on this one piece. And it may look from the outside like if you agree with the methodology, then why don't you just go ahead and approve it? And I think there were questions raised in today's discussion about the methodology as it might relate to some of those dropout schools and that kind of thing, but otherwise, and the foster kids, and that got answered. But I think that what a lot of us are feeling is this real awareness that has been raised by several members about how much the landscape has changed since the PSAA started its work. And it started its work most recently, correct me if I'm wrong, in regard to 1458 and the need to look at the high school API and what would go into it on that. And then suddenly we've got LCFF and LCAP, which aren't totally different, but they have to be coordinated and considered kind of together. And so while I'm probably still not comfortable approving the methodology just because I feel the way my brain works, I like to kind of see the whole picture before I agree on a part, so I see how they all fit together. But I'm also concerned that the PSAA is doing work that it's been charged with doing, and the members are taking their time and they're coming to the meetings and they're doing this important work, which I think is valuable. And Member Strauss and I have both benefited from hearing all of the discussions. But it's now really clear that work is happening simultaneous to this other work that's getting done, and there hasn't actually been, I don't think, a really good conversation about that up until now. And it was asked by you, what do you want the PSAA to do, State Board? Do you want us to bring you pieces of it as we discuss it? Do you want to wait and get everything together? And I think that's an excellent question, and we have not addressed the fact that we've now got a changed landscape, and we probably need to sit down and think about how this group's work relates to that group's work and what we want to see, because I don't want to waste either CDE's time or the PSAA's time if we're not ready for some of the work that they're moving forward doing.
Okay, let's have some public comment. Do we have public comment? Then we'll have some more board discussion, and then maybe somebody will want to make a motion, or we don't have a motion and we can move on. Go ahead.
There are 8 speakers: Doug McRae, Maya Cooper, Rebecca Gonzalez, Deborah Brown, Carrie Hanel, Rigel Massaro, Sherry Griffith, and Eric Premack. Please line up 2 minutes.
Good afternoon again. My name is Doug McRae, retired testing guy from Monterey. Given the discussion we just heard, I'm not sure my comments are relevant at all. But I do the comments that I prepared very briefly. The proposed methodology by itself, independent of context, appears to me to be a sound methodology, and I'd support approving it just as an isolated thing, not taking into account the context. The more difficult issue is deciding when to put it in. It's a sequencing issue. We've talked sequencing all day. That's just, the board materials said it was delayed to the January board meeting. My brief comment on this issue having to do with the high school API is that it will be very difficult to make acceptable lemonade out of the KC and the STAR Life Sciences assessment data, which by lemonade I mean the low expectation lemons as far as accountability usage is concerned in KC and the life sciences tests, even if you combine it with a more credible graduation data. So that, to me, is a way of framing the issue of whether you want a high school API next time. So with that, I'll do the B. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Cooper. I'm an attorney at the National Center for Youth Law and work as a policy manager within the Foster Youth Education Initiative. Foster Ed works to improve the educational outcomes of students in foster care, and I'm here today representing the educational needs of foster youth. Research consistently shows that students in foster care have educational needs that are different and unique from other students. Foster youth's dropout rates are consistently higher than other students, and their graduation rates are consistently lower, even when compared with other low-income students, English learners, and students with disabilities. In recognition of their unique educational needs, the legislature and governor added foster youth as a subgroup in the API under the LCFF legislation. However, the department is not currently awarding any extra points to foster youth under the current bonus point structure. While we support the bonus point structure generally, foster youth must be added as one of the identified programs under this methodology. Therefore, we're asking that foster youth be added as a program for whom schools and districts receive these bonus points for graduating. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Gonzalez. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the National Association of Social Workers California chapter, and I also represent the Pupil Services Coalition, which is a coalition of pupil service associations that includes school social workers, nurses, counselors, psychologists, child and welfare attendant supervisors, as well as other school professionals. I want to thank the board for your discussion, your thoughtful discussion on this issue, and I do concur with the previous speaker that I think it is important to specifically call out foster youth, even if, I know the explanation we heard that they're included in the low-income category, but they are a very unique population. Their educational outcomes are very low, but they do well if they have certain student supports. And so we really do ask the board to single them out on this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deborah Brown with Children Now. I agree with the two previous speakers regarding the need to call out foster youth because their needs are distinct and different from low-income students. So we do ask that be reconsidered in future meetings. Having said that, we do continue to support the inclusion of the graduation data in the API. We do think that this is long overdue. In addition, we continue to encourage the PSA and the State Board to develop a more holistic approach to accountability in which college and career readiness and other important measures like physical fitness, chronic absence, suspension, and expulsion rates and school climate are uniformly monitored and measured and incorporated in a more comprehensive statewide accountability system as the mechanism for measuring overall school performance. And we encourage you to look at what other states are doing, like Georgia, and also looking at what the core districts are doing on this issue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Hannell. I'm with the Education Trust West. I agree with the colleagues who spoke before me regarding foster youth. One thing that I want to add to what they said is that I don't think it's sufficient that low-income students and foster youth students being an unduplicated category count for 50 points, but rather that those be stacked on top of each other, such that a student who was, say, an English learner, low-income, and foster youth could generate 150 points in the system. In addition, we suggest additional clarity around how 5- and 6-year graduates are treated. It may have been worked out, but I didn't hear it today. And in particular, we want to ensure that a regular diploma, whether it's earned in 4 or 5 or 6 years, is valued more highly than a GED, and that be explicit in the point structure. And finally, regarding the timeline and how this all fits together, while we know you won't be making decisions regarding the timing for incorporating these changes into the API today, we do recommend that the state make all major changes to the API at the same time, so as to minimize confusion for educators and the public that these kinds of changes introduce. We heard how confusing a piece of it is today, and we know that the change process for the public is going to be difficult. And while we are concerned that the API is going to be put on hold for a couple of years, and that's kind of a separate issue, the pause nonetheless does afford us the opportunity to look at all of these measures together and think about how we come to a new accountability index at once. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Rigel Massaro with Public Advocates. We also appreciate the board's discussion about the changing educational landscape and timing. Whenever it is that SB 1458 is fleshed out, we do support the proposed methodology for incorporating graduation rate data, which is also overwhelmingly supported by the stakeholders, including parents and teachers, in the statewide survey. We have long advocated for the inclusion of multiple measures of success in our state's accountability system, and for robust data systems that accurately track multiple points of data for each student over time. The proposed methodology gives additional weight in the API to schools who graduate their highest needs students in 4 years, while also ensuring accurate reporting at the subgroup level so we can monitor progress and close the achievement gap. In concert with the new funding system, which we hope will deliver additional resources to high-needs students, the proposed API methodology is a rational way to drive the change we want to see in California, closing the graduation rate gap among subgroups and ensuring all students graduate from high school prepared for college and career. And I also echo my colleagues in the concern for the foster care group. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Sherry Griffith with AXA. We have, I think, a different take on how you're considering proceeding, and maybe it's because we've seen the evolution of the API since 1999 and actually are not afraid of the changes that are occurring. You might recall between 1999 and 2004, we evolved the API over time. We added the KC, we added science, we changed the weights. I think the field is very much comfortable with the fact that it has to evolve over time. So if we were to choose, we would say incorporate the grad rate now. And a main reason for that is it's a universal expectation for all students. It is not an indicator that some students will have. It is an indicator that all students should have. Secondly, in the AYP, for 12 years, we have been counting the grad rate. So we are very comfortable in utilizing the percentages that are expected of us in regards to this particular indicator. We strongly support the PSAA's recommendation. We like the point structure. We think it's an appropriate weight that has been assigned. And we are comfortable with the indicator because CalPADS has now provided finally that accurate data that we need to include. We also want to see the API continue to become more robust for the secondary level. It's going to take quite a bit of time to work out the career readiness and other indicators for you to feel comfortable with those. Why wait when we can smooth out the noise in the system using a universal indicator that all of our educators are expected to achieve in working with their students? So we would actually support the methodology being voted on today, and we would support it going into the API immediately.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. We have a number of concerns with the proposal here. We like the concept of adding more ingredients to what I call the API smoothie and broadening the base, but we're very concerned about the way this one in particular is spec'd. We have several dozen of our members are schools that serve anywhere from 10 to 100% students who are either dropouts and or pushouts and or pregnant parenting or what have you, and come to the schools anywhere from 1 to several or more semesters behind in terms of credits, and expecting those schools, as Dr. Kirst noted, to be able to graduate them in 4 years or in some cases a shorter period of time is very much unrealistic. This is of special concern to charter schools because in multiple places now in the Ed Code we've established minimum renewal or other criteria that are essentially life or death, meet the score or you're toast. indicators that are based on the API. And we weren't real happy about those getting thrown in the first place, but now that they're there, we're watching how the API is reconstituted like a hawk, and it's going to be very important to us that the indicators that go through there are very carefully thought through in terms of how it impacts charter school renewal. At this point, this one's not ready for prime time yet. It's not soup yet. We hope that you'll not only wait on this one to see the big picture, but to get this particular indicator fixed before considering throwing it into the mix. Thank you.
Hello, Sheila Whitley, CTA. I have no problem with the methodology that was presented. My question and my issue with this is I am a high school teacher and I'm on my school leadership team. We work very hard. I come from an area in the Central Valley where about 10% of our kids are homeless or foster youth. And we work very hard on our graduation rates and have gotten that up. But we have several things besides graduation rates that need to be considered with this. Graduation rates, dropout rates, the climate survey of a school that was talked about by the student group this morning. And I have concerns that this target is going to be moving enough to where it will be very hard for schools to plan and to really work on these. Working on getting graduation rates up is not something that happens overnight. It took us 6 years of working consistently with a program through CTA to really work on stopping our dropouts and trying to get kids connected with schools so that our graduation rates did go up. So I really have some concerns with having this be a moving target and having the percentage of this calculated into API changing over time. Thank you very much.
I'm Roger Yoho, Director of Assessment and Accountability for Corona Norco Unified School District. I also serve on the California Department of Education's Technical Design Group, which works with CDE on the technical aspects of what you're talking about today. A couple of things, regardless of when you either approve or don't approve this particular recommendation. Two things. One is the fact that it takes a couple of years for this to actually turn to fruition. What I mean by that is the graduation rate's always behind. We don't have official 2012-13 data yet, so that's just an illustration. It always is behind, so it takes a while for it to get through the system. If you should approve this type of policy, what you're saying is that schools that work with students with disabilities, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, what you're doing, we're behind you. We want to urge you, we want to give you, for lack of better terminology, extra credit for helping those kids get that diploma that they so richly deserve. And so it's a really important message that you send. Regardless if it's good, bad, or indifferent, what's tested is what it's measured gets paid attention to. And so if we say to people, these youngsters are really important and they have had such a difficult time graduating, we understand that and we're going to give you extra benefit for working and being so successful with those kids. That's what you're doing when you send this type of policy. From our perspective, we hope that you approve today's recommendation, but if you don't do it today, we sure hope you do soon. Thank you so much.
I'm Cecilia Mansfield, representing the California State PTA, and I want to speak in support of the recommendation to adopt the methodology. I served on the PSAA committee for 10 years. Recently, our president became a member of the, I'd done my duty, but this was something we were working on when I was still serving on the PSAA committee. It was multiple measures is something PTA has long advocated for, and it was part of the original legislation that called for the creation of the API. Senator Steinberg's bill, I think, anticipated that it would have become part of the API long ago, and I hope that you will at least adopt the methodology today so we can begin to meet the challenge of incorporating other indicators as is required by the law. Thank you.
Okay, we've heard the public testimony. Member Rucker?
Okay, so this item is not asking us to amend the API today.
No.
This item is not asking us to identify a weight for this data point today. This item, as I'm understanding it, is based on a legislative mandate that has been identified, SB 1458. The PSAA has recommended a way of calculating this data point. We are not being asked whether or not we think it's of value to include it, and we're not being asked to identify whether or not it should be incorporated today, tomorrow, individually, or in a cluster collection with everything else that we have to do to mature and develop the API. What we're being asked is to give in direction to the PSAA, do we believe the methodology they are recommending is a good way for incorporating graduation data into the API? That's really and truly the single question that's in front of us. Now, we have heard from people in the field who, from the seats they sit in, believe we are ready to consider this methodology today, that this methodology from the seats they sit in is sound today. But what I have heard from the people sitting on our side of this conversation, this is not ready for prime time because there are other things that are also on our agenda at the same time that probably need to be considered. In having that conversation, I'm left to wonder then, are we throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Are we saying we don't like the methodology at all? Or are we saying that the methodology is incomplete, that there's something else that needs to be added? The staff have tried to explain what they're recommending that we do, which is simply to approve the methodology. We're not doing anything other than approving the method they are recommending for incorporating the graduation data. If we believe the method they have suggested is sound but incomplete, then I would recommend we tell them it's sound but incomplete and ask for some additional information or ask for the additional data pieces to be added before we consider adding it to the API. So I'm going to split the question actually in this recommendation. Do we believe the methodology itself is sound? That's a yes or no question. Then the second piece is, are there other elements we believe need to be added to this calculation? That's not a yes or no question. That requires us to give direction to the PSAA to add to that methodology. So I'm going to suggest a motion just to address the first question. And I'm hoping that that will work. I'm going to move that we give instruction to the PSAA that the methodology they are recommending for incorporating data in the API is sound, and we agree with the methodology they are recommending.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, there's a second. Let me tell you, mentioned elements. What I've heard from staff is to adopt a methodology, but then what I heard, if I'm right, is that this methodology would not apply to some particular types of schools. So not only do we have debates about elements like foster youth, but we have debates about types of schools. Therefore, I'm nervous approving a methodology when there's a group of schools that you're working on. And so I'm not happy with the motion because it doesn't deal with that problem. I thought they've said they're going to come back with a group of traditional and charter schools and make something about them. So if we're going to give direction, which I think was you're trying to be helpful in giving direction,
I'm in the motion then.
then that could be in your elements, but it's usually not an element. There's a class of schools that I think you're saying are not covered at this point by this methodology. Or did I misread?
So let me clarify. First of all, it's not being implemented yet.
I know that.
Okay. So in order to put together an alternative, if you will, calculation for certain alternative schools, it's important for us to know what is going to be used for traditional schools, right? So it would be helpful to know that from a policy standpoint, do you agree with this idea of 1,000 points for a graduate, 1,000 points for certificate of completion for special education students, 800 points for a GED, bonus points for special disadvantaged groups, so that we know where to go then with an alternative method. So I'm not in a place to alter anybody's motion, but perhaps the question now is whether this is a sound methodology for traditional schools, and that would give us at least something of an anchor that we can then look at what we might do for alternatives.
Let me see. What you're wrestling with is the difficulty we have when we have a single linear scale on which we're trying to put all schools, even though many of them do very different things. Okay? And this is one of the problems we have with that. So there are two ways to deal with that issue. Well, there are three ways to do it. You can ignore it, right? Just plop them on the scale anyway. You can set them aside and say we're going to have a different kind of way of scale of doing that. Or it is possible, conceivably, to make adjustments in when you do API so that they somehow fit appropriately on a single linear scale. And you're wrestling with that because if you look at these schools that are dropout recovery schools, which just happens to be this particular issue that's in front of us, it looks like we've got some sort of unfairness here in dealing with these schools. And we might. And so the answer is I don't think we or you have settled that question of how you're going to do this, and that's all part of the discussion of when we build a new API, how do we want to build it? And that's a discussion that needs to come. But, I think that this, for most schools, provides a methodology of how you would scale graduates for whatever piece of an API you decide that wants to cover at some future point in the time, when you have more of these factors that you want to weigh.
But the problem, or at least the issue with the explanation you just gave, is that the staff have said repeatedly, this is not intended to apply to all schools in the state. This is intended to apply to the traditional programs, not the alternative programs. So again, the question is, and I put that motion out so that we could talk about what it is we're actually trying to accomplish by talking about this methodology. Are we trying to be clear? We're approving a methodology for the traditional school programs and then trying to figure out how to give direction to the PSAA about the alternative programs, or are we saying this is not the methodology we want at all, regardless of the profile of schools we're talking about? That's the purpose of that motion.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Board Member
to
Holliday,
this. Of course, I really want graduation rates to be a part of school accountability. I do. I think it's very important. I don't want to slow that down. I don't want to derail it in any way. It's an important thing. I just want to get it right. And with all these things moving, I'm not sure we're going to get it right. For example, one of the public speakers just indicated, if we've got a foster child who's also in the low socioeconomic realm, maybe we ought to add more points for that child than just lumping that child as simply low socioeconomic. Those are the kinds of changes of the elements that may happen as we have these other discussions. And at the same time, right now to clarify which schools this would apply to and which schools this wouldn't apply to without that being detailed, I think that's a problem as well. So I'm still not, I want to send the message, graduation is the goal. I'm having trouble doing that with this particular little motion. Not little, I apologize, but this particular motion.
Well, but the motion did include the idea that there were things that could be added, elements that could be added. I think, no.
The intent, let me restate, my intent in the motion.
The motion. All right.
My intent in offering the motion is for us to decide, is this the methodology we want to instruct the Public Schools Accountability Advisory Committee to proceed with developing? That's the intent of my motion. So if I didn't state that well, then I will withdraw that motion so we can figure out a better way to state it. But that's the intent of the motion I'm trying to offer, is to give clear instructions to the PSAA. Is this the method we want to proceed with? And if we say yes, then that gives them clear direction on how to proceed with developing the alternatives that we also believe we need. But so that's the intent of my motion. So if that wasn't clear enough, and apparently it wasn't, then I need to withdraw that, and we need to consider another way to propose it. Because again, the question is not what else. We're all clear, and we can agree. There's consensus. Graduation rate has to be included in the API, but that's not what we're approving today. What we're trying to approve is we have been given a recommendation about the methodology for how to incorporate that data. Do we believe the methodology that that's being given to us is the way we want to do it? That's actually the question in front of us.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant, and I hope I don't muddy the waters here, but let me try this. My concern is that we are trying to make a decision on a method that we don't have enough information of how the implications of that method. And so I'm struggling. I'm in full agreement that we have to use high school graduation. I don't think that's the question on the table. But I am struggling that the decision that we make today on the method, that it has implications that no one knows about. And so I'm not sure if I'm capturing Member Holliday's thoughts and Sue Burr's thoughts, but that's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling very uncomfortable that we are going to adopt a method that we don't know its implications down the road. So whether we're being asked just about the method, if we just focus on that, I'm going to say I am not in favor of the method because I don't know all the pieces to our decision.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I'm wondering if we can hold this over for a day, see if there's, I think the recommendation, it was too generic to me, and we've brought up some nuances, and maybe there's a recommendation that you could fashion that has more explicit language than adopt the method. I mean, it's given the problems that have been raised here.
So let me offer this, because I'm a little bit concerned, given what Member Molina just expressed, and I get that, but I will tell you that there will never be enough information, right? So you guys will make decisions about what to include in API, and there will always be something that will likely come along at a later date. We've seen that. I think it was Sherry who talked about the inclusion of science and the inclusion of all these other elements that that's the nimbleness of the system, right? It's able to take in these new elements, and the weights adjust and so forth. And this is not weights, this is about methodology. However, having said that, if we can get past that a little bit, then I think that if we, perhaps Carrick and I could work with the liaisons to come up with a motion that would be comfortable so that we could give a symbol. I think it's important to give a signal to districts which are waiting for this. I mean, remember, this inclusion of graduation rate is not in response to 1458. This is in response to even earlier legislation. And of course, there is no legislation There's nothing that directs us to change API in terms of LCFF, although that will happen, but that wasn't, we weren't directed in terms of the law to do that. So I think that this is going to be an ongoing discussion, that we're going to have to be nimble enough to change things as things kind of move along. We are in a bit of a different situation this year because of this issue around high school API. So that's, I think, you asked about urgency, and I think that's the kind of the uncomfortableness for the department, which of course gets a lot of calls from districts and schools about, are we ready to put in this graduation rate? But if you'd like to hold this over, and we could work with the liaisons if that sounds...
Well, or we could even bring it up tomorrow if we could fashion something.
That's what I mean. Hold
Yeah.
over tonight.
Right.
I
just
don't know
don't think it's quite there. It's too generic. I think that was the point that Member Rucker was making. And I think there's some confusion as to whether... I guess I'll say I think there's low-income children, they have problems. Foster care is to me, more than just being low income. I mean, everything I've read about it and talked to students about. So I think there's unease with that being covered in another area, and it's the same thing as being low income. To me, it's different. So we're uneasy with that. And so if you can get something that's a little bit more nuanced than what we've heard as to what you're recommending, then I think maybe we can move forward.
Well, why don't we give that a
Yeah,
try?
I do agree. The pressure a little, and I want the liaisons to think about this, is Mr. McCrae made this point too, that, we've got a very skinny high school API as we're going forward here when we changed around the testing. So when we did pass 484, we all of a sudden yanked a whole lot of stuff out of the high school API.
We did.
We did. So that's something that was done. So that's part of the calculation is what I'm saying. We need to be sensitive to that.
Right. So two short reasons why this item is here for you today. You do need to decide at some point if we're going to do a high school API. Without a methodology, that wouldn't be an option to you if you wanted to add it. So that's one reason it came today. The other is there are a lot of moving parts, and there will be more moving parts as we go down the path of college and career readiness indicator and what that methodology will be and what those measures will be. And then we'll have to talk about the weights, the relative weights of those in the API. So our thought processes here is if we could get one decision out of the way, then that would be less decisions for the future.
Board Member Burr.
So first, at least the way I read the recommendation in the item, it's not generic at all. It's very specific, right? It's very specific about a methodology. And we've heard some concerns about things that are lacking. I'll take the foster care one as the one that we've heard over and over again. That's not in there. Secondly, this issue about high schools that are dropout recovery schools or whatever you want to call them.
Or other alternative schools. I keep
None
wanting to
of that
broaden
is in here as it is. So it's a very specific recommendation if you look at the item. And I know that Member Rucker was taking a shot in a different way. But so just one comment for me in terms of deferring, that we will be informed a great deal, in my view, and by the 3 hours in the morning that we talk about LCFF or however long it takes us. But it was also the message there is accountability is much broader now than the API. So that to me is the important message that we need to be sending out, not just to high schools, but to all schools, that we value now a lot of different measurements. We certainly value graduation rate. I want to reaffirm that. And we have ways of measuring that now. You already mentioned, Deb, through the AYP. It's in the SARC. It's not something that we've been ignoring for sure. So I just want to make that crystal clear that we're not now saying, no, we don't value that. So I think that if we're going to defer action on this, it has to be deferred because we're looking at a much broader picture, not just that we're trying to sort of tinker around with this methodology. Because that leads me to my final question of, we're going to be confronted with the issue of what do we do about the API for all schools, right? in the near future, not just high schools.
Right.
All right.
Yes.
So that I was confused because people kept focusing on what are we going to do about a high school API? The question, are we going to have an API given the changes in testing?
Yes,
Right.
but high schools present a bit of a different challenge because for middles and elementary, we won't have scores. So absent scores, our recommendation likely will be to you not to produce an API, right? But for high schools, we do. We do have scores, sorry. We'll have Casey, we'll have CST Science. And on the simulations that we've run with API, excluding all of the end of course exams, I think we have is it 94%? 94%, they're the same, right? So Casey's is a big, it's kind of what determines API. So as we could potentially, and remember, for AYP purposes, high schools are a little different because we use Casey for AYP. So the high school API conversation is going to be a different conversation than the elementary middle high school or elementary middle school conversation. So they are a little bit different.
So, I think we need to, go ahead.
Well, I just want to be clear that we still have the option for high school not to have an API next year, not to report one.
Yes, you have that option, but the superintendent is to provide you a recommendation. So the department will run simulations to see if there is enough data to produce a valid and reliable API. We will bring that recommendation to you.
And we will be discussing it at PSAA as well.
It just seems to me we need to defer this till, and see if we can come back tomorrow with something, and if not, take some other action. We can't seem to craft anything on the spot. I mean, it's not easy to come up with a solution without stepping back a little bit, so doesn't seem to be in the cards. So it is interesting. There seems to be a lot of board support for a high school graduation measure someday in some form in some way. So I guess the point is, if how else would we do it? We'll face this music sooner or later. So on how to do it.
You'll face many tunes.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Well, let's hold this one over and move then to item 11, which is the assignment of corrective action under ESEA.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Brashears. I'm the Interim Director for the Improvement and Accountability Division. Item 11 is an action item. Elementary and Secondary Education Act established the appropriate sanction to assign each of the LEAs in Cohort 7 of Program Improvement Year 3. California Education Code Section 52055.57C, in conjunction with ESEA statute, states that a local education agency that has been identified for Program Improvement Year 3 shall be subject to one or more of the 7 sanctions identified in the same statute as recommended by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction and approved by the State Board of Education. The sanctions identified in Ed Code are provided in Attachment 1. Excuse me. Historically, the State Board has assigned Corrective Action 6 to the previous cohorts of LEAs assigned to Corrective Action. Sanction 6 is a requirement to institute and fully implement standard-based, standards-aligned curriculum and the associated professional development. The adoption of the Common Core state standards and the significant state appropriation to support their implementation creates a statewide expectation for all LEAs and essentially constitutes statewide implementation of Correction Action 6. Therefore, this item requests the SBE to consider establishing Sanction 7 for the LEAs identified for Improvement Year 3 in 2013-14. The PI Year 3 sanction will be defined in 2013-14 as requiring an LEA assigned to corrective action to continue to reserve an amount equal to 10% of the Title I allocation to provide professional development to strengthen the academic achievement of the LEA's students determined to be in the greatest need of assistance. This 10% is a continuation of the mandated reservations for all LEAs identified for improvement in years 1 and 2 for the purposes of providing professional development. The key issues supporting the request to establish this sanction are included in Attachment 2. In January 2014, the CDE will provide to the Board a specific recommendation to assign corrective action to the LEAs identified for program improvement in Year 3. In the process of developing this item, we contacted 6 LEAs throughout the state, large, medium, and small, for feedback in reaction to this proposal. This suggestion was viewed positively, and they indicated that professional development is an ongoing focus for the LEAs. One of the LEAs indicated that it could serve, if they had been a part of this Cohort 7, that would serve as a catalyst to focus the provision of professional development within the LEA. And another LEA suggested that the CDE provide written clarity about the appropriate use of Title I funds for the professional development. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions on this? We've done this with other corrective action schools.
Move approval of the recommendation.
Okay, is there a second to that? Second to the move approval?
I'll second.
Okay. Question?
So, Jeff, I'm just making sure I understand what the recommendation is. You're recommending a specific sanction, but without respect to who it would be assigned to?
That is correct.
So why are we recommending a sanction until we know what the
I think the sanction,
LEAs
we've changed
are?
the sanctions because, like I said, historically we have assigned the sanction or identified the sanction, of implementing curriculum. That has become statewide with the Common Core. And so the change is since that is happening, to apply then to the recommendation. And once you apply, and when we've done it in the past, we've had the scores at the same time, and it's just still a kind of a two-step process. You say, this is the sanction, and we're going to assign. This is the sanction, and then we're going to assign corrective action pursuant to this sanction to these particular LEAs. And so we're just asking you to establish the sanction now, and then in January we'll bring the LEAs to you and then assign that sanction or corrective action to those LEAs.
But I'm just saying that absent that information of knowing what those LEAs are and the size of them and the size of their budget and what 10% might mean, it just doesn't seem like we have all the information that we need to take action at this point. So I'm not clear why we're doing this sort of two-step thing, again, absent identifying who the LEAs are.
So we fashioned this after past practice. We initially, when this, LEAs in PI Year 3 first came about, there was a lot of discussion about what's the sanction, right? And so we did this in the same fashion. I will tell you that, and you won't be surprised, that many of these LEAs, most of these LEAs have APIs over 800. These are, by state accountability metrics would be considered fairly high performing. So remember, there's two aspects when we do this. There's the sanction, which is applied across the board that says, here's what we want you to do. And then there's the assignment of a severity, right? Remember and that's where we assign dollars and so forth. And that's really what we've looked at, remember, for those kind of how large is the district, is it a county office, how many program improvement schools do they have, that kind of thing. So the sanction itself has always been applied across the board without regard to size or any of the dollars, because we take care of that in the second assignment. We really wanted you to have the discussion because this was quite a departure from what we had done for the past 7 years, I think, or 6, 7 years. Yeah. So that was the rationale for that, why we separated it.
So, because I think in the last couple of years, the board has really exercised what I would consider to be a light touch, right?
Yes.
When you look at the list of things we could do, which are much more severe to LEAs.
Yes.
And so the fully implement a new curriculum or the Common Core is what we've done. Because we're talking about money now.
Yeah.
It seems to me that that's a little bit different, and again, is contextual depending on. I get the severe. If you're going to do the same moderate, whatever we use those terms, but again, I'd sort of feel more comfortable seeing the whole picture before we take action on what the sanction would be. Right. So that's just me. It seems like it would be better if we kind of had the whole picture here. And then the second thing, at the risk of bringing up a sore subject, what happens for LEAs that are in the core district, if there are any of the core?
The same thing. In fact,
So their waiver doesn't matter? Okay.
Before we even sent out a list back in October when we announced, kind of accountability results and that LEAs would go into program improvement and such, we contacted the U.S. Department of Ed just to make sure, because that was a question we had. And, how do we distinguish between that? And we were directed, you don't. The waiver does not absolve you of any obligation you have in terms of what you're going to tell districts to do. And as such, we contacted all the core superintendents to make sure that they understood that, and they did. That was their understanding as well. So that doesn't seem to play in here. And that was, this issue of moving away from implement a new curriculum, since that didn't quite make sense, we were thinking, that's what we called the district. So we called a number of districts that wanted to get a sense from them. Does this make sense to you? And to a person, they said, yeah, this made a lot of sense. It wasn't taking money away from them. It was actually, probably more in line with what they were already doing in terms of professional development and such. And it's something that they have to do in years 1 and 2. So it's actually a less, if you will, sort of a lesser sanction, because it's something they've already had to do in years 1 and 2. So that's kind of that was our thinking. We thought that there might be more discussion just about the sanction as opposed to looking at the district, since the severity, the intensity of the kind of the assignment is what I think you've looked at in terms of how to apply the light touch, and I think you'll do the same. As I said, most of these are pretty, by state accountability metrics, are higher performing.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? None. Okay, more board discussion. We have a motion that's seconded. Any more board discussion? Not all's in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that is passed. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And now we're down to the last item, State Board of Education priorities. These are issues that you want to discuss, not related to items on the agenda. So I'll say we're continuing to work to get together a special education task force. We've made quite a bit of progress, and we hope to have an announcement soon of the task force and its charge. Yes.
I'll just report on another action of the screening committee yesterday took action to reappoint members to the California Nutrition Advisory Commission and the IQC, which we will be bringing back for action in January. Okay. But I also wanted just to make sure that people know that we're recruiting for a member for the Instructional Quality Commission, and we're particularly looking for teachers with science expertise, apropos of our conversation this morning about NGSS. So just direct folks to that, and people who know teachers who want to be on the IQC, we would welcome their applications.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Cohn.
On item 8, I did mention earlier about the concern of the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and you have a letter from them. And I would just point out that one of the things I learned when I was the federal court monitor for the Special Education Consent Decree in Los Angeles, and I learned this from the parent council there, that sometimes issues, even though they may not involve a significant percentage of students, take on hugely symbolic meaning. And we met last week and spent considerable time on the issue of the messages that are being sent with regard to new assessment in California. And it's critically important to the members of the Advisory Commission that all means all, and that when we talk about transitioning to a new assessment system, that we make sure that all youngsters with disabilities are discussed and talked about in that context.
Okay, we need to approve the minutes, so I need a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Second.
All those in favor, public comment? No? All those in favor, raise your hands. It's done.
So we have to go back.
We have to go
Item
back.
10, Amy feels we have to go back and make a motion.
Oh, we
I
have
just
to make
have
a motion.
Since you had a motion second on the API question, I had a concern that you needed to make a motion to either withdraw that or to defer the entire matter till tomorrow's meeting. It's a technical issue, and so I'm not really sure, but I want to make sure that you have the capacity to act tomorrow
I
in
thought
some
that
manner.
I, as the maker of the motion, could say that I was withdrawing my motion.
I didn't hear that being done, so.
I did say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I did say
Okay.
that since I
And
was the
then-
maker of the motion, that I was withdrawing my motion.
Okay, that clarifies the record.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Any other business? No? The board is adjourned till 8 o'clock tomorrow.